Reverend Insanity Chapter 740 to Chapter 791. To think that 400 years ago today, dream realms have already appeared. Feng Yuan held the messenger green bird goo in his hand, sighing internally. At once, he had no interest in experimenting with killer moves. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to start a huge war, suppressing the other four regions with just one continent, expanding at lightning speed. Next, the four regions joined forces and resisted Central Continent's attack with difficulty. The entire battle fell into a deadlock, just as the four regions joined forces and attempted to counterattack Central Continent. Dream realms started appearing in all five regions. In this world, ever since Renzu created the first batch of humans, humans started dreaming. Every time they dreamed, they would add more territory and strength to the dream realm. After a long period of time, with countless changes, countless heroes and geniuses appeared in the human race, continuously expanding the dream realm. The dream realm became larger and larger, finally reaching a qualitative change and manifesting itself. People soon discovered that even though the dream realm environment was extremely complex and dangerous, it contained huge benefits. From the dream realm, the later generations could obtain the foundation of their predecessors, allowing their cultivation attainment levels to rise rapidly. The increase in attainment level could easily take decades, centuries, or even centuries. Because of the dream realm, Gu masters' attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their strength to rise sharply. Countless experts emerged like a geyser. Before this, resources were mostly controlled by clans and sects, and it was hard to raise their attainment levels. Unless they were extremely talented, ordinary Gu masters could not make a name for themselves. After the dream realm appeared, their attainment levels rose sharply. Standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, Gu masters could easily recreate countless Gu worms and killer moves. On this basis, they could create new Gu worms, new Gu recipes, and new killer moves that were suitable for themselves. It was a great era of great changes. Many small forces that were disliked rose up one after another. Countless lone rogue cultivators appeared one after another. The appearance of dream realms. They attacked the established system and structure. Order was lost, and the huge benefits made people go crazy. The original plan of the four regions joining forces to resist Central Continent was completely shelved before it could even proceed. All the forces, countless Gu masters and Gu immortals. They all set their sights on the dream realms. In order to fight for the dream realms that manifested in different areas, the five regions attacked each other, falling into complete chaos. And in order to better explore the dream realms, countless knowledgeable people or geniuses started to research related Gu worms. Soon, the brand new path of Dream Path. It was quickly established and developed rapidly. The legendary rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Immortal Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables was brought up again. He predicted that countless years later, after 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of Space Escape Gu, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already appeared. Everyone was even more convinced that the 3 venerables' words were credible. Link the two together. Soon, a general consensus was formed. The dream realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, who could occupy the entire dream realm. Who would be able to use the accumulations of the predecessors to become the Great Dream Immortal Venerable who surpassed all the sages in history, the King of Immortal Kings, the Venerable above venerables. In my previous life, I was able to rise up and become a hegemon not only because of my fortuitous encounter in the blood path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The various superpowers' control over the situation was greatly reduced, and they were all focused on exploring the dreamlands. They didn't have the time to care about the general situation in the real world, which gave me the space and time to develop freely. Unfortunately, by the time I gained a foothold in the real world, the dreamlands, this brand new territory, had already been occupied by the various forces. Although I can use Dream Path Mortal Gu to explore the dreamlands, but I am still at the initial stage. I am far behind others. Unless I obtain a Dream Path Immortal Gu, I can only catch up later. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan worked with Song Zhong and the other demonic path Gu immortals to attack Hu immortal blessed land and kill Feng Kim Hong. But unfortunately, he did not obtain her dream wings immortal Gu. Without an immortal Gu and only some dream path mortal Gu, when Fang Yuan explored the dreamlands, he was constantly suppressed by the various forces, he was unable to obtain any huge gains. Fang Yuan inherited a blood path inheritance in his previous life, he was constantly being hunted down and hunted down. Later, after he established Blood Wing Demon Sect, he had to spend a lot of time and energy on the sect. Because of this, he missed the golden time to explore the dreamlands. After rebirth, he reflected on himself. This mistaken decision-making was mostly due to external forces, while a small portion was due to his decision-making error. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson, even though he had a foundation in blood path, he did not rashly cultivate blood path before obtaining that crucial blood path inheritance. Blood path Gu masters were hunted by everyone, not only were they wanted by the righteous path, even the demonic path were wary of them. Only during the Five Regions chaotic war, when order was broken, could blood path show itself, others had no time to care about it, and it could prosper. So the dreamlands had already manifested over 400 years ago. All the superforces had already made contact, thus after 300 years, when the dreamlands manifested everywhere, these forces immediately entered the dreamlands and occupied them. They were prepared, it was not an injustice that I lost to them in my previous life. During this period in his previous life, Fang Yuan was still immortal, struggling at the bottom of the Gu master hierarchy, he was bound by his memories and experiences from Earth. Only after a long time did he break the shackles of his thoughts. Sometimes, the advantage of a transmigrator was also a disadvantage. This also caused the information in his memory to deviate from what really happened. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this star constellation Immortal Zombie was the one who obtained the most benefits from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds, but he was actually the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was likely because one of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms manifested in his blessed land. This allowed 7-star Child to obtain some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulations. 7-star Child's matter was the truth. But if Feng Kim Hong truly comprehended the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he would have done it much earlier than in my previous life. Is this the effect of me seizing Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Fang Yuan pondered. Feng Kim Hong comprehended the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu, this will definitely alarm Spirit Affinity House, and Spirit Affinity House's actions will affect the other 9 great ancient sections. From the 9 great ancient sects, it will spread to the whole of Central Continent. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, this way, the progress of people's exploration of dream realms might have been greatly accelerated because of me. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he felt a sense of urgency. Dream realms were a completely new map, they were dangerous and complex, there was only one type of resource, but it was incomparably abundant. Fang Yuan would not make the same mistake in his previous life. But in this situation, dream realms have not manifested on a large scale. Manifested dream realms can be explored using Dream Path Mortal Gu. Dream realms without manifested dream realms can only be explored using Immortal Level Dream Path Immortal Gu. Regarding Immortal Level Dream Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. But currently, Feng Jiuge and Fairy Bai Qing were still alive, while Dream Wings Immortal Gu was in the hands of a mortal like Feng Kim Hong, no one dared to target it. Dream Travel was in the hands of Northern Plains Gu Immortal Femme Fatale. She slept in Zidu Blessed Land and was the first Gu immortal to use dream travel to explore dream realms. Later on, as a lone immortal, she became the 3rd overlord of dream realms. Femme Fatale was a rank 7 Gu immortal, her battle strength was even greater than He Cheng's, the Blessed Land's defenses were impregnable. She could not target it at all. As for the other Dream Path Immortal Gu, they had not been created yet, they had yet to appear, there were no traces of them. Fang Yuan thought about it, he mobilized his primeval essence and erased the contents of the message-sending green bird Gu, filling it in again with his thoughts. He agreed to Feng Kim Hong's challenge, they would fight at the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Kim Hong has Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he is confident. My refinement path attainment level has also risen from master level to quasi-grandmaster level. Why would I be afraid of this late-stage Gu immortal? Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Deducing the immortal Gu recipe for land spirit of Xianxia was an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough in his refinement path attainment level. The refinement path convention concerns infallibles inheritance, such a grand event. Even if Feng Kim Hong did not challenge me, I would still go and get a share of the loot. But I need to prepare my own Gu refinement materials for the refinement path convention. If I want to gain something, I need to gather the materials now. Fang Yuan had the experience of participating in the refinement path convention in his previous life. To get a good ranking, he needed to prepare a lot of good materials. They needed to be worth at least 500 immortal yuan stone. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how outstanding the Gu recipe was, it would be hard to continue without materials. Other than this, I will also participate in the auction organized by Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. According to the latest news, this auction would include the exchange of immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could not be bought. Normally speaking, they could only be exchanged. When a Gu immortal obtained an immortal Gu, it might not be suitable for their path. At this time, they would often exchange with other Gu immortals, exchanging for an immortal Gu that was suitable for their path, to display outstanding results. Like how Fang Yuan had worldly wave trace immortal Gu, this was a water path immortal Gu. When used by Fang Yuan, it was much weaker than when used by water path Gu immortals. This was because worldly wave trace immortal Gu was a water path immortal Gu, while Fang Yuan was a strength path Gu immortal. He had strength path Dao marks on him. Strength path and water path interfered with each other, reducing the power of the immortal Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the Five Regions chaotic war, because of the high frequency of battles, there were a lot of Gu exchanges. But it was still a long time before the Five Regions chaotic war. This Grand Northern Plains auction might be the only opportunity to exchange immortal Gu on a large scale in the last 200 years. Fang Yuan naturally had to make use of this opportunity. Other than this, he was also very interested in the luck path inheritance. Even though he had the guts Gu business, it had only been a short time. Fang Yuan did not have a lot of immortal yuan stone. Furthermore, during this period of time, refining Gu, condensing bat wings, and so on, his progress was very slow. The auction and the refinement path convention, these two grand events, were coming soon. Especially the former, it was right in front of him. Where could he get immortal yuan stone at this time? It could only be the Gu immortal blessed lands in the hands of land spirit of Xianxia. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot annex other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy a blessed land would be me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Immortal apertures were small worlds. They could meet and devour each other, but there were rules. Firstly, dead apertures could not be annexed. They could only break apart and dissipate into nothingness. Secondly, immortal apertures could not be annexed by small apertures. Finally, to annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment level. Only then could they combine the two worlds into one. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needed grandmaster attainment level. To annex a rank 8 blessed land, one needed great grandmaster attainment level. That was to say, if Fang Yuan wanted to annex other immortal apertures, he would first need to reincarnate and turn the immortal aperture into a living land. Secondly, he could only annex the blessed lands of blood path, strength path, refinement path, enslavement path, and transformation path Gu immortals. Blood path and strength path might be great grandmaster attainment level, but with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, he could only annex a rank 6 blessed land. Even with such restrictions, Gu immortals would not be lenient if they could annex them. Because the immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, annexing a blessed land was the best shortcut to snatch someone else's foundation and raise one's own cultivation level. As long as one was a Gu immortal, they would know the value of a blessed land. Regarding the auction of the blessed land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the auction. In the following days, Fang Yuan refined group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, while using the light of wisdom Gu. He tried to modify the transformation path killer move on familiar face. At the same time, the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies were still being sold. Half a month passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's only rank 7 corpse, astral wind flying heavenly boar, was successfully sold. Fang Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been yearning for since a long time ago. Malicious thought Gu. A few days later, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand. His expression was complicated. This malice Gu was personally refined by him according to the Gu recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It was quite large. It was about the size of a wash basin and shaped like a spider, but its 8 legs were like iron needles, and the tips of its legs were extremely sharp. On the spider, covered with hard, barbed hair. If not for Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, just touching this Gu with an ordinary person's flesh and blood would bleed. Fang Yuan infused his quintessence into it, and immediately, evil thoughts appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts were like bubbles, but there were barbs on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these evil thoughts to think. Suddenly, the evil thoughts collided with each other. They collided. It was also very strange. The barbs on the surface of the bubbles connected with each other. Afterwards, they were either destroyed or fused into larger thoughts. Soon, these evil thoughts were used up. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing slight joy in his gaze. It turns out that even wisdom path Gu immortals use thoughts as their main method of deduction. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several, or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts, and space thoughts. Fang Yuan had used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Gu immortals created wills and entered jewel yellow skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun Immortal left behind Giant Sun's will to guard 88-point Xianxia Tower. This was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables, which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables. Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the Gu recipes of malicious thought Gu and malice Gu. I can refine these 2 mortal Gu in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal Gu is too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal Gu. They were all bought from jewel yellow skies. Using these mortal Gu to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal Gu recipes. Thus, he used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu. Now that Fang Yuan had the Gu recipes of wisdom path mortal Gu, his first choice was to produce these mortal Gu in large quantities. The thoughts produced by immortal Gu were few, but when the number of mortal Gu increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal Gu was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Fang Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it, life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. There would always be imperfections, there would always be disappointments, there would always be delays. Just like the wisdom path inheritance Fang Yuan obtained, it was incomplete, it was quite incomplete. All in all, Fang Yuan being able to obtain the mortal Gu recipes of malicious thought Gu and malicious intent Gu was already a very fortunate thing. Besides these 2 Gu recipes, there was also a wisdom path killer move called harboring malicious intent. The Gu immortal who sold the Gu recipe seemed to have an urgent need for the astral wind heavenly boar's corpse. He seemed to be short of money. If not for this, even if it was an ancient desolate beast's corpse, it was worth several hundred immortal yuan stone. the other party would not sell the wisdom path inheritance. Even such an incomplete wisdom path inheritance was extremely rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu immortal blessed land, refining malicious thought goo. Although malicious thought mortal goo is not an expendable goo, it is a mortal goo after all, it has its limits. But my primeval essence is unlimited, the more I use it, the longer I use it. These malicious thought goo will eventually break. With such a thought, Fang Yuan felt that his need for malicious thought goo would remain at a certain level in the future. As for goo refinement, it seemed to take a lot of time. Especially when the higher the rank of the goo worm, the longer the time needed. Many goo immortals often took decades or even centuries to refine an immortal goo. Or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to invest a large sum of money to purchase hairy men. During this period of time, he sold several batches of guts goo, each batch had a profit of around 48 immortal yuan stone. He only kept 50 immortal yuan stone with him, he used the rest of the immortal yuan stone to purchase hairy men. This raised the price of hairy men in treasure imperial heaven. What Fang Yuan wanted the most were of course the hairy men in Xianxia blessed land. These hairy men were well nurtured, they were several grades higher than the best goods in jewel yellow skies. Unfortunately, after he asked about land spirit of Xianxia, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, he was also scolded by land spirit of Xianxia, saying that Fang Yuan was not a friend. Even though Fang Yuan was scolded, he was very happy. Land spirit of Xianxia scolded him for not being a friend, it meant that land spirit of Xianxia had already treated him as a friend. Even though this friendship was far inferior to the one between land spirit of Xianxia and Inkman King Mo Tansang. But the friendship between Mo Tansang and land spirit of Xianxia was not of this generation, it could be traced back to a certain generation of Inkman City's city lord from a long time ago. For countless generations, Inkman City had been secretly maintaining contact with land spirit of Xianxia. This friendship was accumulated over a long period of time. Land spirit of Xianxia has recently been liberated, and he has obtained so many complete immortal goo recipes. According to his nature, he will definitely refine immortal goo. And refining immortal goo would expend an enormous amount of resources, even the extremely wealthy Xianxia blessed land could not sustain it. Jewel yellow skies cannot allow goo immortals to enter. After the auction, there will be no more opportunities. He wants to sell goo immortal blessed lands, this is an urgent matter for him. Fang Yuan knew that land spirit of Xianxia was already secretly anxious. As long as he could not hold it in any longer, he would take the initiative to look for Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Xianxia's network was too simple, he only had one Mo Tansang. But Mo Tansang had the business of Inkman City, he was also a variant human, he had many considerations, how could he be in the limelight and sell these goo immortal blessed lands, the status of variant humans was lower than orthodox humans. Variant human goo immortals were the same. If they saw variant human goo immortals capturing human goo immortals and selling them, the human goo immortals would definitely have a common enemy. That is to say, other than looking for Fang Yuan, land spirit of Xianxia had no other way. This could not be blamed on him, after all, he was a land spirit and could not leave the blessed land. Moreover, Xianxia blessed land was a true treasure land, wealth could move people's hearts, the blessed land could also be annexed and reduced contact with goo immortals, this was the self-preservation move of land spirit of Xianxia. Land spirit of Xianxia was secretly anxious, but Fang Yuan was even less anxious. In the next 2 months, Fang Yuan built another Fang Yuan stone nest in Hu immortal blessed land, he filled all the rooms in the stone nest with hairy men. These hairy men were skilled in goo refinement, they were high-quality goods in the jewel yellow skies market. High-grade hairy man slaves, although Fang Yuan could afford them, the quantity was much lower. When Fang Yuan bought these hairy men, he not only had to pay attention to the quality, he also had to consider the quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of air sac goo would rise sharply, it would also increase the production of guts goo, Fang Yuan would be able to obtain more immortal yuan stone in each transaction. But Fang Yuan did not order all the hairy men to refine air sac goo for the time being. The second stone nest was specially used by Fang Yuan to refine malicious thought goo. Floating astronomy. P.S. Modifying the outline is much more troublesome and time-consuming than I expected. I have put all my effort into it these days, but I have only managed to get a prototype. Because it is truly a huge problem, I have already forgotten a lot of the previous chapters. Most of the time these days, I have been summarizing the outline. I have summarized the characters, map, goo worms, killer moves, and so on. I am about to vomit from the summary. I have been staring at the computer all day, my eyes are blurry. At night, I am in a blurry state. But I have to do this. Only by doing this can I reduce the bugs and unnecessary conflicts, making the novel more logical and smooth. I want the readers to suddenly think of this character in the previous chapters, and this character has his own story. If he wanted to use malicious thought mortal goo to replace delight in mountain and joy immortal goo, the quantity of the former would need to be huge. 23WX Fang Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo, not just a few hundred. He estimated that he needed at least 2,000 of them, activating them at the same time and producing malicious thoughts, to barely pass the standard of the light of wisdom. What needed to be emphasized was that these 2,000 malicious thought goo had to be rank 5. Fang Yuan had malicious thought goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 to 5 malicious thought goo all produced malicious thoughts with the same effect. But the number of thoughts produced at once was different, and the primeval essence expended was also very different. Refining goo is not easy. The higher the rank, the harder it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought goo, it needs to be refined from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3, and there is no goo recipe that can be refined in one go. This way, the success rate is not high, and the amount of materials required is huge. Fang Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought goo. As for malice goo, he did not need it for now. He still had a lot of happy thoughts left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo was no doubt a large-scale goo refinement that would take a long time. If Fang Yuan did not buy hairy men to build the second stone nest, he would have to refine air sac goo in his spare time with the hairy men in the first stone nest. To reach the goal of 2,000 rank 5 goo, he would need at least 10 years. But now that Fang Yuan had the second stone nest and a large number of hairy men, this time was greatly shortened to about 16 months. During this time, if I can modify the goo recipe. If I can think of a brand new rank 5 goo recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought goo, then, the 16 months will be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. His current refinement path attainment level. He was already at quasi-grandmaster level, but his wisdom path attainment level was almost blank. But Fang Yuan was still confident. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he would have unlimited inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not a problem, he could forcibly deduce it. The power of a rank 9 immortal goo. It is indeed terrifying. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal goo recipes. And these immortal goo recipes were a problem even for the refinement path quasi-great grandmaster land spirit of Xianxia. Something that made no progress. Fang Yuan could even use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years to comprehend the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's remnant recipe. During this period, he had been in seclusion. He did not leave the house. If it was Fang Yuan, and with the same lightning path attainment level, with the help of wisdom goo, it would take at most a month to complete. Hei Lulan was currently working hard to push the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom to immortal level. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of mortal killer moves and strength path attainment level, to achieve her goal, she would need at least a few years. If it was Fang Yuan, it should be done in half a month's time. In fact, deducing immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had already been doing it intermittently for a long time. The immortal killer move he deduced was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core immortal goo, Cleansed Soul, could not be used due to hunger. Fang Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleansed Soul immortal goo with other goo worms. But unfortunately, once this one and only immortal goo was gone, its power fell sharply. No matter how many mortal goo worms were used, it could not reach its original power. Throughout the history of goo masters, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal goo in attack power. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move was created by Proud Bone Demon Lord Xianxia. It was a peerless genius that looked down on both past and present. Thus, when Fang Yuan sold the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, one of the transactions was to exchange the desolate beast corpses for a rank 5 mortal goo like Battle Bone Will Goo. Battle Bone Will Goo was one of the mortal goo worms that formed the killer move White Bone Chariot. Fang Yuan only had one, it was obtained from Wolf King Chang Shanyan's hiding place in northern plains. Fang Yuan's talent could not compare to Xianxia. Without cleansed soul immortal goo, the killer move Myriad Self's power was simply not enough. For the next half a month, Fang Yuan worked hard to modify Malicious Thought Goo's recipe. Besides this, he did not give up on modifying the immortal killer move Myriad Self. During this period, he sold 2 desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. They were exchanged for a second pair of bat desolate beast wings, as well as dozens of immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan did not want to use desolate beast corpses to exchange for immortal yuan stones. But he only had 50 immortal yuan stones left, most of the money was used to purchase hairy men. Now that he was refining rank 5 malicious thought goo on a large scale, he needed a huge amount of resources. Thus, he had to exchange for immortal yuan stones to barely cover his expenses. This way, Fang Yuan only had 3 desolate beast corpses left in jewel yellow skies. He also only had over 20 immortal yuan stones left. His green grape immortal essence, because of his constant deductions, had fallen to 36 beads. But fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan to modify Malicious Thought Goo's recipe had already shown results. The brand new Malicious Thought Goo's recipe, although it did not reach his expectations, had already reduced many steps. The previous rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo needed to be refined from rank 1. Now, the current rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo only needed 2 steps. The first step was to refine it into a semi-finished product, the second step was to refine it into a finished product. Although the success rate did not increase, the steps were reduced, the consumables were reduced by a lot, and the time was also saved. According to this speed, the original 16 months will be cut by half. As long as I refine it for 8 months, I will have 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo. However, the immortal origin stones I have on hand are already very tight. At this rate, even if I have the guts goo business to support me, I will not be able to make ends meet. Don't tell me I need to slow down and let the second stone nest refine air sac goo to increase the production of guts goo and earn immortal yuan stones to support the situation? Just when Fang Yuan had no choice but to consider this, the good news he had been waiting for finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your conditions, let's split it 40-60. Land Spirit of Xianxia said viciously, his mood was very bad. Fang Yuan was short of money because of the large-scale mortal goo refinement. Land Spirit of Xianxia wanted to refine a mortal goo, the resources he needed were more than 100 times of Fang Yuan's. He was even more short of money, as Fang Yuan had expected. Land Spirit of Xianxia had no other channels, only Fang Yuan could take it. Thus, he had to leave, even if he knew he was at a great disadvantage. Fang Yuan did not want to push his luck, such a division of benefits was already the land spirit's limit. If he did not know what was good for him and angered Land Spirit of Xianxia, not only would he not transact, he would even destroy the relationship he had built with much difficulty. Northern Plains. Baizu Grotto Heaven. The hall was brightly lit, beauties were singing and dancing, delicacies and wine were placed on the table. Let's eat, I like this dish a lot. It was made using the rank 5 Goo Worm Vajra flying centipede. It was roasted with charcoal, the meat is delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat at the main seat, chuckling as he received the 2 Goo Immortals in the hall. The 2 Goo Immortals were none other than Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. Although it was someone else's dish, the 2 Immortals had no qualms. Qin Baixing pinched a long piece of meat and opened his mouth. He threw it into his mouth. After chewing, his mouth was full of oil. He raised his thumb and praised, delicious indeed. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, how do you feel? Fairy Li Shan was much more refined in eating than Qin Baixing. She took small bites and tasted it before smiling lightly. The meat is delicious, not only is it charred, it is also chewy, smooth and refreshing, it is truly a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. I won't hide it from you too. In order to create this dish, I had racked my brains for 8 days and 8 nights before finally obtaining the finished product. This is one of my most satisfying dishes this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu's cultivation level was rank 8, he was a lone cultivator. He had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains' Guamortal world, he liked to cook delicacies and create new delicacies. This time, not only did we successfully invite Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, we even got to taste such a delicacy, we are truly fortunate. Qin Baixing spoke at an appropriate time. Heavenly Lord's hospitality, Li Shan will remember it. Now that we have already signed the alliance agreement, please forgive me for not being able to stay for long. Fairy Li Shan continued. He. Heavenly Lord Baizu was full of smiles as he nodded, that's right. There are only so many rank 8 elders in Northern Plains. Since you two have already invited me, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and old ancestor Shui Hu, it will not be good if only Princess Impatience is left. Heavenly Lord, please understand, we are going to invite Princess Impatience. Go. Do a good job in this auction, I am looking forward to it. Thus, Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan left Baizu Grotto Heaven, they determined their direction and rushed towards the southeast direction. Halfway through the journey, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had used moving perspective cup goo to send a message. Fairy Li Shan slowly stopped moving. Qin Baixing asked curiously, Fairy, why are you stopping? Fairy Li Shan smiled lightly, there is someone I need to introduce to Lord. Oh? Qin Baixing was interested. At this time, Fang Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, he looked around before looking at Qin Baixing, Lord Qin, I have heard of your fame. Qin Baixing was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had extraordinary battle strength, he was on par with Shirley. Right now, seeing that Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie, and had the lowest rank 6 cultivation level, his interest that had just risen quickly vanished. However, seeing that Fang Yuan could come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it showed that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Qin Baixing did not act arrogantly, he nodded plainly and smiled, you flatter me, you are? I am Xia Huang, I have a big deal to discuss with Lord Qin. Fang Yuan smiled. What big deal? Fang Yuan told them about the sale of Gu Immortal Blessed Lands. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan's expressions turned pale. In the moving perspective Gu's letter, Fang Yuan did not explain clearly, he only said that he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, Xia Huang, you really have a Gu Immortal Blessed Land to sell? Haha, it is not that I have a Gu Immortal Blessed Land. I am only an errand boy. Fang Yuan smiled. He had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan, he had to speak the truth. But this was the truth, he only said half of it. He naturally would not say that he, as an errand boy, earned more than the owner. Qin Baixing's mood calmed down, he guessed that Fang Yuan was a subordinate of some important person. Northern Plains had 4 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface, but according to rumors, some old monsters were still alive. Immediately, Qin Baixing sized up Fang Yuan again, he was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change, this is indeed a big deal. Since little brother thinks so highly of me and has confidence in this auction, how could I possibly refuse to enter? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception. Fang Yuan's smile became even brighter. What do you mean by making an exception? To speak the truth, I am very happy. A Gu Immortal Blessed Land, hee, it will definitely set off a huge auction. Haha, this auction that I am holding will be one of the few grand events in Northern Plains in the last few hundred years. Qin Baixing laughed heartily, he patted the shoulder of this rank 6 immortal zombie Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, to speak the truth, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin's way of addressing me is too strange, if you think highly of me, since I am older than you can call me big brother. Qin Baixing was over 700 years old, he was indeed older than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no objections, he cupped his fists and smiled, Brother Qin. Qin Baixing was a character indeed. His battle strength was on par with immortal monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogance. Not just that, when he conversed with Fang Yuan, he was very friendly, he laughed heartily from time to time, it made people feel that he was very magnanimous. Fang Yuan was using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face to disguise himself. He had to disguise himself. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were in Qin Baixing's hands, if they had confessed or had their souls searched, Qin Baixing would definitely know Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form. Be it He Lulan, Tai Baiyunqing, or Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form, they could not openly appear in northern plains. This was because the three of them were key survivors of the 88 Truyang building. This was a sensitive period. Ever since the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfeng Naganori, deduced that the culprit was not a native of Northern Plains, but an outsider. All of Northern Plains vaguely felt a sense of common hatred against a common enemy. It was unknown how many forces and experts wanted revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces of Northern Plains, their benefits were the most affected. They wanted to cut the culprit into 1,000 pieces, peel off their skin and bones, and torture them for thousands of years to vent their anger. Once Fang Yuan and the rest showed up, even if the crime was not exposed, Northern Plains Gu Immortals would go into action. They would try to get more insider information from Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, when Fang Yuan appeared, he used the fake name Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into a pair of ordinary zombie arms, and his terrifying body that was 6 meters tall had also been transformed into a pair of ordinary zombie arms. His terrifying body that was 6 meters tall was now the same size as a normal person, or even slightly shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also retracted. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of weakness. Of course, Fang Yuan had already informed Fairy Li Shan of these disguises in his letter. When they established the Snow Mountain Alliance, they had already considered this situation, so it was Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan working together to deceive outsiders. It did not violate the Snow Mountain Alliance at all. But even if Fang Yuan was so unremarkable and became an immortal zombie, Qin Baixing's cultivation stagnated and his future was bleak, but he did not look down on him at all. He spoke to Fang Yuan on equal footing. In fact, as they conversed, his tone became more and more intimate. Qin Baixing's attitude made Fang Yuan secretly praise him. This person is indeed a character. No wonder he could overturn the situation. He forcefully turned the dangerous situation of being besieged by Northern Plains Gu Immortals into a favorable situation for him. Qin Baixing was also thinking, this little rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after probing for so long, he did not reveal anything. To this day, I still don't know his background. Even when facing me, Qin Baixing, he can still smile and talk as usual. He is not simple. Not simple. Fairy Li Shan stood at the side, smiling with squinted eyes. She watched as Fang Yuan and Qin Baixing conversed. Fairy Li Shan saw that their conversation was getting more heated. She could not help but chuckle. You two look as if you regretted not meeting earlier. You actually cast me aside, as if you are brothers who have been separated for many years. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan quickly said. Qin Baixing's eyes brightened. Fairy, you are right. Brother Sha and I feel like old friends at first sight. We are really getting along well. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Coincidentally, I have your mountain pledge Gu. From now on, as long as big brother has a bowl of meat to eat, I will not let little brother only drink soup. After the shock, she became even more flustered. Could it be that Qin Baixing is more brilliant than me, and has already seen through Fang Yuan's disguise? Fang Yuan gasped. He immediately showed a thin-skinned and young face expression. I don't dare to claim connections. I don't dare to. Fang Yuan let out an ah, immediately putting on a thin-skinned, young and unable to handle it appearance. I don't dare to claim connections with you. Hey, what are you saying, little brother? What do you mean? This is fate. Don't tell me, brother, you are actually looking down on me, a loner? Qin Baixing's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan with a faint smile on his face. Not good. My unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move after all. Qin Baixing seems to have sensed something. After all, I have displayed too much strength. There are actually Gu Immortal slaves selling Gu Immortal blessed lands. Although Qin Baixing is a lone cultivator, he is skilled in forming alliances and is also participating in the auction. He wants to use me to get close to the strong force behind me. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that he suspects me of being the culprit who destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower. No matter which possibility it is, it can be seen that this person is strong and hard to deal with. These thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, but he smiled bitterly on the surface. To speak the truth, Brother Qin and I feel like old friends at first sight. Unfortunately, I am just a minor character and have no choice. I am not as carefree as Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan. It is not that I am unwilling to become sworn brothers, it is that I cannot. Of course they could not become sworn brothers. Once they became sworn brothers, swearing in front of Mountain Pledge Gu would be giving others a handle. The simplest way was for Qin Baixing to say that they could not lie to each other. What would happen to Fang Yuan? How could he reject him? So it is like this. Brother naturally understands that you have difficulties that you cannot speak of. Not only do I understand, I can even help brother. Qin Baixing patted his chest and said. While speaking, he still did not give up on investigating Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and thanked him, before turning around and saying to Fairy Li Shan, Fairy, I have another mission this time. I want to borrow Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. I see. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Qin Baixing and hesitated for a moment before saying, Sha Huang, you might not know, but this time, we are heading to Prince Feng Xian's side to invite him to participate in this auction. We are pressed for time. We do not know if Prince's impatience will be angry. Because we are the last to visit him. Qin Baixing, however, said, Prince's impatience is a role model of the righteous path, how can he be so narrow-minded? Anyway, we still have some time to fly there, it is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. No matter, I am not in a hurry to use it. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, in that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should quickly go, we will bid farewell here. Brother Sha Huang, why don't you come with us? It is a rare opportunity to meet Prince's impatience. Qin Baixing invited. How could Fang Yuan dare to meet a rank 8 Gu impatience? Especially when this Prince's impatience already had an investigative immortal Gu, it was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from thieving heaven demon venerable, it was only a mortal killer move, it was not enough in front of an investigative immortal Gu. Fang Yuan rejected Qin Baixing's invitation, watching them fly away and disappear into the horizon, his gaze turned cold. He had experienced Qin Baixing's difficulty in dealing with this time. Compared to the unreasonable Shirley, this person had a nimble mind, who knew how many thoughts had gone through his mind. On the surface, he looked heroic and magnanimous, full of emotions, as if it came from his heart. This acting skill was on par with Fang Yuan. If not for Fang Yuan being an old monster who had been reborn, he might not be able to see Qin Baixing's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, but he can form alliances and influence the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. His methods are truly earth-shattering, he is truly capable. Unfortunately, my luck was bad in my previous life. When the blood mantis was about to appear, I met him on the way and had a huge battle. In the end, I died in that monster's hands. Fang Yuan recalled for a while, before turning around and flying in another direction. Not long after flying, he encountered a group of green ostriches. This kind of bird had a raised back, like a hunchback, its feathers were green and its body was as large as an adult's. They often flew in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of green ostriches was not small, it was a myriad beast group. Fang Yuan did not care, he continued flying forward. The green ostriches discovered Fang Yuan, this prey, and were very excited. They first screeched and quickly approached, but when they got closer, they sensed Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura and immediately dispersed in fear. All living beings had survival instincts to avoid danger, even wild beasts and birds had good eyesight, they would not foolishly court death. If it were Fang Yuan, the first time he stepped into Northern Plains in this life, he would have dug a hole and buried himself in it to hide when he saw the green ostriches from afar. But now, he did not even need to make a move, he directly dispersed this group of green ostriches. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's experience, my cultivation is still much higher than my peers at the same time. At this time in my previous life, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Baining Bing's self-detonation. Ordinary clans are united because of their bloodline, they are extremely xenophobic. I have yet to become a lone demonic Pathgu master, I joined a caravan and often fought at the front lines to earn a living. In his previous life, Fang Yuan moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and after 300 years, Fang Yuan became a rank 5 Gu master in central continent. Only a few decades had passed now, Fang Yuan had already transcended to become an immortal, even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength had reached the upper tier of rank 6. Firstly, the advantage of rebirth was extremely huge. Secondly, Fang Yuan had experienced many dangers, the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth will become greater. The auction in front of me was not something that had happened in my previous life. I hope there will be fewer accidents when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, and my actions will be smoother. With unfamiliar face, Fang Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could never compare to changes. His original plan was to seize Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But first, Shuesongzi and Heiqing conspired and alerted the enemy, then Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts were mysterious, even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. Another plan was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But now that they were captured by Qin Baixing and were being watched by almost all the Northern Plains Gu immortals, how could Fang Yuan kill them? After these two plans succeeded, the third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But now that the situation was like this, Fang Yuan controlled the tribe, he could only take the risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was risky. While flying, Fang Yuan thought about his plan to join Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he encountered many bird groups. They were all dispersed by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he encountered a desolate beast flying snake. Fang Yuan did not want to delay his journey, so he avoided it. Northern Plains was huge, having over 800 million km2 of land, more than 10 times the area of Earth. But the place where Fang Yuan appeared was not far from his destination. After flying for half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. Rather than calling Kumu Mountain a mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a gigantic tree that towered into the clouds. 23WX would name Old Earth. Old Earth would have an extremely long lifespan. This old Earth would already had over 1 million years of history. From Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era to Red Dust Demon Venerable, to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's death, it was still alive. When it was flourishing, the dense green leaves covered the sky and earth, and produced countless fresh fruits. On its thick branches, unique tree fields could be created. During its glorious years, it was usually occupied by the strongest Gu immortals of Northern Plains, or by the strongest forces. But as the river of time continued to wash away the greenery, the thick tree walls started to turn mottled. The glory dissipated, and the wind became silent. The old earthwood that had once caused countless great experts to fight for it, causing them to bleed and even die, finally ushered in its lonely old age. The withered and smooth tree trunk seemed to only be able to reflect the past prosperity from the shadows of the trees that shrouded an area. Right now, the old earthwood's trunk had already withered to death, only a small portion of the branches still had traces of life. From a rare treasure that everyone fought for, it had become an ancient monument that everyone admired. It was like a hunched giant, sitting on the ground obediently, waiting for the end of its lifespan. Fang Yuan came here naturally not to admire the old earth wood, but for the immortal zombie that lived on it. This immortal zombie was a Woodpath Gu immortal. His name was Gu Yi. If Fang Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he first needed an immortal zombie's introduction. Fang Yuan had already inquired about Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi. It was not because he was special, it was purely because he was the closest to this place. As he got closer to the old earth wood, Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, but Gu Yi did not appear. He could not help but frown, this Gu Yi's vigilance was too low. Finally, when he arrived at the old earth wood, Fang Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord here? I am Sha Huang." His voice reverberated throughout the old earth tree, causing the withered leaves to fall one after another. From the depths of the old earth wood, a figure shot out. "Why is there someone else? Do you really think that I, Gu Yi, am a pushover?" His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was withered and yellow, tall and thin, like an old log. The exposed skin had wood patterns, it was the body of a rotten wood immortal zombie. Gu Yi was stunned when he saw Fang Yuan, and the anger on his face dissipated. His tone was hesitant as he said, "You are?" "I am Sha Huang." Recently, he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. I want to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if old D-City Lord can recommend me. Fang Yuan bowed and went straight to the point, stating his purpose. Ah, so you are a newbie that wants to join Zombie Alliance. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Gu Ye's expression changed as he hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile. I thought, forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Since we are all in the same boat, please come in. Please come in. Fang Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Ye's lead, they passed through countless thick branches and rotten leaves, arriving at the depths of the old earth wood's branches. There was a city here. It was a wooden city carved from the branches of the old earth wood. It had a unique style. Countless wooden houses were stacked on top of each other, tall and short. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant, they could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is old D-City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead, there is no meaning to it. Brother Sha calls me old D-City Lord, hee, the name is no longer true. Gu Yi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of woodpath resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fang Yuan nodded, casually agreeing, that's true. Gu Yi sighed deeply. If I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance, you must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the old Earthwood mission. Fang Yuan had already noticed that Gu Yi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen, it was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fang Yuan asked. Brother. You have just become an immortal zombie, you do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Gu Yi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old earth would shook violently, withered leaves flew everywhere, even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, surnamed Gu, come out, this divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier, his eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tiandu again. Boom, another rumble of thunder. The old earth would shook violently again, its branches and leaves fell like a storm. A large number of exquisite wooden houses collapsed, raising dust and smoke. Another Gu immortal shouted from outside, Gu Yi, right, come out, I am sure Ho, come out, I have something to discuss with you. The moment he said that, there was another loud explosion. The old earth would let out a worrisome groan. Looking at this situation, it seemed like the other party would not give up until Gu Yi appeared. Gu Ye's expression was extremely ugly, he clenched his fists and breathed in deeply, forcing a smile at Fang Yuan. Brother Sha, take a seat, I will be back soon. No problem, I will go with you. Fang Yuan said. A wisp of a moved expression surged onto Gu Ye's face, and he cupped his hands and thanked sincerely. Then thank you, brother. The two walked out of the old earth wood and saw two rank 6 Gu immortals floating in the sky. One was tall and muscular with bronze skin, lightning coiled around his body, he was Divine Lord Tiandu. The other was tall and muscular with messy hair, he held a skull in his hand, he was sure Ho. Seeing Fang Yuan, Divine Lord Tiandu was slightly stunned before smiling, to think that Gu Yi had a helper. But it is a pity, he is still an immortal zombie. He did not conceal his disdain towards immortal zombies. You. Guyi was furious, he was about to speak. Divine Lord Tiandu waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not waste time with you, I know you still have wilted essence. My friend here has an immortal yuan stone, he will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. You want to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence with an immortal yuan stone, why don't you just rob me? Guyi stomped his feet in anger as he shouted. I can rob you, but because you are Divine Lord's friend, I have to give you some face. Shirho snickered, his attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he had Guyi in his grasp. You two are shameless, you are robbers. Guyi stared with wide eyes, he was about to explode from anger. But he did not make a move. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party was 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, while he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, his blessed land was dead, he only had a dozen or so immortal yuan stones. Even though he had the strength to fight, what would happen after that, not to mention whether he could defeat them, even if he did, his green grape immortal essence would be greatly depleted, he could not replenish it with his blessed land, he could only use immortal yuan stones. After fighting this battle, he would be completely bankrupt. Guyi was filled with worries, he looked at Feng Yuan who was beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho were also paying attention to Feng Yuan. Tiandu Divine Lord had extorted Guyi many times before, he knew Guyi's background, but did not know Feng Yuan's origin. And it seemed that Feng Yuan was a helper that Guyi had invited. Why would Feng Yuan help Guyi for no reason? His gaze flickered, he showed hesitation as he asked Guyi with a weak voice, Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? They are forcefully buying it, is Zombie Alliance not going to do anything about it? Seeing Feng Yuan's hesitation, Guyi lost all hope, he sighed deeply, Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford this price. When leader was around, it was still fine, but now, sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little brother, after you join the zombie union, you will slowly understand. Is that so? Feng Yuan's face showed shock, disappointment, and worry for his future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho looked at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. So this new immortal zombie wants to join Zombie Alliance. It seems that the extortion succeeded again. The two transmitted to each other. Sure enough, as they expected, Guyi had no choice but to accept their offer. In the end, 1 immortal yuan stone was used to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Ha ha ha, let's have a pleasant transaction. Guyi, next time you ask for a helper, you should at least ask a living person. The two laughed loudly and left. Feng Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho's disappearing figures, he retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Guyi who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, Brother Gu. I wonder, how many times has this happened? Guyi's sorrowful expression faded slightly, he patted Feng Yuan's shoulder and consoled him, not too many times. It is just that Qin Baixing's auction is about to be held, some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event. Feng Yuan did not stand up for him, but Guyi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place, the sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Feng Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Guyi was even more certain, Feng Yuan's situation was similar to his, or even worse, he was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Feng Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression, in Guyi's eyes, was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Guyi did not suspect him, he looked at the immortal yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal yuan stone was the price that Shirho and Divine Lord Tiandu had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal yuan stone in his hand, look, even though Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho are strong, they are wary of the zombie alliance behind us, they still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth 1 immortal yuan stone? Feng Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Guyi smiled. His smile was very bitter, it was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. He looked at Fang Yuan. It was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Brother Xia. You have also reached this step now. You also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie blessed lands are dead, we cannot manage them, we cannot produce immortal essence. To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living Gu immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Gu Ye's words were meaningful. Pay? Fang Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course. To invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal Yuan stones. This was just the starting price, the exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal Yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal Yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money, or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Gu Yi spoke, he raised the immortal Yuan stone in his hand slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie blessed lands were already dead, it was hard to manage and generate income, they had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often, they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fang Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence, he could only use immortal Yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with He Qing, his finances almost collapsed and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, his immortal aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Even more fortunate was that he obtained Wisdom Gu's help. The benefits of using the light of wisdom were enormous. First, he transacted with the land spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe and got Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. Next, he used the light of wisdom to create Air Sac Gu, Sold Guts Gu, and even made Crane Gate Compromise, greatly improving his living environment. If I didn't have these things, I might be in the same miserable situation as Gu Yi. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he showed a look of realization and took a step back, cupping his fists and bowing. Brother Gu, I have learned a lot. Gu Yi shook his head. I don't need to explain these principles, you will understand them after some time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance first. Fang Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the branches of the old earth wood, and saw that exquisite and beautiful wooden city again. Gu Yi led the way, arriving at the large plaza at the center of the wooden city. The plaza was in ruins, from the shattered tiles, the surrounding ruined flower beds, and the already dried-up fountain, one could see a trace of its former prosperity. Gu Yi and Fang Yuan stood at the center of the plaza. Rise. Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence, and the plaza's ground immediately lit up. The thick ground became translucent, like a huge piece of jade. Light flowed in the jade, and the figures of countless Gu worms danced in the air. At the same time, from Gu Ye's body, a large number of mortal Gu flew out. They were mostly rank 5 space path Gu and rank 4 wood path Gu. These Gu worms flew above Fang Yuan's head, spinning rapidly in the air like tornadoes. In the dim environment, they gradually drew out colorful lights. Gu Yi continued to move, these lights increased rapidly, and soon, the sky above Fang Yuan's head was a vast expanse of dark blue. Tens of thousands of mortal Gu, with some mystical pattern, their abilities were ingeniously combined together, superimposing on each other and amplifying each other, finally forming a kind of power. This is a top-tier mortal killer move that our Zombie Alliance developed. It is called Green Crystal Hero Path. It can travel over 100,000 li, directly connecting the old Earth Wood and Zombie Alliance. You know, we immortal zombies are Gu immortals after all, our bodies are covered in Dao marks, ordinary methods cannot transport us. Gu Yi explained at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan nodded. Although immortal zombies had low battle strength, which led to their low status and rigid thinking, most of their foundation still remained. Especially when immortal zombies were in the same situation, they could put aside their prejudices and cooperate more than ordinary goo immortals. Thus, it was not strange for him to develop a top-tier mortal killer move. Gu Yi continued, I took care of the myriad poison date tree in the Zombie Alliance for 2 years. Only then did he have enough Zombie Alliance contribution points to exchange for the green crystal heroic path. Oh, by the way, you still don't know. Brother Xia, in the future, if you want to choose a mission outside, the Zombie Alliance has set the first condition. Grasping green crystal hero path killer move. Only like this can you communicate with the Zombie Alliance at any time. They didn't have fixed immortal travel or starry door. He did not have moving perspective goo either. Ordinary goo immortals could not use connecting heaven goo or whole earth goo to communicate with their dead apertures. Because connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo were mortal goo, the reason why they could connect blessed lands and grotto heavens was because the two small worlds were silently contributing the heavenly power of heaven and earth. The immortal zombies' blessed lands and grotto heavens were already dead, they were unable to use the power of heaven and earth. To set up connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo, goo immortals from both sides had to agree. That was the only way. Only then would the immortal aperture contribute heaven and earth power. If it was secretly set up, without the power of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to connect. If he used connecting heaven goo or whole earth goo, if it was set up in the 5 regions, it would not be able to be used. Ah, so green crystal hero path killer move is so important. Hearing Gu Ye's explanation, Fang Yuan showed some envy on his face. Gu Ye caught sight of Fang Yuan's expression. He felt refreshed. The anger and grief from forcefully buying it earlier had also eased up by a lot. Happiness usually came from comparison. At once, Gu Ye felt that Fang Yuan was even more pleasing to the eye. A thick beam of green light shot into the sky from the dense, withered, and yellow branches of the underground world tree. A moment later, over 100,000 li away, in Dark Flow City. At the southeast corner of the plaza, a dark green pillar of light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza. It illuminated the surroundings, turning the surroundings green. Strong winds blew, the iron hanging lanterns in the plaza shook and creaked. The light quickly dissipated, Gu Ye and Fang Yuan appeared in the originally empty plaza. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here for long. Gu Ye composed himself and started walking, with Fang Yuan following closely behind. This huge city called Shadow Flow was completely black, and it was like a primeval beast that was quietly entrenched on the ground. The sun was setting in the west, there was still light. But Dark Flow Giant City was emitting dense darkness from every brick and tile, turning the surrounding 1,000 li into darkness. Especially towards the center, the closer they got to Dark Flow Giant City, the denser the darkness. Fang Yuan and Gu Ye walked in, not seeing a single person along the way. On both sides of the long street, there were street lamps every few hundred steps. But these street lamps were emitting weak yellow light, they could only illuminate tens of steps. Between the street lamps, there was a long stretch of darkness, making the giant city seem even more dark and empty. The huge Dark Flow City was like an empty city. But indistinctly, there were still some noises coming from below the giant city. This is our Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Northern Plains, it is as large as a mountain. It has 7 floors, the bottom 5 are the residences of mortal goo masters, they are very lively. The next floor is for people who have some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor has a discussion hall, where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed all year round. Gu Ye explained at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan nodded, not surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization with only immortal level members, it included mortal goo masters. It was just that these goo masters mostly walked the dark path, nurturing corpses, controlling corpses, and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, but did not see anyone, they arrived at the door of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 tall stone statues, they were even taller and stronger than Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan looked carefully, squinting his eyes as he found that these 2 stone statues were not simple. You also found it strange? This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move rock skin coffin, inside it are not ordinary zombies, they are immortal zombies. Guyi said this, his tone turning gloomy. Yin Lu Gong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the leader left Northern Plains, he appointed 3 Vice City Lords. He is one of them. He can control immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lu Gong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name in his mind. He did not have this name in his previous life's memories. But just based on Yin Lu Gong's ability to control immortal zombies to fight, it was worth paying attention to. In my previous life, when I rose up, it was already 300 to 400 years later. During this time, there were many heroes, but because of various reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was vigilant, he was not careless at all. You push the door. Guyi suddenly moved to the side. As long as you can push this door open, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan silently stretched out his arms and placed them on the door. With a light push, he pushed the door open a crack. Immediately, over 20 sharp, gloomy, or lifeless gazes shot towards Fang Yuan through the crack. Fang Yuan purposely had a slight change in expression. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open completely. Central Continent. White egrets were flying in the sky, the weather was good. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Combat Immortal Sect were gathered in the sky. According to Monkey King's request for help, this should be the place. Xianxia looked around and said. He was dressed in a green robe, his body was tall and his eyes were deep like an ancient lake, without any ripples. There is nothing strange about this place, the Grotto Heaven crack mentioned in the letter has already closed. But to confirm this place, we will need Divine Mother's method. Dali Lord Ming, he who was dressed in a white robe, said, looking at the person beside him. Beside him was a female Gu immortal. She had a dignified and beautiful appearance, wearing a golden robe and emitting a dignified aura. She was a space path Gu immortal, called Divine Mother Ju Kong. She was the oldest among the 3 immortals, having lived for over 900 years. Divine Mother Ju Kong closed her eyes, quietly using some mysterious method. Her aura was still calm, without any obvious fluctuations. After a while, she opened her eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. It is indeed here, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is here. The other 2 immortals heard this and their spirits rose. Back then, 7-Star Child was not famous, but he cultivated to this stage without anyone knowing. He even allowed his Grotto Heaven to devour a fragment of blue sky. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven still exists until now. Amazing. Xianxia sighed. Since the immemorial antiquity era, the Gu Master World had a total of 9 heavens. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black, they formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Renzu's children. Until now, only black and white heavens were left, alternating with each other. 7-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past and secretly devoured a fragment of blue sky. This allowed his Grotto Heaven to still exist and not become a dead aperture. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was also a world. Worlds could naturally devour each other. The most famous example was Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 8 Gu Immortal Daoist many treasures. He unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of yellow sky. Therefore, after he integrated it into his own Grotto Heaven, Jewel Yellow Skies was formed. After Jewel Yellow Skies was formed, it immediately became different and stood tall until today. Once the Grotto Heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, it will gain many benefits. Not only would it produce some unpredictable magical effects. The power of the immortal apertures heaven and earth was endless. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were greatly weakened, to the point where they had completely disappeared. If I could get my hands on a fragment world like this, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep, Dali Lord Ming, he said enviously. Come on, Fate River. Raise your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a rank 8 Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven has the possibility of devouring a 9 heavens fragment world. Xianxia smiled. Hearing this, Dali Lord Ming, he nodded. He smiled bitterly. I also want to reach rank 8, but I have no confidence in passing the second Grand Tribulation. Thinking about how a rank 8 Gu Immortal has to go through a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, I shudder. As for the 10,000 tribulations that are even more terrifying than the Great Tribulations, I simply cannot imagine it. Perhaps only a fellow like Shirley would not be afraid. Blessed lands had blessings, but heaven and earth needed to be balanced. Thus, calamities and tribulations would descend once in a while. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, heavenly tribulations were often used to measure a Gu immortal's cultivation level. Feng Yuan was a second heavenly tribulation expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu immortal passes 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A grand tribulation every 100 years. Xianxia and Valley Lord Ming He were first grand tribulation experts. Divine Mother Ju Kong was one level higher than them. She had second grand tribulation cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, there were no earthly calamities, but a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were many times more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Gu immortals were known as beyond redemption. The difficulty of passing tribulations was extremely high. Thus, the 9 heavens fragment became even more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the Gu Master Great World. Calamities and tribulations would only descend on immortal aperture worlds like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had never appeared in the 5 regions or the 9 heavens. After a grotto heaven devours a 9 heavens fragment, from a certain perspective, it would become a part of the Gu Master Great World. Thus, the scale and power of calamities and tribulations would be greatly reduced. The Gu immortal would die but the grotto heaven would not. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child had already become an immortal zombie, but the grotto heaven was still intact. If the 9 heavens fragment that was devoured was too big, the calamities and tribulations would disappear. For example, Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. There had never been any calamities or tribulations. It had become the largest trading market in the Gu immortal world. Devouring a 9 heavens fragment has many benefits indeed. But don't forget, there is a flaw in this. Even if you only devour a bit of a 9 heavens fragment, it will be tainted by the aura of the great world. Once the grotto heaven is devoured, it cannot be taken back into the body. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded. Xianxia nodded, agreeing. In short, devouring a 9 heavens fragment means the Gu immortal will lose their freedom. They can only stay in their immortal aperture world for the rest of their lives, unable to move about outside. Such a loss can be said to be disastrous. But if there is a 9 heavens fragment in front of me, I would rather choose this fragment. That's right. Valley Lord Ming He agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to pass. Sometimes I even want to become an immortal zombie. At least, there would be no calamities or tribulations in their land of death. Alright, let's get down to business. We have purposely dawdled these days. That Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming He fell into silence. Xianxia laughed lightly. After we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind. Immortal Gu aura surged out. Open. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the 3 Gu immortals could see the scene inside. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Xianxia went in first. Next was Valley Lord Minghe, and finally Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Xianxia and Valley Lord Minghe showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression turned solemn. Her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered, entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting. Space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment? Yes. Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Minghe recalled. But it is not strange. How can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Xianxia said. Divine Mother Ju Kong snorted coldly. At most, it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch, Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness. Even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, "I am Xia Huang, greetings to my comrades." Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation, we need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said. He was a fatty, 6 meters tall, the same height as Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was bronze, his stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fang Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind: flesh bronze zombie body, Yin Lu Gong. When Fang Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Li Shan. The immortal zombie Guyi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted. Guyi greets Lord Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng. Fang Yuan also quickly said, "Greetings to Lord Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng." Saying so, he looked at Guyi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Guyi smiled at him. Yin Lu Gong sat on the main seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright. He had an ugly expression. His fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quanweng. He was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. "Xia Huang, is that your real name?" Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke. His voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate and become a Gu immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Xia Huang is the name I gave myself on the 2nd day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status, will I use my previous name." Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone, their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies, there was no change to their dreams. The door of the discussion hall had an extraordinary origin. It was created by the predecessor who had created Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was unknown, but the method he used was truly ingenious. The door was covered in all kinds of Dao marks, some even guessed that it was an expendable immortal Gu. Only Northern Plains immortal zombies could obtain the acknowledgement of this door and easily open it. If they were not Northern Plains immortals, their immortal aperture worlds would contain the heaven and earth chi of other regions. They would be sent flying the moment they touched it. If they were Northern Plains Gu immortals and not immortal zombies, this door would be heavier than a mountain. They would not be able to open it no matter how hard they tried. Even though Fang Yuan grew up in southern border, after coming to Northern Plains, he had already adapted to Northern Plains environment. He had also become an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door could not obstruct him. Dark Flow Giant City had been expanded countless times in history, but this door had always been preserved. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members were very confident in this door. Hearing Huang Quanweng's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan softened. Yin Lu Gong nodded slowly. "Huang Quanweng is right, please take a seat, we can discuss this matter. Also, give Guyi a merit." He recommended a new member. According to the rules, it will be counted as 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending new members would have benefits, but after hearing this news, he immediately turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi felt embarrassed, it was like he was taking advantage of him. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. "Come, Brother Xia, sit beside me." Everyone saw this scene, their impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance deepened even further. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat in a circle. They were almost in a circle. Only the direction of the discussion hall's door was empty, a path was formed. The rest of the space was filled with seats. These seats were not just one row. They were divided into 3 rows from the bottom to the top. The bottom row could only accommodate rank 6 immortal zombies, it had the most people. The middle row was for rank 7 immortal zombies, there were only a few of them. The highest row was empty. There was no one, only rank 8 immortal zombies could sit here. Gu Yi passionately pulled Fang Yuan to his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will sitting there. He looked exactly like Gu Yi. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yi absorbed the will into his mind and immediately gestured for Fang Yuan to sit down. "We don't have to attend every meeting. If we can't get away, we'll send a will to attend in place of our main bodies. Does Brother Xia have wisdom path Gu worms? If you don't have one, I can give you one." Gu Yi asked in a low voice. Of course, Fang Yuan replied. He showed his ignorance towards Zombie Alliance, but he did not want the immortal zombies to think that he was a complete newbie. The use of wisdom path Gu worms was common knowledge to Gu immortals. Of course he wanted to know. Fang Yuan answered as he sat on Gu Yi's left. There was no one on either side of Gu Yi. There are so many seats. The immortal zombies were all scattered around. Although there were more than 20 of them, most of them were wills, and only a few of them were in their true bodies. Seeing that both Fang Yuan and Gu Yi had taken their seats, Yin Lugong coughed lightly and said, "Alright, let's begin the discussion. First, of course, we will discuss the necessary matters." Saying, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A flash of light suddenly rose up from the center of the round space. It turned into a volcano. This volcano was a little strange, it was very short. It was like a gourd, shaking intensely and spewing out hot lava from time to time. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted, I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter, we have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lugong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Gu Yi took the initiative to introduce to Fang Yuan, the flame cauldron is an excellent place for Gu refinement, it is especially good at refining fire path Gu worms. In the history of our Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal Gu in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our Zombie Alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused, it has only been used by the leader a few times, it has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued, the flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center, it is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the fire path immortal zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this fire path immortal zombie also needs a refinement path foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the Gu formation inside the flame cauldron, otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fang Yuan understood. They needed fire path cultivation level and refinement path attainment, in this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while, their gazes turned to a certain will in the hall. Yin Lugong broke the silence, he looked at this will and said, in the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our Zombie Alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you, a fire virtue craftsman. Fire virtue, what do you think? This red will pondered for a while before saying, my cultivation level is still low, I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little. Yin Lugong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Fire Virtue replied. Alright, let's move on to the second task. Yin Lugong did not waste time, he changed the topic. A Xianxia octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. Some time ago, Dr. Xian and Landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If we can chase this beast away, we will get 1,000 contribution points. If we can kill this beast, we will get 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure he wanted to take was deep in Earth Trench. It was guarded by a group of Xianxia octopuses. This treasure. This was the main reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. On the circular empty ground, the image of a volcano eruption changed. It turned into an octopus monster that was wreaking havoc in Earth Trench. The huge tentacles danced in the air, setting off huge waves of black oil. Looking at this image, the discussion hall was even quieter than before. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not to mention the fact that ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Immortal zombies themselves could not compare to ordinary Gu immortals, they had more considerations. An intense battle would be more risky. If they could not gain an advantage, they might lose everything. Even if they won, they would need to look at the profits before and after the battle. If they won the battle but lost in terms of business, they might as well not fight. The immortal zombies here were all astute. Seeing that no one responded, Yin Lugong turned to Dragon Commander Yicha. Dragon Commander, this Xianxia octopus is suitable for your business, why don't you accept this task? But Dragon Commander Yicha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I will not hide it from you, I have already received Qin Baixing's invitation to participate in the auction. There are 1 or 2 things that I have been pursuing for many years but could not obtain. At such a crucial moment, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to pay 600 contribution points. Add it to this task. Once he said that, the gazes of many rank 6 immortal zombies shined. They had to kill this Xianxia octopus. For rank 6 immortal zombies, it was not easy. But to defeat it, as long as several rank 6 immortal zombies worked together, it was not difficult. But for this task, the reward of 1,000 contribution points was split among them. It was a little thin. Right now, Dragon Commander Yicha was paying from his own pocket, adding another 600 contribution points. This moved some people. It was true that fighting an ancient desolate beast was risky. But as long as there were enough benefits, the risk would not be a problem. Immediately, 3 groups expressed that they could accept this task. The first 2 groups were made up of several rank 6 immortal zombies. The last group was made up of a rank 7 immortal zombie. After a round of discussion, this task was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome task was finally taken by someone, Yin Lugong let out a sigh of relief. Next is the final necessary task. It involves Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He quickly thought of the 5 regions' chaotic war in his previous life, that huge and glorious flying boat that rampaged through the battlefield. Gu Yi, who was beside him, explained in a soft voice, "You just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal Gu house in history, it has great power." Previously, a Northern Plains lone cultivator obtained the complete recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, but he did not have the ability to refine it, so he could only sell it. The leader wanted to buy the recipe, he spent a huge price and has already bought most of the recipes. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader is really ambitious. Immortal Gu houses were more comprehensive than immortal killer moves. This was the symbol of a super force. Basically, every super force had an immortal Gu house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader wanted an immortal Gu house, he wanted to raise Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to the level of a super force. There is a problem now. Yin Lugong said in a low voice, that Gu immortal who sold the divine boat recipe broke the agreement, he does not want to transact with us anymore. He wants to sell the entire recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the core immortal Gu recipes, at the auction to sell for a good price. How should our zombie alliance deal with this? The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other again. Another auction. These last days, I have been extorted repeatedly because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of resentment, but it was not Guyi. This Gu immortal is quite daring, he is just a lone cultivator, but he actually broke the agreement of our zombie alliance. Kill him, we must kill him, otherwise, if news of this spreads, our zombie alliance will lose all face. Even though zombie alliance is weaker than a super force, we are not someone a lone cultivator can bully. The immortal zombies shouted, most of them wanted to fight. The lone cultivator who sold the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was only rank 6 and had no background. Eventually, Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to find and kill this person, to restore Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was to get the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. In fact, Zombie Alliance had already obtained most of it, only a few core immortal goo recipes were left, as well as the secret to how to use goo worms together. Flame Cauldron, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat, these 3 important matters were settled, the discussion hall's atmosphere relaxed. Yin Lu Gong pointed at the table, next, we will discuss the other missions. His finger tapped on the table, emitting a loud sound. The image of the empty space in front of the immortal zombies changed again, turning into 4 square pillars. On each side of the thick square pillar, there were densely packed characters swimming about. Everyone, do you have any missions that you have not handed in? Yin Lu Gong asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Missions could be handed in at any time, they did not have to wait until the public discussion. Although Guyi did not want to do the mission of guarding the old earth wood, the time limit was not up yet, handing in the mission in advance would deduct a lot of contribution points. Very well, then report the missions. Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became lively. The voices became noisy, goo recipes related to goo refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising certain goo worms, finding certain information. There were many types of them. Fang Yuan also spoke, requesting to purchase the method to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. This action caused many people to laugh at him. Brother Shah. You have not sworn an oath. You do not have a Zombie Alliance token or contribution points, how can you issue a mission? Guyi reminded him. Is that so? Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious. After the discussion ends, I will bring you to get your token. This token can also be used to record your contributions to Zombie Alliance. Also, your request is the wish of all of us immortal zombies. There is no need to specially request for it, look at the few missions at the top. Guyi pointed at the constantly changing images. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw a few missions at the top of the mission board. One of them had a larger font than the others. Selling the history of Zombie Alliance. Research on how to get rid of an immortal zombie and obtain a new life. Fang Yuan read it word by word. There's a price tag there. However, even the smallest achievement requires 20 contribution points to exchange for it. Guyi was very familiar with this information. In fact, every immortal zombie was extremely familiar with the contents of this mission. Why did so many immortal zombies join Zombie Alliance? Wasn't it to find a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive? Zombie Alliance's original intention seemed to be to research how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance that revived because of these fruits? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors. I think so. Guya's tone was also uncertain. I think so? Fang Yuan frowned. You should know that many of the research results here are worth at least 1,000 contribution points each. Only then can you exchange for them. And after you officially join the alliance, you have to sign a contract that you cannot casually sell these research results. Guyi laughed bitterly and said. He saw Fang Yuan's frown deepen and said, you don't have to worry about anything, at least I can guarantee it. None of the research results here were fake or fake. I exchanged for one before, it was indeed very useful. If you can obtain these results, you will be standing on the foundation of our predecessors, you will be able to save a lot of hard work. Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance. They understood the psychology of their members very well. They used the research results as a lure to entice their members. Almost all immortal zombies would fall for it. Even if immortal zombies exchanged for many research results, as long as they were not revived, they would have to continue working for Zombie Alliance. What was even more amazing was that Zombie Alliance left a trace of hope for immortal zombies. Even if this research result is not good, maybe the next research result can help me get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the price was set very high, requiring a large number of contribution points to exchange for most of the research results. But thankfully, the inheritance in the Earth Trench was left behind by an immortal zombie-grade expert. Among them was a research result regarding the rebirth of immortal zombies. In my previous life, Northern Plains immortal zombies benefited from this and their battle strength rose rapidly. There was even a period of time when Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was sealed off. It was even stronger than Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's main goal in entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was that inheritance. As for working hard step by step and using contribution points to exchange for the research results of Zombie Alliance's missions, Fang Yuan was not interested. After all, it took too much time and effort. After a long while, the discussion hall gradually calmed down. All the immortal zombies reported their missions and gave out their contribution points and rewards. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image on the empty ground. Some were looking around, some were thinking with their eyes closed. Yin Lu Gong continued to host. Next, we will issue the missions. One by one, don't be noisy. First is to feed the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I will do it. I will accept this mission. I also want to compete for it this time. Yin Lu Gong had just finished speaking when several immortal zombies immediately spoke up, competing for this mission. Guyi explained to Fang Yuan in a soft voice, the Half Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast. It is not easy to feed. But now, its pregnancy is about to end and it is about to give birth to a crescent moon Qilin. This small Qilin is a desolate beast the moment it is born. After it grows up, it will become an ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin. Many of our Zombie Alliance members have been targeting this advantage for a long time. They all want to get close to the crescent moon Qilin and establish a close relationship with it. Then, they will pay contribution points. So that's it. Fang Yuan finally understood the reason. No wonder everyone was fighting for it. The Half Moon Qilin only needed to be raised carefully. After it matures, it would become an ancient desolate beast with battle strength on par with rank 7 Gu immortals. Even Fang Yuan's heart palpitated at this moment. But he was only moved. He had just arrived and had a secret goal. Blind competition. Attracting unnecessary hostility and attention wouldn't do him any good. Regarding the feeding of the Half Moon Qilin, everyone fought over it. Eventually, Yin Lu Gong lowered the contribution points for this mission to 300, causing others to sigh and give up. The only victor stood out. Feeding the Half Moon Qilin. This was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin threw a tantrum, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, some even got injured. Most importantly, the Qilin was in extreme pain when giving birth. It would wreak havoc in the surroundings to distract them. This process was even more dangerous. Just 300 contribution points made most immortal zombies want to retreat. And even if the crescent moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie that fed it would only establish a connection first. At most, they would be taking advantage of it. The true competition would depend on the bidding of both sides. After the feeding of the Half Moon Qilin, it was time to collect the Rui fungi. The Rui fungi are collected between Zombie Alliance and Lu tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungi mature, it is time to collect them. They are split between the two forces. But Lu tribe is powerful, they will bully us more or less. This is the difficulty of this mission. We need a strong immortal zombie to hold the fort. But we cannot be too domineering. Guyi explained. With Guyi by his side, Fang Yuan gained a lot of convenience. This mission was quite popular. It ended up in Granny Yuan's hands. This old immortal zombie not only had rank 7 cultivation, she also had a close relationship with Lu tribe. With her around, Lu tribe could not be too domineering. Next is the request from the Super Force Xiao tribe. They want our Zombie Alliance to send out another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to research. To modify his healing immortal goo. The reward for this mission is quite considerable, Yin Lugong said. Yin Lugong said. The immortal zombies all had an indescribable strange expression on their faces. Being studied by others was more or less a little damaging to one's self-esteem and a little embarrassing. But firstly, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Secondly, the reward for this mission was very generous. Everyone looked at each other, not speaking. Yin Lugong had expected this situation. He smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if you, Sha Huang, are interested in this mission? Fang Yuan shook his head, forcing a smile, not interested. He had too many secrets, just his 2 apertures alone could not be exposed easily. Yin Lugong nodded, he did not try to persuade him. But his motive, other than probing Fang Yuan's character and foundation, was to instigate others. As expected, several immortal zombies quickly said that they wanted to accept this mission. These people continued to compete, but they did not speak loudly, they were all low and expressionless. After all, it was a loss of face to be used as research material by others. Guyi came to Fang Yuan's side and whispered. Fang Yuan knew about these immortal zombies, they were all low-level immortal zombies, they did not have a good life. Thus, between dignity and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all kinds, there were many of them. There was a mission to return an immortal Gu to the Super Force Yuan clan. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had lent an immortal Gu to Yuan clan. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, he had instructed Zombie Alliance to return the immortal Gu. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline, they did not return the immortal Gu. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal Gu, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. Yin Lugong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups, and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce Guts Gu. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead aperture blessed land, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, to other Gu immortals, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material, it had a huge market. Earth trenches black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into earth trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus, almost everyone fought for it. Fang Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter earth trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived, he did not have a Zombie Alliance token, it was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and the Refinement Path Convention, he did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. The black oil itself is expensive, but for immortal zombies, because it can delay the collapse of the blessed land, its value is even higher. Fang Yuan pondered, he also coveted the black oil. As his blessed land continued to collapse and disintegrate, it had shrunk by a lot. The black oil was also suitable for him. However, to obtain this black oil, he had to go through the Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was situated above the entrance of Earth Trench. Zombie Alliance's greatest force was stationed here. Although the Zombie Alliance delivered a large amount of black oil every year, there were fixed sellers. There were few goods, but the demand was high, it was a seller's market, just like the Guts Gu business. Thus, in this aspect, Fang Yuan could not interfere. Although he had formed an alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, his force was too small and could not compare to a super force. If that's the case, I'll have to take action from within the zombie alliance. Accepting this mission is one way. Fang Yuan secretly memorized the mission of gathering black oil. The meeting continued. In the meeting hall, the light was dim. There were more than 20 immortal zombies. Even though most of them were wills left here, the Yin energy was still very dense. The entire discussion lasted for a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the entire process and had a general understanding of Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than the super forces. But from many missions, it could be seen that the Righteous Path super forces were tacitly suppressing Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had many collaborations with Demonic Path Gu Immortals, especially Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the Demonic Path headquarters of Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance was a faction that was both good and evil. This position was related to the higher-ups. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. As long as it was an immortal zombie, there was almost no immortal zombie that did not want to be reborn. These immortal zombies came from all levels. When they were alive, they had all sorts of identities. After death, they gathered together because of the same goal. As long as it was related to the goal of rebirth, the Zombie Alliance would be very interested. They would do everything in their power to obtain it. As such, this involved many of the Righteous Path's benefits. Many of the Righteous Path's methods that couldn't see the light of day were frequently used by Zombie Alliance. This also led to another characteristic of the Zombie Alliance, which was that it had many members but a loose structure. The Zombie Alliance had more than 20 members. This number could not even be compared to the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though immortal zombies were usually weaker than living Gu Immortals, their combat strength was slightly weaker. However, with more than 20 members, they had the advantage of numbers. If they truly united, they would have long since become a superpower. However, the threshold to enter the Zombie Alliance was very low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan entering the alliance. The origins of immortal zombies were complicated. It was very difficult to work together. Thus, recently, many immortal zombies were extorted by Gu Immortals. After the meeting ended, Fang Yuan left a malicious message in the meeting hall. Then, he followed Gu Yi to another hall and received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to the Zombie Alliance. Other than the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Gu. It was used for communication, to pass on Zombie Alliance missions, or for members to join. Significant information about a member's withdrawal or death. Gu Yi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fang Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fang Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fang Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Gu Yi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu Immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note: Gu Immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, Wood Path Gu Immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Gu Immortals and Fire Path Gu Immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu Immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie, she did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it: to what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Feng Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Guye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Feng Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Guye still had the mission to protect the old Earth Wood, so he bid farewell to Feng Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Feng Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Feng Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. He knew that if he followed this entrance, the ravine would expand by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. The interior of the Earth Trench could be said to be grand. The space was extremely vast. It was not a problem for it to contain tens of thousands of Dark Flow Giant City. It was also extremely deep. No one in Zombie Alliance had ever explored its true depths. One day, I will go deep inside and take out the inheritance, increasing my foundation and bringing glory to the world. But now is not the time. Feng Yuan thought to himself. Even if he did not become an immortal zombie, he would think of a way to take this inheritance. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze. He quickly flew up and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying for 1,000 li, the darkness that shrouded Dark Flow Giant City gradually dissipated. Feng Yuan could see the light of day again. He changed his direction and flew for over 10,000 li, finally confirming that there was no one following him. He landed in an inconspicuous forest, setting up mortal goo and activating fixed immortal travel. Green light flashed. He vanished on the spot. The mortal goo that were left behind were split up, minimizing the remnant aura of immortal goo. Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for Fairy Li Shan's news, he started to research the Wisdom Path killer move he had, Harboring Malicious Heart. This mortal killer move was not used for offense. It used Wisdom Path methods. Modifying a Gu Immortal's heart, filling it with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and outside, turning it into Malicious Heart. If Malicious Heart was formed, not only would it use all the blood essence in the body, it would also generate a large amount of malicious intent. Moreover, when Feng Yuan used malicious intent to think, the consumption of malicious intent would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even though this mortal killer move was good, it was targeted at ordinary Gu Immortals. As for Feng Yuan, he was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was filled with Strength Path Dao marks. He was not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Most importantly, his blood essence was already dead. He could not use blood essence to nourish the malicious heart, and even transforming it into a malicious heart was a huge obstacle. Harboring Malicious Heart killer move, even though Feng Yuan could not use it. But the theory behind it gave Feng Yuan a lot of inspiration. Especially the contents of the killer move. It was somewhat similar to the killer move that Feng Yuan had obtained earlier. This killer move was obtained from Fairy Li Shan's Poison Breath. Poison Breath was a killer move that could spit out poisonous gas with every breath. After accumulating, it would deal heavy damage to the enemy. And Harboring Malicious Heart. Every beat of the heart could transform blood essence into heart force. Forming malicious intent. There were similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path Gu Immortal, nor do I have a Wisdom Path Foundation. But since there are similarities, I might as well use Wisdom Gu's power to give it a try. Northern Plains. Fengxian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, Rank 8 Gu Immortal Princess Impatience was sitting. Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing were excusing themselves. Go. I have many immortal Gu on me that do not suit my path. I need to exchange them at the auction. You have done a good thing for Northern Plains. You have prevented a lot of fighting and killing. Very good. Princess Impatience let them go. His tone was filled with encouragement. Crown Prince cannot attend the auction. It is the regret of the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Fairy Li Shan said respectfully. Princess Impatience shook his head. There is no other way. I was adjusting my immortal apertures Heaven and Earth Chi earlier, but because of the immortal Gu, I had to come out. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind Prince's impatience, there were two female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow, the other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Prince's Impatience's orders, that cold female Gu immortal stood up and bowed to Prince's Impatience, before saying to Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan, please. We will have to trouble Swordmaster Yulan. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless, they quickly responded. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated sword path, her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong, her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the two, she was silent as she led the way. The three walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait, there is no need to send us off. Qin Baixing said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her, he naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky, it was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 grade experts, we even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Baixing smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an Immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Baixing had a sincere expression of gratitude. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the Immortal Gu. After inspecting it, she placed the Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This matter is done, let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Baixing's Baixing Blessed Land, it was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time, she used Moving Perspective Cups Gu to contact Feng Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing left, in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe, he stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were shining with divine light, under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 Prince's Impatience, there was no pressure on his face or in his heart, it was as if they were equals. But from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Qin Baixing had to bow and scrape to Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience looked at this person, his tone and attitude changed, he was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing, he was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke, Feng Joga, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white robed rank 7 Gu immortal smiled, that is correct. Prince's Impatience frowned, you became an immortal in Central Continent, the heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent, it is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event, Northern Plains Gu immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 Gu immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains Gu immortals are holding back their anger, they want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfeng Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead, it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Prince's Impatience said this, he did not avoid the 2 Gu immortal attendants in the hall. The 2 female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, heard this but their expressions did not change. Feng Joga laughed. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods. As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Princess Impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yulan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female Gu immortal was Lu Yao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then, she looked at Feng Zhouge, who was not far away. It turned out that Feng Zhouge's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yulan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Princess Impatience smiled and exclaimed, not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The Dao marks are also disguised, it looks like they are sword path Dao marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains Gu immortals. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Zhouge answered. So it is, no wonder, no wonder. Princess Impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed, only thieving heaven demon Venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Feng Zhouge nodded, unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. This series of killer moves originates from thieving heaven demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal Gu, 2 of which are transformation path immortal Gu. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw, that is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for familiar face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Feng Zhouge spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Feng Zhouge turned into Swordmaster Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet, they did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Princess Impatience nodded, every rank 9 venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Feng Zhouge smiled proudly, even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Princess Impatience thought of the sparring between him and Feng Zhouge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising, not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power, even rank 8 Gu immortals like us do not want to block it. Feng Zhouge, you live up to your reputation, you truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world. Feng Zhouge bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House, you chose to undergo immortal ascension in Northern Plains and hid for hundreds of years, I truly admire you. Princess Impatience, however, showed a dark expression, he clenched his fists and said hatefully, it is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, don't let me know who it is, otherwise, humph. It turned out that the great Princess Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Princess Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88-point Xianxia Tower, and in order to complete this plan, they did not hesitate to arrange for Princess Impatience to be sent to Northern Plains. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Princess Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-point Xianxia Tower for Central Continent's Gu immortals, they provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Feng Yuan's current life, Princess Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, immortal zombie Feng Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Feng Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had lent Yuan tribe an immortal goo. When Blazing Heaven Demonis left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this immortal goo. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge goo to form an agreement with the land spirit of Xianxia, the land spirit of Xianxia roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil. These coffins were filled with immortal chi. They were pure white like clouds. The surface of the coffins was filled with life and death. They were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping goo immortals were revealed. In every coffin, there was a goo immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 goo immortals. Even though Feng Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives? Feng Yuan's eyes were wide open, his expression was a little exaggerated. The land spirit of Xianxia laughed smugly. He liked to see Feng Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These goo immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve. Feng Yuan took a deep look at the land spirit of Xianxia. In Xianxia blessed land, there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beasts' formation was rather thin. But Xianxia blessed land's true method was likely the land spirit's treasured immortal goo. I have a premonition that the number of immortal goo in this Xianxia blessed land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the immortal goo, or one of the land spirit's immortal killer moves, has the miraculous effect of capturing goo immortals alive. Feng Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading goo immortals had already been captured, only a small portion had died in battle. Feng Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces, like Huahai's 3 immortals, Loner Hongyu, and Gue Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the land spirit of Xianxia that there were Metal Path goo immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path goo immortal Shui Xiong, Wood Path goo immortal Mu Diansong, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 goo immortal Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Feng Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like goo immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Feng Yuan's heart gradually faded, worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Xianxia blessed land again and again, this mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Feng Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side, a thorn in their flesh. Feng Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Feng Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person, he had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit of Xianxia, "You interrogated them and used many methods, did you not gain anything?" The land spirit of Xianxia shrugged, "Nothing. These goo immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack and providing information about Xianxia blessed land. But these 3 goo immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange, their souls were completely destroyed, I could not even find a fragment of their soul." At the end, the land spirit of Xianxia gradually frowned. Feng Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu immortal blessed land. Because of the mountain pledge, land spirit of Xianxia not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Feng Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the immortal killer move Sleeping Cloud Coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you, only then can you successfully unseal the coffin, otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the goo immortal captives. Inside. Before Feng Yuan left, land spirit of Xianxia instructed. Feng Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names, their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path goo immortals, they might have some value as references. Tai Baiyunxing cultivated Cloud Path. Fang Yuan planned to let Tai Baiyunxing take a look at these mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan brought the 13 Gu Immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Fang Yuan had instructed Hu Immortal Land Spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the Rockmen in the Blessed Land, and also brought in some fox groups. Hu Immortal's main body was an enslavement path Gu Immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise desolate beast-level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Fang Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of Guts Gu, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time, it needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator, her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Gu Immortal apertures faced calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move. Although he raised a fox group. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom Gu. He could not think of a similar method for Air Sac Gu. He could only use Guts Gu to indirectly increase the Rockman's scale and sell them. Fang Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The Rockman market was already saturated, how could it be as easy and popular as selling Guts Gu? In the end, Immortal Fox failed. Died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Fang Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be the place where Fang Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Fang Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly, and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch, he would naturally make use of Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. He would slowly accumulate fox groups and raise desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was not anxious, and did not look forward to the profits. After paying attention to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation, Fang Yuan paid attention to Crane Gate and Combat Immortal Sect's latest movements. In name, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate had to pay more attention to it. As for his brother Guyue Fangjing, who was in Crane Gate, Fang Yuan had already thrown him to the back of his mind. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, so what? It was like back on Qingmao Mountain, as long as they did not block his path, he would not even bother to step on them. No time. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and energy to step on them. That younger brother of mine, I'm afraid he's already dead? Fang Yuan guessed. Earlier, Fangjing had used Empathy Immortal Gu to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gained a lot of information unilaterally, he knew Fangjing's situation, he saw Fangjing being in a blood pool with demonic flowers growing all over his body. Recently, Immortal Crane Sect's situation had been mediocre. They successfully resolved Great Heavenly Sword Sect's problem. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a third Gu Immortal, they were preparing to get rid of their status as Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate was a righteous sect, even though their strength far surpassed Great Heavenly Sword Sect, the righteous path had rules, they could not take action forcefully, they could only recruit Gu Immortals from Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they successfully recruited a Gu Immortal from Great Heavenly Sword Sect, who was the third person. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had limited resources, they could barely provide for 2 Gu Immortals, adding a third would be even more difficult. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was enticed by Crane Gate's conditions and joined Crane Gate. Great Heavenly Sword sect lost a crucial person, their strength fell, they no longer had the competence to leave Crane Gate, they could only renew the subordinate contract. However, even though Crane Gate stabilized the situation in the Northwest region, they were suppressed in Reincarnation Battlefield. The Gu Immortal guarding there, Lei Tan, had to return to the sect to recuperate because he was heavily injured. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had fought intensely for countless years to occupy this place. Crane Gate's attention was once again focused on Reincarnation Battlefield. They could not do anything to Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the short term. He Fengyang, who had been in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was also busy recently, trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was no doubt good news to Fang Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time, but to Fang Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals as reinforcements, but when they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry, the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Gutsgu transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general, it could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains. Information obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu Immortals placed great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Fang Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu Immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's surroundings, Fang Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Baiyunqing's letter, and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Baiyunqing was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Baiyunqing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu Immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu Immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the river of time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu Immortal Tai Baiyunqing. It was 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lolan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lolan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities, and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one. But He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems, she would ask Fang Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now, that meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated, there was less than half a month left until the auction. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Gutsgu business still had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Who Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused Poison Breath and the contents of Concealing Evil Heart, forming a brand new incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Breath. With the immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named Immortal Path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the aftereffects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can use Poison Breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times, the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of Wisdom Path and Poison Path attainment. They are a firm foundation. And the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. A few days later, Tai Baiyunxing returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai Baiyunxing laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fang Yuan was curious. Fairy Yu Lu is a servant girl of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivates Earth Path and Water Path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the Blessed Land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Yu Lu Blessed Land? The truth was, Fang Yuan did not think much of Tai Baiyunxing's trip. Tai Baiyunxing's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before immortal Gu." "Oh?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before immortal Gu. Once Tai Baiyunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Baiyunxing continued, "After my man as before immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet, I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Baiyunxing paused for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, He, what important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai Baiyunxing's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." "Oh?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai Baiyunxing would gain something before Fang Yuan did? "What is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai Baiyunxing said, "Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Su Baiman, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Su Baiman had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal Gu called Time Anchor. This Gu could move in the river of time. Make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal Gu, it will have an extremely good effect." When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai Baiyunxing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. "Old Bai, I'm not sure." "Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor Immortal Gu. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory, it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that Time Anchor Immortal Gu has to leave a mark." "That's right. My man as before Immortal Gu can only restore the time to an instant ago." But if used with time ink or immortal goo, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother. You might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Tai Baiyunqing said excitedly. Tai Baiyunqing's words were not false. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, they had a single function. Each was different. Immortal goo were unique, although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using different goo worms together could increase their effectiveness and complement each other's weaknesses. With time ink or immortal goo, man as before immortal goo can indeed break through the time limit. But Fang Yuan shook his head and continued. Using two immortal goo together is not as simple as activating them together. Instead, it requires the assistance of many mortal goo worms, or even immortal goo, to form an immortal killer move. The combination of man as before and time anchor is indeed possible in theory. But you do not have a corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies treated you with great hospitality because they wanted you to help them and contribute man as before, so that they could research an immortal killer move? Tai Baiyunqing nodded, praising, Junior brother, you are a smart person, your guess is very accurate, that is indeed the case. It is a pity, a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. What is a pity? I feel that this method has great hope. Tai Baiyunqing looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. Old Bai, you know, it is already a fact that I became an immortal zombie. Maybe Shark Demon and the others had already used time ink or immortal goo before becoming immortal zombies, and left behind a mark in the river of time. But I did not. Thus, even if this killer move is researched, it is useless to me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Baiyunqing laughed, Junior brother, you are right to worry. But I have good news to tell you, that Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not use time ink or immortal goo to leave a mark in time. Oh? Back then, Su Baiman defeated a strong enemy, although he obtained time ink or immortal goo, he did not know its use. Su Baiman was on the verge of death at that time and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned of it, in order to accompany his wife, he also resolutely turned into an immortal zombie even though he had enough lifespan. After the two became immortal zombies for several years, they finally figured out the origin and usage of time ink or immortal goo. Tai Baiyunqing said. So it was like that. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. It was not uncommon to find out the origin and usage of mysterious immortal goo after obtaining them for several years or even more than a decade. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land, but he did not dare to test their usage recklessly. Fortunately, he had Land Spirit of Xianxia, he was able to figure it out by relying on him. Tai Baiyunqing continued, when the two learned about the usage of time ink or immortal goo, they were filled with regret, but it was already too late. I had the same concerns as you, Junior brother, so I asked them directly during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method, they mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada. Oh? Fang Yuan had a curious expression, mixed with suspicion, is Spring-Autumn Cicada on that mystical goo list? Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Baiyunqing had no suspicions. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not reliable, I mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use time ink or immortal goo, if they had an immortal goo like Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could bring the goo immortal to the river of time. At that time, they could use time ink or immortal goo to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use man as before immortal goo to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought and did not speak. Tai Baiyunqing did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Baiyunqing, they did not know much about Spring-Autumn Cicada, it was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use Spring-Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use time ink or immortal goo at that time? But this method, in theory, is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Goo, to a certain extent, he had grasped Wisdom Goo. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Gu was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Gu was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Gu, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal Gu. For example, viewing past Immortal Gu and Visual Memory Immortal Gu can allow the Gu Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using Viewing Past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old earth would. Using Visual Memory Immortal Gu, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Gu can form the rank 8 Immortal Gu Extreme Forward, which can extract the Gu Immortal's will and observe the river of time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Gu Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Gu to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use Man as Before Immortal Gu to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Gu. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Gu is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Gu that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family, there is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued, that is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time, during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil, with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. Fang Yuan smiled, while you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path Killer moves for you to take a look, don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yunxing received these killer moves, he could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Gu Immortal captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunxing was incredibly shocked. Then, he said with mixed joy and worry, looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you, it is best if He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Qing, it is not good to travel with them now. Fang Yuan said. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common, it existed in southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important, it represented a super force, it was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear, his aura was grand and majestic, he created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair, he was hale and hearty, his movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hand stretched out like a swimming dragon, it was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, the lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples, it was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life, the water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carp stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water, they opened and closed their mouths, they started to speak. Old Yuan, your dance is quite good, it is quite nice. This spear move is quite good, it has the shadow of spear Taoist from back then. This spear move is too much, it is a bit biased. Hearing the carp say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements. He landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, "May I ask why the sweep earlier was biased? You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong, he should eat some water plants to cool it down." The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow, their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct, there were no other colors. People called them true martial carps. They were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth, each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it, he raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. "Can this work?" "No." "Wrong. Old man. You are so stupid." The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time, Yuan clan Gu immortal Yuan-Chi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. "Junior Yuan-Chi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace?" "My lord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan-Chi's greeting was even more respectful. "Oh? There was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching?" The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan-Chi smiled bitterly. "Sir, today is the day of the auction." "Ah? Time passed so quickly." "Brat, you reminded me well. When I return, I will give you a reward. Let's go this way." Saying so, Yuan clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal goo flew out of the mirror lake. This goo was called human language, it could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language immortal goo left, the discussions of the true martial carp group stopped, only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan clan's first elder stored human language immortal goo and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion, they got bored and swam away. Yuan-Chi watched as the first elder's figure completely disappeared from his sight. First elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves towards the mirror lake. Immediately, winds blew and clouds moved, as thick white clouds covered the most important area of Yuan clan. Mulan oars in the lotus flower village. After singing, the night air turns cold. Beyond the smoke, beyond the willows, beyond the lake, the mountain's eyebrows are blue and the moon's eyebrows are yellow. The scholar shook his head, holding a scroll as he sat in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lotus flowers were blooming, the moon was shining brightly, there was a light breeze and a faint fragrance. A maid was beside the scholar. Her face was like a painting, her wrist was white as snow, she was holding a small flask, pouring wine into a wine cup on the stone table. After the scholar finished reading the poem, he held the scroll with one hand, his gaze still on it, his other hand grabbed the wine cup. He did not even look at it, he poured the wine into his mouth and smacked it, muttering, "Even though the wine is good, there is not much left. I can use the auction to ask for a few more jars of lychee from that person. Hong Xiao, come with me this time. Let Xianxia stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The maid was slightly happy, replying. Clang, 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 the sound of immortal Gu heavenly bell resounded in Gu immortal He Langzi's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly bell is amazing indeed. I only used 5% of its power, but my organs shifted and my blood flowed in reverse. Even though I have been using a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Langzi laughed sinisterly, his blood flowed back and disappeared in a few breaths of time, as if he had never been injured. With such power, I don't need to worry about not being able to exchange immortal Gu. He stood up, flying towards the direction of Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh? It is truly a beautiful scenery. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a tall hat and a large cloak looked down from the sky, looking at the reed marsh below him. There were reeds everywhere, the waterways were like alleys, it was complicated like a maze. The main character here was not the ducks, nor the herons, nor the fishes, it was the crimson reed marsh. Tens of thousands of reeds leapt out of the water in a vigorous manner. They seemed to carry a heroic aura as they spread out in a grand and unbridled manner. With the posture of a king, they subdued the creatures that lived here and took them for themselves. This rank 8 Gu immortal observed for a while, saying with deep emotions, "This scenery is majestic and beautiful, there is a deep ravine hidden within the heroism." Using the scenery to judge people, this Qin Baixing was a meticulous person. Bold, uninhibited, and shrewd. No wonder it could stir up a commotion in northern plains and hold this auction. Sect leader has great insight. A rank 7 Gu immortal beside him said. Nodding in agreement, he said, Qin Baixing's move is like the clouds with a flip of his hand and the rain with a flip of his hand. It's a marvelous move that can bring the dead back to life. I, Morong Jinxiao, admire him greatly. I am really looking forward to this auction that includes all the heroes of Northern Plains. The rank 8 Gu immortal who was called the cult leader retracted his gaze as he said excitedly. Ha ha ha, the East Sea is rich. Heroes came forth in large numbers. Even though Northern Plains had many talents, they could be an overlord of an area, dominating the whole of colored glass sea. However, there aren't many who can catch your eye, Morong Jinxiao said respectfully. From his words, this mysterious cult leader was not a Northern Plains Gu immortal. It was from the East Sea, Brother Qin. We meet again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and greeted Qin Baixing. Ha ha ha, Brother Sha, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Baixing was very enthusiastic, he held Fang Yuan's arms, as if he was treating Fang Yuan as his own brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing traveled together, they did not walk in Northern Plains. Instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land. Through Whole Earth Gu, they arrived at Baixing blessed land. Because of their previous cooperation. And because of the mountain pledge, Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing's blessed land already had a pair of Whole Earth Gu, they could communicate easily. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and entered the blessed land through this method, meeting Qin Baixing again. I had no choice. I have great treasures on me, but my cultivation level is low, I could only use this method to avoid any accidents. Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly. Brother, don't be humble, you are an unfathomable person. Just based on your relationship with Fairy Li Shan, who would dare to target you? Qin Baixing said in a respectful tone. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. But one day, if I have your battle strength, I won't be afraid. Fang Yuan quickly replied, in terms of communication skills, he did not lose to Qin Baixing. I wonder who this is? Qin Baixing turned his gaze towards Tai Baiyunxing who was beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Baiyunxing had also used unfamiliar face, turning into an ordinary old man, his appearance and figure were very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Baixing. Fang Yuan introduced generously. Baixing, forgive me for not knowing much, but I did not know that there was someone like you in Northern Plains. Qin Baixing took the initiative to greet. You flatter me, you flatter me. Tai Baiyunxing quickly returned the greeting. Qin Baixing brought Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing to the auction venue. For this auction, I specially modified the blessed land to form this huge auction venue. Qin Baixing introduced. It is truly extraordinary, it has a grand aura. As expected of Brother Qin's creation. Fang Yuan smiled, praising Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing showed a trace of unease and worry, saying, there is no helping it, this auction has invited almost all of Northern Plains forces and countless experts. I am in charge of this, if the auction venue is too shabby, I might offend people. To speak the truth, I have been under a lot of pressure these days, I can barely sleep. Thankfully, Brother Sha is here, the Gu Immortal blessed land will definitely cause a commotion, I am looking forward to it. I wonder how many there are. Fang Yuan did not say the number, he only smiled and said, Brother Qin, don't worry. Haha, of course I am. Qin Baixing's gaze flickered, he could not probe any further, he changed the topic, my auction venue has a main hall, individual rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can be used to communicate. The individual rooms are for those goo immortals who like to be alone and have strange tempers. The secret rooms are for concealing the goo immortal's identity. These 3 arrangements have already been written in the alliance agreement. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I will tamper with them. Brother Shah, what position will you choose? Can these 3 positions be changed during the auction? Fang Yuan asked. Of course. But once a secret room is occupied, without the owner's permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Baixing answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will also choose a secret room. Tai Baiyunqing said. Qin Baixing nodded. The first 9 secret rooms are already reserved. I will give you the 10th and 11th secret rooms, how about that? In the secret room, Fang Yuan played with the goo worms in his hands with interest. These mortal goo were naturally Qin Baixing's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fang Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Baixing put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world, larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal goo to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions, and so on. As Fang Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times, there were lush green mountains, and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times, there were surging rivers, and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, they could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal goo would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fang Yuan took the goo worm in his hands, and looked at it with his mind. In this east window goo, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them. Other than using a mortal yuan stone to buy them, one could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fang Yuan looked at the contents in front, and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal goo, they were of all kinds, and involved many paths. Behind these immortal goo, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal goo were unique. No matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market. Even during the 5 regions' chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal goo, one would need to use another immortal goo as the price. Fang Yuan's attention was focused. He soon saw some of his immortal goo listed on it. There were 4 immortal goo: rising azure cloud, worldly wave trace, calamity beckoning, and delight in water and mountain. The first 2 were movement immortal goo, one was cloud path, the other was water path. They did not match Fang Yuan's strength path. Although Tai Baiyunqing cultivated cloud path as a secondary path, but he was a time path goo immortal, rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for calamity beckon immortal goo, as high as rank 7. But the effect was ridiculous, it was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fang Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal goo. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Fang Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way, the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Fang Yuan through Fairy Li Shan. It could be said that he had cleared his name. Even though calamity beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell. There might even be trouble. But if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Miss this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions' chaotic war in a few hundred years. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk. He would not cower. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have spring autumn. Cicada, cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and wisdom goo can barely be considered as well. Fang Yuan calculated, he needed the remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not auction them, in fact, he would try to avoid exposing them as much as possible. Spring-autumn cicada, whoever used it would know, even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of benefits and experience, he could not stop. Even with wisdom goo in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Spring-autumn cicada was still his greatest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided to keep Spring-autumn cicada as his vital goo in his first aperture. If there was a chance in the future, he would choose to undergo immortal ascension in time path. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was the core of the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Even though he was hungry now and could not use it, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal Goo was a supplementary immortal goo that made up for Spring-autumn cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had personally experienced the power of luck path, he would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was even more out of the question. Once it was taken out, there would be a huge storm and a fatal disaster. As for Woman's Heart Immortal Goo, it was something Fang Yuan had abandoned. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan comprehended the killer move Poison Spit. Right now, Woman's Heart Immortal Goo was already embedded in Fang Yuan's right chest. It was shaped like a heart, it was beating slightly, but it was small, only the size of a baby's fist. It was purple-black in color, poisonous gas lingered around it, it was already connected to Fang Yuan's blood vessels. With every breath Fang Yuan took, the zombie blood would flow slowly, and poison gas would seep out and enter Fang Yuan's internal circulation. From this, one could see the shadow of the Wisdom Path killer move harboring malicious intent. But the supplementary mortal goo around Woman's Heart were more like a reverse refinement goo formation. Through reverse refinement, the strength of Woman's Heart was extracted. This was thanks to the special property of immortal goo Woman's Heart, nurture and refinement in one. This goo needed to be fed with a woman's heart, and on the basis that it was full, the more it was fed, the stronger its power. Right now, Fang Yuan reversed this process and extracted its power. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Woman's Heart was an expendable immortal goo. Normally, it would be expended in one go. But by thinking of a method and using goo worms, he could extract its power continuously and use it repeatedly. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal killer move, it needs to be perfected in the future. With Wisdom Goo, there shouldn't be a problem. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts, putting down the East Window Goo. With a thought, the area in front of him became transparent, allowing Fang Yuan to see the auction hall directly. The auction hall had the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two, he could only see the scene in the main hall. At this moment, there were already over 20 goo immortals sitting in the seats in the main hall. They were talking to each other, the content was not hidden from others. Old Lu, long time no see, how have you been? So it is Xianxia, it seems you have passed the second heavenly tribulation. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. My foundation is insufficient, I am afraid, these last years, I have mostly planted my blessed land in the outside world of northern plains. I also spent a lot of money to borrow time path immortal goo, greatly slowing down the time flow of the blessed land. Right now, I still have first heavenly tribulation cultivation. Earthly calamities are hard to pass, heavenly tribulations are even harder to pass. Sir is experienced and prudent, you do not advance rashly, this is the safest path. Sure Yu Yan, you are here too? Your words are too strange. You, Wu Rong, can come, why can't I? Humph. Back then, I will definitely take revenge for you stealing my goo. Just you wait and see. He, I know this immortal goo is suitable for you, but I have already decided to auction it, let's see if you have the ability to do so today. Some goo immortals were reminiscing about the past, trying to get to know each other, while others were in a state of mutual hostility. At this time, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall with his head held high. Haha, so many people are here. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder, he looked around and laughed loudly. His bold laughter attracted the attention of the people in the hall, their discussions became quieter. Fang Yuan also looked over. This Yuan tribe's first supreme elder was a rank 7 goo immortal, the leader of a super force, Northern Plains Yuan tribe, he had extraordinary battle strength and wealth, he was a strong competitor. Qin Baixing had been standing at the entrance to welcome the guests, he took the initiative to greet, Lord Yuan, your presence brings light to my Baixing blessed land. Don't call me Lord, call me Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baixing and his eyes shined. He patted the latter's shoulder intimately. In the past, he had fought with Qin Baixing, the latter's strength was acknowledged by him. But, I have gained some insights from practicing my spear techniques recently. When will we spar again? Yuan Rangzun suddenly changed the topic, revealing his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear technique is still fresh in this junior's mind. I wonder if Senior Yuan wants to sit in the main hall, a single room, or a secret room. Qin Baixing smiled, not following Yuan Rangzun's words. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew it was not the time to arrange a battle. He thought about it and decided. Yuan Rangzun had just stepped into the single room when a handsome scholar with a female Gu immortal behind him also entered the auction hall. Free Scholar is here too? The gazes of the Gu immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I heard that Free Scholar has great luck with women. He has 2 Gu immortals as maids, they are Xianxia and Xianxia. I wonder which one it is? More male Gu immortals looked at the female Gu immortal. Looking at her fiery red dress, it should be Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia has a body fragrance. If she were here, the main hall would be filled with fragrance already. A Gu immortal who was familiar with the situation said excitedly. In Feng Yuan's mind, the relevant information flashed past. This Free Scholar was a lone cultivator. His origin was a little complicated. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains, they came from an aristocratic clan in Central Continent. There were many sects in Central Continent. Clans did not have strong competitiveness and could not survive. Those with the conditions would pass through the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Living alone in a foreign land, Free Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of strength. It was hard for them to survive in Northern Plains. Their situation was getting worse. After a few generations, they finally assimilated into Northern Plains, but they were like dying people, they were beyond cure. By the time it reached Free Scholar's generation, the clan could not turn back, it was completely destroyed. Free Scholar brought his 2 maids and escaped with their lives, surviving with great difficulty. In the midst of difficulty, even when facing the danger of death, Free Scholar did not abandon his 2 maids. Eventually he obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal, he did not hesitate to spend money and effort to bring his 2 maids to become an immortal with him. This became a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Free Scholar, or other Gu immortals, they all had their own spectacular stories. They were the main characters of their own legends. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The Free Scholar waved at Qin Baixing. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baixing. Then, the Free Scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Xianxia. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms. But it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baixing is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Baiyunqing sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baixing, and he had a very high opinion of him. Feng Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall, it's not just Qin Baixing's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals had obtained many immortal Gu. They needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically, all the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu immortal not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other. Especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu immortals could gather, it was extremely rare. Gu immortals needed to socialize, they placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with immortal yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all the Gu immortals in northern plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu immortals were talking non-stop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu immortals were few in number, the circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the free scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baixing's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baixing greeted, "Qin Baixing greets Lord Medicine Sovereign." Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of northern plains. The hall went silent, many Gu immortals could not sit still anymore, they stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. "Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured." "Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little 4, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm." Even the Gu immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. "Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine." The Medicine Sovereign was extremely amiable as he nodded his head. He did not put on any airs, he did not rely on acting old. Like Tai Bai Yunqing, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal. He was also from the righteous path, he had the Huangjin bloodline, the first supreme elder of the Super Force Xiao clan, he had a high reputation in northern plains, he could be said to be the leader of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. There were many stories about Yao Huang, they could not be finished even in 3 days and 3 nights. Here, there was a story that was most closely related to Feng Yuan, it happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. In the last 100 years, he often requested immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance to experiment on them. The more he researched, the more Yao Huang gained, he actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Even in front of many Gu immortal experts, he could not see through it. In fact, for some time, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was deceived, they thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was up and he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang took advantage of this and declared that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At this time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had already entered Eastern Sea. Zombie Alliance had no leader, only Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s were guarding it. Nobody in Zombie Alliance could see through Yao Huang's method, but at the final moment, he failed at the door of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang tried, he could not open the door, the immortal zombies looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not enter, he could only laugh loudly and remove his method, speaking the truth. Even though he deceived everyone, he had a high reputation and high cultivation level, no immortal zombie dared to make things difficult for him. In the end, they even sent him back politely. Just as the Medicine Sovereign entered, Yin Lu Gong also appeared. "Oh, it's little Lu." Yao Huang turned around and greeted. "Junior greets Lord Yao Huang." Yin Lu Gong had a flattered expression as he walked forward and greeted. This time, Zombie Alliance's mission was completed in time, that immortal zombie came to Yao Clan, I did not neglect my research. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to your cooperation with Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang chuckled as he thanked. "You flatter me, it is Zombie Alliance's honor to be able to cooperate with Lord Yao Huang. And in the future, when Lord Yao Huang creates a new healing immortal Gu, it will also benefit the Gu immortals of Northern Plains." Yin Lu Gong was good at socializing, he knew how to speak. The Medicine Sovereign stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed Yin Lu Gong. "Come, little 6, sit together with this old man during the auction." Before Yin Lu Gong could refuse, he said to Qin Baixing, "Little Qin, come, give us a single room." Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the 2 entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Baizu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared, rank 8 was the peak of Gu immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Shui, who was the #1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Baizu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic, they were neutral. The final prince's impatience was also a righteous path Gu immortal. But he was only an external Supreme Elder of a super force, Gong clan. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline, his status was quite awkward. And because of some grudges with Gong clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong clan, only when Gong clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic, and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener. To be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's impatience is. Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu immortal entered the hall. It was Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's impatience, their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baixing quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the Grotto Heaven Tu Qi, I will represent his will in this trip. Feng Jioge said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered. Even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression, vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary, the Gu immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course. This was also because Gu immortals respected each other, they would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Feng Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next, he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Feng Jioge's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, aren't these the core Gu worms of our sex Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jioge's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's supreme elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sect's saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, Mo Yao would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed, 88-point Xianxia Tower has collapsed, Water Pavilion has also been destroyed, the core Immortal Gu have been obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Oh? And Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. According to the sect's records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path from 88-point Xianxia Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, wanting to help her husband Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Bo Qing's tribulation was too deep, even with Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to attract a small portion of the calamity, he could not continue and both died. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was also destroyed during the tribulation. To think that there was a new Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. This discovery gave Feng Jioge even more questions. Where did Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu come from? Who refined it? Was it the auctioneer? Or was it because imperial court-blessed land was destroyed, scattered outside and taken by others? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao had left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the refinement recipe of calamity-beckoning immortal goo? At once, Feng Jioge's thoughts were complex as they flashed through his mind. He suddenly laughed. Coming to this auction was the right choice. I have just entered and I have already obtained so many clues. No matter what, I have to take back delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace. Spirit Affinity House has already lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, it is rank 7, the price for it is too high. I will take a look before making a decision. Time continued to move forward, the number of Goo Immortals entering gradually decreased. After waiting for a while, Qin Baixing closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the platform in front of the hall and announced, "Everyone, according to the agreement, the time has arrived, the auction will officially begin." Strange, why did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not enter? Tai Baiyunxing transmitted to Feng Yuan. That's right, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the hall after entering. But she is nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan replied. This auction has a main hall, a single room, and a secret room. If she chooses a secret room, she will enter it through a secret passage and will not show herself in public. But even if Fairy Li Shan enters a secret room, she will definitely inform us. Did you notice that none of He tribe's Goo Immortals are here? Tai Baiyunxing pointed out. Feng Yuan pondered, let's send a letter first and ask about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan have the Snowy Mountain alliance with us. The possibility of them betraying us is not high. If they are attacked by He Cheng's group, with their strength, they should be able to send a letter requesting for help. While the two were discussing, the first item was brought out on the platform. As everyone knows, this is a sky chief cloud. When spread out, it can stretch for over 1 million square kilometers. Such a large number of sky chief clouds are rare even in jewel yellow skies. The starting bid is 20 immortal yuan stone, each bid must be at least 5 immortal yuan stone. Please begin. Qin Baixing spoke. Sky Chief Cloud, this is suitable for my Tai Bai blessed land. Tai Baiyunxing's attention was immediately attracted. Without thinking, he controlled the mortal goo prepared in the secret room to bid. Qin Baixing had a feeling, he announced, 11th secret room. 30 immortal yuan stone. At the next moment, a cloud path goo immortal in the hall spoke, 35 immortal yuan stone. Tai Baiyunxing smiled lightly, activating his mortal goo and bidding again. He directly raised the price by another 10 pieces, to 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone was enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The cloud path goo immortal who made the bid earlier gritted his teeth. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were earth chief beasts underground and sky chief beasts in the sky. Within the immemorial 9 heavens. Basically, there were more or less sky chief beasts living there. The so-called heavenly chief clouds were formed by the breathing of the heavenly chief beasts over a long period of time. The cloud could create an environment. The production of cloud path goo worms in the immortal aperture increased greatly. If there was a group of sky chief beasts living in the clouds, that would be even better. If it was handled properly, there would be an endless supply of Tiankue clouds. However, the complete immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 goo immortals. Each sky chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each sky chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast sky chief. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Going once. Qin Baixing saw that no one was bidding anymore, so he shouted. In my blessed land. There is already a sky full of float ball tea grass. At the end of this month, we will have our first harvest. Next is to bring in the jade hummingbirds. If we add in sky chief clouds, we will have the foundation to bring in smallpox and floating hawks. Junior brother, even though you became an immortal later than me, you have already managed to immortal blessed land and have experience. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea? Tai Baiyunxing chuckled as he transmitted to Feng Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baixing spoke again, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai Baiyunxing. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds, and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path? Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Baiyunxing spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with. His attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later, he befriended Northern Plains Inkman King Mo Tansang and sold the killer move 9 Cloud Ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Baiyunxing to become even more interested in cloud path. Fang Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Baixing shouted for the third time, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of Skychief clouds, going thrice, wait, 55 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another Gu immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Baiyunxing did not expect such a change. He quickly raised the price again, 60 pieces of immortal yuan stone. This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Baiyunxing got what he wanted. Next is the second auction item, a rare black soul antelope group. The beast group is 320,000, with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 4 pieces of immortal yuan stone. If you exchange for it with drooping rainbow ointment, you will get a discount. Qin Baixing said. Black soul antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of Northern Plains. This beast group was huge in scale. It should be raised in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the Gu worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly soul path Gu worms, thus they were especially attractive to soul path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal who sold this black soul antelope needed the Gu refinement material, drooping rainbow ointment. Thus, he could use immortal yuan stone or drooping rainbow ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this black soul antelope was bought by a Gu Immortal for 28 immortal yuan stone. The third auction item is a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era. It is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. The crucial point is that this Gu recipe has already been modified. All the Gu refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 immortal yuan stone. You can also use the skin of the desolate beast 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Baixing shouted. 23 immortal yuan stone. You only increased the price by 1, aren't you ashamed? 30 immortal yuan stone. I bid 32. The Gu Immortals bidding this time were clearly more than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm. It could not be used on humans, but it could be used on other targets. It was widely used for Gu refinement. For example, to refine a Gu worm, it needed 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, by using Inch of Time Gu, it would quickly reach the requirement of 3 days and 3 nights. It would accelerate the Gu worm's preparation and transformation. And the Gu master's true time consumption might only be a short moment. Fang Yuan had once obtained the Gu recipe of the antiquity era Gu worm group strength Gu. It was only worth 2 immortal yuan stone in the market. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but there was a complete set of 1 inch of time from rank 1 to rank 5. 5 inches of time from rank 1 to rank 5. Most importantly, this Gu recipe had already been modified by a Gu Immortal. The Gu refinement materials were suitable for the current situation. They were not hard to obtain. Unlike the original Gu recipe, many of the Gu refinement materials were extremely rare. They were either expensive or extinct. Because of this, the price skyrocketed. The starting price was 22 immortal yuan stone. It quickly rose to 48. Tai Baiyunxing also participated in this bidding. He bid 58 immortal yuan stone. At once, he raised the price by 10, intending to scare off the competitors. Tai Baiyunxing was rich. He was even richer than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before. These 2 time path healing immortal Gu were very popular in Eastern Sea, especially when he explored Yulu blessed land. Even though he failed, but man as before saved a certain Gu immortal. This Gu immortal's reward was 100 or so immortal yuan stone, and he personally promised to owe Tai Baiyunxing a favor. He would repay it in the future. Most importantly, Tai Baiyunxing's blessed land was healthy. it produced green grape immortal essence every once in a while. He accumulated more and more green grape immortal essence, he could not use it. His tie by blessed land. Time flowed 33 times faster than the outside world, it was about the same as Halolan's super-grade blessed land. This was because it was a high-grade blessed land. Moreover, it was a time path Gu immortal. It was quite outstanding in terms of time path resources. A day in the outside world was a month in Tai by blessed land. In theory, the blessed land would produce green grape immortal essence every month. At the same time in the outside world, Tai Bai Yinxing's green grape immortal essence would be several times or even more than 10 times that of ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. In contrast, Fang Yuan, although he sold Guts Gu, he had to expend all kinds of resources, especially refining immortal Yuan stone to exchange for green grape immortal essence. There was no helping it, his immortal aperture was already dead, it could not produce immortal essence, it would collapse and wither every once in a while, it was a huge burden to him. Tai Bai Yinxing's bid had indeed scared off most of the Gu immortals who were bidding. But there was still a group that persisted. One by two, the price slowly rose to 66 immortal meta stones. 66 immortal Yuan stone to buy a set of mortal Gu worm recipes. Some low-level Gu immortals in the hall were tongue-tied. It is not expensive. Although inch of time cannot be used on oneself, it can save time and shorten the steps of Gu refinement, it has a wide range of uses. We need to plan for the long term, especially for those Gu immortals who cultivate refinement path, over time, they can use inch of time to save 66 immortal Yuan stone in profit. A Gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already the limit. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher, unless they have special requirements. Unless he has a special need. Another Gu immortal added in his analysis. 66 immortal Yuan stone, going once. Qin Baixing shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai Bai Yinxing, Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal Yuan stone, how about we compete together? Tai Bai Yinxing was overjoyed, junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move. Thus, he continued to raise the price to 68. Only one Gu immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal Yuan stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing worked together and bought inch of time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal Yuan stone. Time slowly passed, treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense, the atmosphere was getting more heated. Many Gu immortals lost their composure, their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm, in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level Gu immortals could no longer compete, some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, rank 6 Gu immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 Gu immortals usually had hundreds of immortal Yuan stone in their savings, while rank 7 Gu immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At rank 8, they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal Yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals had weak foundations, fortunately, they had resources to offset the price, otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Fang Yuan only had a few hundred immortal Yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally, but he rarely succeeded, most of them failed, he waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baixing announce, next, the immortal Gu auction will begin. The main event is here. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other Gu immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Qin Baixing stood on the stage, he took out several mortal Gu and threw them into the hall. Some Gu immortals caught these mortal Gu and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baixing continued, the auction of immortal Gu is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages, they have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal Gu. Thus, to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal Gu, they can be used to point to an immortal Gu auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random, there is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now, everyone, please inspect these mortal goo. These words caused a good response. The goo immortals took turns inspecting the mortal goo as they conversed. This is a good method. I was worried earlier that my immortal goo would be left behind. It would not be good for the auction. Xianxia is not simple. This auction has covered all aspects. If you really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems. After this set of mortal goo was inspected by the goo immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan inspected it personally. There were no problems. After the goo immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal goo was sent to a single room. The rank 8 goo immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal goo were sent to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who has concerns? Why don't you inspect it again?" As expected, some goo immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal goo. But it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The goo immortals were meticulous in their thinking. They wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, there was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal goo auction was about to begin. Qin Baixing activated this set of mortal goo in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered, smoke rose, and gathered in the air, forming into the words hidden luck. I have chosen it. Then the first immortal goo is stealth luck immortal goo. Qin Baixing said loudly. Concealment luck immortal goo was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai Baiyunxing held the east window goo and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time, many goo immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the east window goo. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal goo. As for those who were ranked last, they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 goo immortal grade experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of concealment luck immortal goo. Qin Baixing introduced, everyone can see, this goo looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal goo that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path defensive immortal goo. Who has a metal path defensive immortal goo? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal luck immortal goo. Concealing one's luck. Luck path has luck inspection goo. It can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck goo. It can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. It can counter rank 6 luck inspection goo. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the goo immortals discussed softly, but no one bid. If luck path was prosperous and widespread, so be it. But ever since Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he had been keeping it to himself, causing luck path mortal goo to be very rare. Especially concealment luck immortal goo, it could only display its value when the opponent had luck inspection immortal goo. This immortal goo's usage was too limited. It had a low price-performance ratio. The goo immortals were not fools. How could they bid carelessly? Damn it. The goo immortal who had concealment luck immortal goo was a female goo immortal. She sat in a single room, biting her lips as she helplessly watched as her concealment luck immortal goo was not auctioned. Nobody wanted to buy it. The first immortal goo was actually not auctioned. This was unexpected. Qin Baixing's expression sank. He used his mortal goo to choose the second auction item. Light flashed, turning into a cicada immortal goo. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada. It had a large head and wide abdomen. Its body was shining with silver light. This is Heavenly Gong immortal goo, rank 6 sound path. I want to exchange for transformation path immortal goo. Qin Baixing said. In the hall, a goo immortal saw this goo and shouted furiously, Heavenly Gong immortal goo. Humph, this immortal goo was mine, but He Langzi snatched it away. He Langzi, come out now. So be it, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Langzi walked out with a sinister smile. It is Xianxia after all, a famous lone cultivator of Northern Plains' demonic path. I heard that he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, thus he can snatch other people's. Immortal goo. This person was raised by a female wolf, his nature is like a wild beast, he is cruel and sinister, he acts alone, he is very different from ordinary people. Old ancestor Shui who had once tried to recruit him, but he rejected him. The goo immortals discussed. Xianxia crossed his arms as he walked into the hall, sitting down in front of the roaring goo immortal. The goo immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other locations. You. The roaring goo immortal pointed at Xianxia, his face was red, his body was shaking from anger. What about me? Xianxia licked his lips, his gaze was ruthless and had a hint of mockery. Old Xiangyuan, you are a sound path goo immortal, if you don't bid now, when will you? I happen to have a transformation path immortal goo here, it is called demon weasel skin. After using it, the human skin can turn into the skin of a heart demon weasel. Free Scholar's voice suddenly came from a single room. Heart demon weasel was a desolate beast, it usually had wisdom path goo worms on its body. Demon weasel skin could counter wisdom path attacks. After Free Scholar killed a heart demon weasel, he used its skin to refine this goo. But he already had a method to defend against wisdom path attacks, this goo was not a problem, thus he took it out now. Demon weasel skin, if I gather demon weasel bones, demon weasel blood, and other related immortal goo, I can unleash the immortal killer move heart demon weasel transformation. Xianxia's gaze flashed as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths, killer moves were easy to obtain. As long as one gathered an entire set of immortal goo, they would be able to create an immortal killer move. Thus, when exchanging for transformation path immortal goo, there were more considerations than other paths. Xianxia himself had 3 sets of wolf transformation immortal killer moves, he could turn into 3 different desolate beast wolves, he had great battle strength. Even though the heart demon weasel form was similar to a wolf, Xianxia wanted to develop into fighting in water. Thus, Xianxia shook his head, he did not speak. Qin Baixing had been paying attention, seeing this, he asked, are there any other goo immortals willing to bid? I have a moon demon bat claw immortal goo, it can turn one's hand into a moon demon bat's claw. Feng Jioga said. It is Princess Impatience's subordinate, Fairy Yulan. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path goo immortal, why does she want the sound path heavenly gong immortal goo? She is representing the rank 8 great expert Princess Impatience, this bid might very well be Princess Impatience's intention. The goo immortals started to make guesses. Nobody knew that the so-called swordmaster Yulan was actually Feng Jioga's impersonation. Feng Jioga was a sound path goo immortal, he needed heavenly gong immortal goo. Xianxia did not speak, he shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw immortal goo represented the immortal killer move Moon Demon Bat transformation in the future. But Xianxia was not good at aerial combat, he hated the sky. This was because when he was young, he grew up in a wolf's den, he learned to run on 4 legs from a wolf mother, and used his teeth to bite. Most wolves were land beasts, they could not fly. Qin Baixing suddenly had a feeling, he said, a goo immortal in the first secret room has made a bid, 1 grand smoke turtle armor immortal goo, along with accurate information regarding ascending heaven plane. Xianxia's gaze flashed, he raised his head. Grand Smoke Turtle was a desolate beast of the sea, it fit his expectations. But this turtle was specialized in illusion concealment, it was slow and had weak defense, it was different from Xianxia's fighting style. Ascending heaven plane, what is this place? Xianxia asked. Even though he had strong battle strength, he was a loner, he did not trust any human goo immortal, thus, he did not have enough information. Ignorant. Goo immortal Xiangyuan sneered, he did not give up this chance to attack Xianxia. Ascending heaven plane is a place, as long as one passes through it, even mortals can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason why the legendary northern dark ice soul was able to enter the black heaven was through the ascending heaven plane. Qin Baixing patiently explained. So that's it. Xianxia's heart moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator, he had to fight for every cultivation resource. But northern 9 heavens was already lacking in resources, it was controlled by super forces. And the immemorial 9 heavens were separated by the heavenly wind chi wall. Only Gu immortals with strong battle strength could forcefully break through and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only white heaven and black heaven were left, the other heavens were in ruins, some were even completely destroyed. But be it the complete heaven or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, resources were abundant. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind-she wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get information about ascending heaven plane. Xianxia got more excited as he thought about it. While he was thinking, another 2 Gu immortals took out transformation path immortal Gu and competed. Among them was Gu immortal Xianxia, who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear Xianxia to pieces. A total of 5 Gu immortals were competing for 1 immortal Gu. Both sides continued to compete. They added immortal Yuan stones, or rare resources, or added lost Gu recipes, or gave large beast groups. Eventually, Xianxia chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke turtle armor immortal Gu, information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the Gu immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baixing passed the information to him. After Xianxia obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. To be continued. What? Is there a mistake in ascending heaven plane's information? Qin Baixing's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No. Xianxia's expression was grim. He did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land. Qin Baixing said. Bring me there. Xianxia said coldly. Qin Baixing waved his hand and teleported Xianxia somewhere else. The latter counted the number. Seeing that there was no mistake, he collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Morong Jin Xiao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely, playing with Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. Thank you for your help. That Xianxia saw that ascending heaven plane was in Eastern Sea but he could not go. He must be furious. Morong Jin Xiao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching Xianxia a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea, I know its exact location. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fang Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Morong tribe? Soon, Fang Yuan put down his doubts. Because Qin Baixing had already chosen his third immortal Gu for auction. It was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly, Rising Azure Cloud immortal Gu, rank 6 cloud path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a strength path immortal Gu. Now, those who are interested, please actively bid. Fang Yuan was already a strength path Gu immortal. This was a fact, it was set in stone. Even if his strength path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of spring-autumn cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a time path Gu immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Fang Yuan chose the strength path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the strength path. Just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the reckless savage. His strength path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Fang Yuan's blood path in his previous life. This was something Fang Yuan had not expected. Fang Yuan would rather give up the path of blood than give up the spring-autumn cicada. It was true that he was a blood path grandmaster, but he was not the only blood path grandmaster. The spring-autumn cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital Gu. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on time path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked time path foundation and was not a time path goo immortal. With the current situation, Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose strength path immortal goo. This is Star Desolate Hound strength goo. It can obtain the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have Iron Crown Eagle strength goo here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil, a Chi Grand Lion strength goo, and 5 drops of Rule Eye blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A goo immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rule Eye blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the Rule Eye calamity. Only by piercing the Rule Eye can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal goo, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Rule Eye blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although strength path was declining, there were still many strength path immortal goo. If not for this auction, he would not be able to see so many strength path immortal goo. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains goo immortals usually have the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Goo immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially immortal goo, once they were exposed, they would be targeted, thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these goo immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 goo immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud immortal goo. After a few rounds, there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd goo immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Fang Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Bai Xing. Alright, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle strength goo. An auction involving immortal goo was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, immortal goo were unique. Secondly, business was not developed, there was no true currency. Thirdly, goo immortals had different types of resources. Many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal goo were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Fang Yuan and that goo immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud immortal goo, while Fang Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle strength goo, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Xianxia. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle strength goo was because this was the only bird strength, the rest were land beast strength. Fang Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle strength goo while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the 4th item was a Fire Path immortal goo. Once this goo appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 goo immortal 5 elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 goo immortals or ordinary rank 7 goo immortals compare to rank 8 goo immortals? But in the end, 5 elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the final winner. He risked defending a rank 8 great expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The 5th and 6th items were Metal Path immortal goo. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path goo worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Bai Xing. He was not only the host. He was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass, immortal goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions. But the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower allowed most Gu immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen immortal Gu appeared one after another. Northern Plains Gu immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item. Worldly Wave Trace. This Gu is rank 6, used for movement. Qin Baixing was still introducing when two Gu immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here. Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal Gu of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Jiuge lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, not bad, I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal Gu recipe, as long as I obtain it. I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Gu. Worldly Horizon Immortal Gu can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal Gu varied from person to person. For Feng Jiuge, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 immortal Gu House Water Pavilion. For Eastern Sea's Gu immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These two choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate. Hound Strength Gu. 1 Peach Wolf Strength Gu. 1 Roar Whale Strength Gu. The Gu immortals bid. Feng Jiuge waited patiently for a while, seeing that the rank 6 Gu immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yu Lan's voice, he said, I also have a strength path immortal Gu called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of heaven gold. Heaven gold? Incredible, this is an immortal material on par with Rulai blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once, it is much more than those 5 drops of Rulai blood, did I hear wrongly? Suddenly, the hall shook slightly. Feng Jiuge took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven gold was not a joke, it was extremely valuable, but this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his mortal Gu and made another bid. A strength path immortal Gu, overturning river, and another 250 kilograms of split divine water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of split divine water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 immortal Gu. Split divine water can completely match heaven gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jiuge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Swordmaster Yu Lan's identity, he had less worries. He said in front of everyone, what else does the seller need, be it materials, Gu recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves, just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the Gu immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yu Lan's backer, Prince's Impatience. It seems that Prince's Impatience wants to bid for this immortal Gu. Even that Eastern Sea Gu immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly, his fighting spirit was roused. Prince's Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall, my conditions are the same as Fairy Yu Lan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Swordmaster Yu Lan, wanting to challenge Prince's Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Xianxia, before secretly giving it to Qin Baixing. After Qin Baixing received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the 3rd time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. Eh? Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Fang Yuan tossed out, Feng Jiuge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Xianxia, who was beside him, "How many refinement path grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only refinement path Goo immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Xianxia answered without hesitation, "There are 4 refinement grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao clan's rank 8 Goo immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his refinement path attainment had already surpassed grandmaster, reaching quasi-great grandmaster level. The second is Murong clan's Goo immortal, Murong Xiang. He had once successfully refined a snow path immortal Goo. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Goo for many demonic path Goo immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miaoli. She is skilled in refining enslavement path Goo worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Goo immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Goo refinement materials. Even if he asks for a sky-high price, we can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Goo immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now, this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious. It's simply unfathomable. Qin Baixing's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Goo immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Goo immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Goo immortal and Murong Xianxia concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary. But there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Goo refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baixing guessed. To some extent. He had guessed correctly. Because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Xianxia, long-hair ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Goo immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 thunder sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Jioge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Goo immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Xiaochen was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Jioge took out 150 thunder sound leaves. He. The Eastern Sea Goo immortal laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Goo immortal shouted, "I am willing to offer 360 heaven flying jade." Heaven flying jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent. It is like a bird or beast. It can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven flying jade at once. It satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Goo immortal was also feeling heartache. Once, he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him, they had to obtain Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo no matter what. Taking out 360 heaven-flying jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Feng Jioge? He was the publicly recognized #1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 Goo Immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 Goo Immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Feng Jioge would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Feng Jioge did not hesitate, bidding again, I will add 10,000 star pupil. Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens, it could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky, as the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds, there were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones, there were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems, the starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus, it was called star pupil. Feng Jioge's bid shocked the Goo Immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal Goo. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Swordmaster Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal heard Feng Jioge's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality, a broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal said. Feng Yuan thought about it, the voice in the first secret room was right, it was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langya gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langya did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Feng Jioge smiled coldly, he continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire, and star han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list. But the variety was shocking. A Goo Immortal sighed, Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Goo Immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice, this is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Goo Immortal in the first secret room has a huge background, he will not give up so easily. Feng Jioge's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list, he probably cultivates refinement path. Goo refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers, I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Jioge continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Goo Immortals in the hall were dumbfounded, they felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Jioge or the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Goo Immortal Morone Jin Xiao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path, he needed all 5 path Goo worms. He had wanted to bid for water path Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Feng Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Zhouge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Feng Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be two winners in this auction. Feng Yuan was not overjoyed, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool, they were pursuing worldly wave trace immortal Gu so intensely, it meant that this immortal Gu could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed, it was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal Qi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Gu immortals can get drunk from it, it can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal Qi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal Qi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Gu immortal was truly rich, this heavy blow made Feng Zhouge's expression turn grim. Feng Zhouge knew the value of this drunken immortal Qi, 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Feng Zhouge hesitated, if he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for one worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Of course it was worth it. Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, mortal Gu were easy to refine, but the 3 immortal Gu were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear, every core immortal Gu they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Feng Zhouge thought rapidly, after making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and took out another immortal Gu. This is the Strength Path immortal Gu pulling water. He bid. The silence did not last for long, the auction hall erupted with commotion. The Gu immortals discussed, many Gu immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baixing was also a little dazed, he asked, exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Zhouge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Zhouge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Zhouge was a sound path Gu immortal, why did he have 2 strength path immortal Gu? In fact, he had far more than these 2 immortal Gu. Feng Zhouge had led more than 10 Gu immortals to Northern Plains secretly, he had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal Gu as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Gu immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal Gu from their sects with the intention of exchanging for Gu. After all, Gu worms were hard to snatch. A Gu master could easily make a Gu worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal Gu were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal Gu were from obscure paths. For example, Strength Path, Qi Path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baixing had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Zhouge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say, this time, Feng Zhouge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, Strength Path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate Strength Path even if they were beaten to death. Using these Gu worms to exchange for other Gu worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Zhouge. After all, Feng Zhouge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's Gu immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Zhouge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid, I will add, a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg. Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 Gu immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly. It was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The Gu immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal Gu and an ancient desolate beast, both have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to choose between them. Immortal Gu are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Xianxia and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Xianxia was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea Gu immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down, everyone was waiting for Xianxia to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Xianxia thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing nodded and announced, the seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu to Fairy Yulan. Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal Gu require a lot of immortal essence. This Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal Gu for 2 immortal Gu. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools, since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Xianxia was also trying to guess the intentions of this swordmaster Yulan in buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued, next was an Earth Path Immortal Gu. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically, most of the Gu immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier, many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing, it was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path Gu cultivator, why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal Gu? But the thoughts of a rank 8 grade expert were unfathomable, it was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal Gu of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding, it gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baixing was helpless about this, he could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downturn. After all, Xianxia and the Eastern Sea Gu immortals bidding had a domineering aura, everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Xianxia sat in a secret room, playing with 2 strength path immortal Gu as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal Gu was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Xianxia checked them, the quantity and quality were all correct. The 2 strength path immortal Gu were cooperated by Xianxia. They had already been completely refined by Xianxia, becoming his own. Similarly, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was in Xianxia's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, after so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Xianxia sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal Gu were auctioned one by one, after some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Gu Cauldron Strength, this is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Gu. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly. The Gu immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength path was already declining, few people cultivated it, thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room, Wisdom Path Immortal Gu enduring affection of children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous strength path expert, why would Qin Baixing not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Jioge drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on domination. Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Feng Jioge attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare strength path Gu immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new strength path. Strength path was a huge path, it had once been glorious. Right now, strength path was divided into beast strength phantom style, weather heaven and earth style, and human strength June strength style. Beast strength phantom style was bull strength, tiger strength, and so on. The strength path immortal Gu that Fan Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle strength Gu, belonged to this path. Weather heaven and earth style was wind strength, water strength, fire strength, and so on. For example, when Fan Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, they belonged to this path. Human strength June strength style was Jin strength Gu, strength of 10 Jin Gu, strength of June Gu, strength of 10 June Gu, strength of 100 June Gu, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Du alone, he led the trend and allowed the old strength path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, human strength June strength style was the mainstream of strength path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Gu masters had a foundation in strength path, almost all of them used Jin strength Gu, strength of 10 Jin Gu, strength of June Gu, strength of 10 June Gu, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chu Du alone changed the current situation of strength path, he influenced the situation of all the Gu cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Jioge had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles, it is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Jioge's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded, 1 delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Guh. Feng Jioge spat out the tea in his mouth, his eyes were wide open, he no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. He gasped, damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal Gu could be auctioned, they could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal Gu. If not for this, the immortal Gu in the records would be stuck and could not be traded, it would be very detrimental to the auction. Feng Jioge naturally understood this rule, he was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Fan Yuan had a need for strength path immortal Gu, he had been paying attention to this strength path immortal Gu for a long time. Throwing out delight in water and mountain immortal Gu now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Feng Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special, it originated from Green Heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move, it would blow on the spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value, it was not inferior to the 150 thunder sound leaves that Feng Jioge had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Feng Yuan muttered, he had a realization, it seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. 10th secret room bids for a complete heavenly dragon skeleton and 30 tails of earth fiend powder. Qin Baixing stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a Heaven Pillar Wind when the Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room immediately increased the bid without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1, the 10th secret room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chudu felt some pressure. He was an old generation Gu cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He had a deep foundation. At his peak, he had over 10,000 immortal yuan stone, but times had changed. Chudu's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently, but his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered white heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end, he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries, he borrowed other people's immortal goo. He expended a lot of them. He made a loss in the end. The immemorial 9 heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something, one had to take risks. Thus, Chudu was short of money now. But strength path defensive immortal goo are rare. I have been a strength path goo immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chudu thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Fang Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chudu could not hold on any longer. He secretly sent a message to Qin Baixing, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Baixing was surprised, but his expression did not change. He secretly asked Fang Yuan. After getting Fang Yuan's permission, only then did Chudu send a letter to secret room number 10. In the letter, if Fang Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chudu would owe Fang Yuan a favor. He would do something of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in the future. If Fang Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal goo to make an oath. Not only that, Chudu would also provide Fang Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chudu's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Fang Yuan. Of course, Fang Yuan would not agree. He was also a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He naturally wanted this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. As for the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true intent, Fang Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chudu was very wealthy, but I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. He. Fang Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chudu gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Fang Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. It was very expensive. Chudu sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Fang Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the Goo immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange, Lord Chudu seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chudu had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chudu was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him, that was Feng Jioga. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioga was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chudu would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chudu was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioga could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Fang Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo are in the hands of the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the imperial court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy Delight in Water and Mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo, that would be even worse. Feng Jioga continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again. If the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioge had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point, even if Feng Jioge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo, he would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move, it was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple, if Feng Jioge's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything, it would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Jioge finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu Du. The Goo immortals in the single rooms and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Baixing as the middleman to contact Fang Yuan. As long as the Goo immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Feng Jioge said directly. He was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. But he had a request, he hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Jioge's true motive. But he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioge, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the True Heaven Silver. With Feng Jioge's help, Chu Du had confidence, he started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioge. But now, because of Feng Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang, both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, Feng Jioge's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioge, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Feng Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Feng Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioge to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioge had no choice but to persevere, while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo is going to repeat itself. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this Strength Goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo, opposing Chu Du. Neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the Goo immortals discussed. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore, he left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope, that's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Feng Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Feng Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Feng Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes. He had some gains from his earlier thoughts. He had some guesses. I must get this cauldron strength immortal goo. Feng Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front. What else does the seller need? Just state it, I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here, what does the seller need? State it. Chu Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple. He is directly challenging Chu Du as expected. It has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now, let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a wisdom path inheritance. Seeing this request, Chu Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jioge also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal goo, but the seller's request for a wisdom path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few wisdom path inheritances. Feng Yuan had offered a high price in Jewel Yellow Skies for a wisdom path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan threw out earlier, most goo immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path goo immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal goo are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance? Hee. This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal goo will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal goo is not auctioned, according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal goo also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baixing received the seller's transmission and announced, a wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete, even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room. His voice was heard, I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me. Chu Du heard Feng Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Princess Impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used whole earth goo in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 central continent goo immortals. The 9 central continent Gu immortals naturally knew about Feng Zhouge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Zhouge. After receiving Feng Zhouge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle, he came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The other was Xianxia of the 10,000 Dragon Dock, a flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Zhouge was overjoyed when he received the two's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Xianxia were not from the same sect as Feng Zhouge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Zhouge finally reached an agreement with Xianxia and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Zhouge hesitated. He could help Chudu with the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chudu earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere True Heaven Silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Zhouge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chudu would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Zhouge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning Immortal Gu, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Zhouge was willing to risk Chudu's suspicions and take out the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to help him, Chudu said, I do not have an inheritance, I will withdraw from this auction. Feng Zhouge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chudu's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Princess Impatience. They were only helping him because of the True Heaven Silver. Even if they had a Wisdom Path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver? That was clearly impossible. Chudu was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Fang Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chudu could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Zhouge's expression sank. The moment Chudu announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Zhouge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chudu for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Zhouge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Zhouge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Fang Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Zhouge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Zhouge had many similarities with Fang Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu was clear now. Domination Immortal Chudu withdrew, while Fang Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baixing made the first bid for Fang Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baixing suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Gu Immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious Gu Immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price. The auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Gu become so popular? Everyone is competing for them. Qin Baixing was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Baiyunqing and Fang Yuan came together. They should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him, even the person involved, Tai Baiyunqing, was confused. He had only just received Fang Yuan's message, thus he made the bid. In any case, The seller could only choose one person to transact, whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Baiyunqing, they would only get one price. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Baiyunqing. After bidding several times, Tai Baiyunqing put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Baiyunqing received Qin Baixing's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Baiyunqing received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal. With the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Baiyunqing's bid, seeing that Tai Baiyunqing was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Baiyunqing immediately reported this matter to Fang Yuan. Oh? Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Swordmaster Yulan. Swordmaster Yulan? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Swordmaster Yulan. Prince's impatience. He could not sit still, directly stood up, and started pacing. Fang Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first, and then Tai Baiyunqing, for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he will not sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo if he needs it. Swordmaster Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo to buy Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now, she is thinking of ways to stop my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, for what? The answer had already flashed in his mind, that was the Rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion. Fang Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, as if he could see through layers of illusions. He could see the many Goo immortals in the hall, Swordmaster Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart, amazing, this is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's impatience with his emotions. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Fang Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other Goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. This Swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioge's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Fang Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioge was tricked by Chu Du. Domination Immortal's letter to Fang Yuan was not known to Feng Jioge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity. He had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Feng Yuan, he had Tai Baiyunqing to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jiuge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Feng Yuan, was not simple. He was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Feng Yuan sat down again, he quoted the price and acted with Tai Baiyunqing while thinking. Now, the situation had changed. Feng Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yu Lan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yu Lan, Feng Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jiuge did not know that Feng Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Feng Yuan was thinking about whether to keep Delight in Water and Mountain Goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan. Or to exchange for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, or to directly sell Delight in Water and Mountain Goo to Swordmaster Yu Lan? To sell it to Swordmaster Yu Lan, with Feng Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Feng Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Feng Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path Defensive Immortal Goo was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Feng Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Good Thought Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the Goo Immortal bidding for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo had an extraordinary background, he was one of the 5 great Rank 8 Goo Immortals of Northern Plains, Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yao Huang. The Medicine Sovereign is participating in the auction as well? He is a Refinement Path Goo Immortal, why does he need Strength Path? Don't tell me this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room, beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong said, Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo? Yao Huang chuckled, precisely. I want to refine the Immortal Goo resurrection from the dead. There is a hurdle, I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus, ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal, and qi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, Phantom Path is the best. Strength Path is the best, Space Path is second, and Rule Path is the last. Yin Lu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal Goo are rare to begin with, they are similar to Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal Goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo uses strength to form a cauldron, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements, it is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent Goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded, nurture, use, and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal Goo are only tools, how they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other Goo Immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story, Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal Goo called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this Goo could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked Refinement Path, he was also most proficient in refining healing Goo worms. This Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Goo was his first creation, he had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining Immortal Goo Resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed shock and respect on his face, 30% confidence was already very high for refining Immortal Goo. Once I refine the Immortal Goo, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lu Gong while bidding. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook, Senior is saying? That's right. Yao Huang admitted, this goo involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies. It can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal goo, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan goo are hard to find. I do not have much lifespan left. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved, but to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo, there needs to be something with life and death Dao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main goo refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong quickly waved his hand. Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it, an alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move rock skin coffin to keep them inside, to guard the discussion hall's door. I did not use it lightly. Humph, you immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, how about this, Senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the 3 of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform Leader Fan Tian and let her decide. Within a few months, we will give you an answer. Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The 3 of you leaders are truly loyal to Fan Tian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat. Hearing Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time, he replied to Yao Huang, it is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most goo immortals reject us immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home. Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. I withdraw. From the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunqing also said, I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat. Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his Wisdom Path inheritance. He even split an Immortal Goo to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, sighing, this is only rank 6, it seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way, I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead goo. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook, he knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him, he was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 grade expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged. A rank 8 grade expert would attack, Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Goo Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Feng Yuan backed off, Feng Jiuge also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Jiuge's benefits. If Fang Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioge would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a wisdom path immortal goo, they would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Jioge could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity, he had been asking Qin Baixing to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier goo cultivator with weak battle strength, otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Goo. This is the third Luck Path Immortal Goo. A Goo Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Goo had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun Immortal, Northern Plains Goo Immortals had a special feeling towards Luck Path Immortal Goo. The second Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Peach Blossom Luck, it had already been bought at a high price. This Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal Goo, it could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Goo. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several Luck Path Immortal Goo appeared one after another. Move Luck Goo that could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck Goo that could seal luck, Transfer Luck Goo that could transfer luck, and also the Break Luck Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these Luck Path Immortal Goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream Immortal Goo like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. If he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Fang Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Fang Yuan had tasted the bitterness of Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of Luck Path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some Luck Path Immortal Goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed Break Luck Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan already had Connect Luck Immortal Goo, it could be used with Break Luck Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities, he could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him, Fang Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next Immortal Goo is a rank 7 Luck Path Immortal Goo, it is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's turn, Qin Baixing introduced it slowly. Rank 7 Immortal Goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were rank 6 Immortal Goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising rank 6 to rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for rank 8 Immortal Goo, there was no one in this auction. The Goo Immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 Immortal Goo, they were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's usage, the Goo Immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others. But there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo had a market, some large forces needed it and could help their own members. Some Goo Immortals were also interested, they could use this Goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 Strength Path Immortal Goo, no one in this auction could take it out. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Baixing, announcing that he could use rank 7 Time Path Immortal Goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. I wonder if this Immortal Goo also came from the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room. Feng Jioge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Baixing, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Fairy Orchid. You really can't hold it in anymore. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not sold. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a rank 7 Immortal Goo, and it had to be a Strength Path Immortal Goo, there were not many of such Immortal Goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not as attractive as other Immortal Goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not the only Immortal Goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one Luck Concealment Immortal Goo that was not sold. After that, several other Immortal Goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction Immortal Goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention, which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid. Time continued to pass, immortal goo after immortal goo appeared on the stage and were bought. The goo immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few immortal goo left on the list, they were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon. It was the essence of the luck path true inheritance that Xianxia obtained. The next immortal goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. It is Wisdom Path rank 6. The seller's condition is a rank 6 Strength Path immortal goo. Defensive immortal goo is the best. Xianxia announced. When there were only a few immortal goo left, it was finally Feng Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo's turn. This time, he was still asking for a Strength Path immortal goo. As for the immortal zombie body and the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo. Once these two matters were mentioned, together with the Strength Path immortal goo, the clues would be too obvious. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was already known to everyone. Even if Feng Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path immortal goo. The threshold for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. Xianxia had just finished speaking when several goo immortals made their bids. Strength Path was declining, while Wisdom Path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most goo immortals, rank 6 Wisdom Path immortal goo were much more enticing than rank 6 Strength Path immortal goo. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo became quite lively. Feng Yuan listened to the bids carefully, he did not move, he was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an Eat Strength immortal goo. This goo is of both Food Path and Strength Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation immortal goo. It can allow the goo immortals' Strength Path Dao marks to grow on their own by eating Strength Path beast meat or fruits and vegetables. It is completely compatible with the goo immortal's body. Once she said this, almost all the goo immortals present were shocked. This is a good immortal goo. For Strength Path goo immortals, it is indeed rare. Food Path no longer exists, it is even worse than Strength Path. At least, Strength Path was still at its peak, but Food Path did not exist, and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising goo. Hearing the discussions of the goo immortals in the hall, Feng Zhouge smiled. This immortal goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Zhouge had expected Feng Yuan's request, thus he asked Prince's Impatience for help. Even though he had many Strength Path immortal goo, in terms of Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Prince's Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Xinyang Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's Impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured Eat Strength immortal goo. This goo was very beneficial to Strength Path goo immortals, but to Prince's Impatience, it was not very useful. Feng Zhouge sent a letter asking for help. Prince's Impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Zhouge's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if this immortal goo can be transferred? I am willing to use another Strength Path immortal goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo. Soon, Chudu sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also Strength Path, how can it be more attractive than Eat Strength goo? Feng Zhouge replied, rejecting Chudu's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious goo immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for Strength Path immortal goo. It was very likely that he was a Strength Path goo immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of Eat Strength immortal goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Zhouge expected. Feng Yuan heard the introduction of Eat Strength immortal goo and was shocked and joyful. This Eat Strength immortal goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that goo immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the goo immortal's body would gain more Dao marks of their own path. The more Tao marks a Gu immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Tao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Tao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing Gu immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Tao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding immortal Gu, the greater the amplification of the immortal Gu's power. When Feng Yuan used worldly wave trace immortal Gu, the strength path Tao marks on his body were not related to worldly wave trace's water path Tao marks, they conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good, he could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Feng Yuan used strength path immortal Gu like pulling mountain and pulling water, he could resonate with the immortal Gu. Not only could he increase the immortal Gu's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Feng Yuan could understand the laws of strength path through using the immortal Gu. The deeper the understanding, the more his strength path attainment level would increase, it would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Feng Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body, his immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced, the targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Feng Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Tao marks, there would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Tao marks, I can use immortal Gu like Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu to carve Tao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal Gu are not suitable for the human body, they are rare and have little effect. The Tao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal Gu are not as good as the Tao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Feng Yuan had experience in using beast strength Gu worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body, it was not easy to use. Sometimes, it could create beast phantoms, sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu that Feng Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Tao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Tao marks were not perfect for Feng Yuan's body, after all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Tao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Feng Yuan's body, Feng Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle and unleash the strength path beast phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal Gu. All-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the strength path Tao marks on the human body at all times. But Feng Yuan's all-out effort Gu was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital Gu, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort Gu's immortal Gu recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Feng Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Xianxia. There were thousands of immortal Gu recipes in Xianxia blessed land, he hoped that there was an immortal Gu recipe for all-out effort Gu among them. To be continued, but currently, the relationship between Feng Yuan and land spirit of Xianxia had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal Gu recipes. Even the mortal Gu recipes, land spirit of Xianxia treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding Gu refinement, land spirit of Xianxia was very stingy. Feng Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to Gu refinement, land spirit of Xianxia treated them as treasures. Not to mention Gu recipes. But if Feng Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal Gu could allow Gu immortals to create their own strength path Tao marks. This way, the Tao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant, he could use this immortal Gu to make up for it. Feng Yuan was moved. One could say, as long as it was a strength path Gu immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal Gu. With this strength path immortal Gu, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Jioge sat calmly, he was very confident. Once this Gu appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Gu. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. At this time, in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid, 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material Law I blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. But during this process, he did not expose his identity. Fang Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Baixing. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baixing, the other Goo immortals present did not know. Qin Baixing had signed the alliance agreement, he naturally would not leak any information. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Baiyunsheng. Feng Jiuge had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He asked Prince's impatience for help. How could Fang Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai Baiyunsheng to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Baixing. Although Tai Baiyunsheng did not reveal his and Feng Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon Sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Baiyunsheng made his offer, Feng Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Jiuge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a Beast Strength Immortal Goo and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, he could use it if he had it. He was also a Strength Path Goo Immortal. The reason why he gave up on a Strength Path Immortal Goo. He was eyeing Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity, he could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Feng Yuan was happy to see it, he did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Baiyunsheng raised his bid again. Feng Jiuge's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Baiyunsheng immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal goo. Feng Jiuge could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this Eat Strength Goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Jiuge did not fall into the trap easily, he was a hero after all, he decided to slow down. This way, he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Feng Yuan's intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding, as if she was unwilling to part with Eat Strength Immortal Goo, she backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the Goo Immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Feng Jiuge to sell Eat Strength Immortal Goo to him. Feng Jiuge laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Feng Yuan instructed Tai Baiyunsheng, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating Goo Immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Baiyunsheng were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was Eat Strength Immortal Goo. But Feng Jiuge did not relent, he seemed to want to compete for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Chu Du did not dare to slack off, he kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent Eat Strength Immortal Goo from falling into his hands, on the other hand, even if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Baiyunsheng's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Jiuge's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a Goo Immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials, the price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A wisdom path immortal goo that can only produce joyful will can be sold at such a high price, it is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chudu is involved. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal goo to obtain delight in water and mountain. He must have his own plans. Chudu, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression, he was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai Baiyunqing made Chudu feel unwell. When did I, the Grand Domination Immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chudu had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Tai Baiyunqing raised the price again. Chudu gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price. Under the attention of the goo immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Baixing had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly, this Sha Huang, as an immortal zombie, is actually so shrewd, he is not simple. But Chudu's financial resources are clearly depleted, he is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Baixing knew, Fang Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. But it was not easy. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment. As well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fang Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead, he kept instructing Tai Baiyunqing to raise the price, he was imposing. Chudu could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal goo, otherwise he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chudu sighed, he went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this. Only Tai Baiyunqing was left. Even so, Tai Baiyunqing raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan, it was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Baixing his decision. Qin Baixing heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Baixing were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood. But he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Baixing shook his head, he was on the stage, he did not have time to think, he announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a while, he said, 23rd secret room, going twice. The goo immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain, even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price, his goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high, I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Fang Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering, did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room, going thrice. Qin Baixing shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Joga spoke, one needs strength immortal goo, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Baiyunqing raised the price alone. Everyone gasped, to think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baixing was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chudu's expression turned pale, he sighed deeply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, Swordmaster Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Baiyunqing's voice could be heard, he raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Joga smiled bitterly, after watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about water pavilions matter? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Zhouge was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of water pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Zhouge quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunxing fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the goo immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to rise. Soon, it entered the top 5. Next, it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Zhouge's 2-for-1 exchange for Feng Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo. Do I have to exchange 2 for 1? Feng Zhouge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Zhouge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchanged 2 for 1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Zhouge's target was water pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Zhouge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Feng Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next, he asked Qin Baixing for a new request, a complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Zhouge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunxing shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Zhouge followed, I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly, saying, the seller, please state a new request. The goo immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise? Qin Baixing was silent for a while, before speaking for Feng Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Zhouge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move, even though it is mortal. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar face? Thieving heaven demon venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Zhouge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting, I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is called vaguely familiar face. Everyone gasped. Feng Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Feng Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had vaguely familiar face, but they kept it a secret. During the 5 Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the goo immortals on both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was vaguely familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Zhouge. In his previous life, Feng Zhouge contributed it to the sect, thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this. He did not guess that the other party was Feng Zhouge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jiuge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo to Swordmaster Yu Lan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Floating Astronomy. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baixing was already auctioning the next immortal goo. Feng Jiuge was expressionless, looking at Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Eat Strength Immortal Goo is precious, but it is only useful to Strength Path Goo immortals. Even if I sacrificed Vaguely Familiar Face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal goo is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jiuge reflected in his heart, his expression gradually eased. In the hall, many goo immortals were bidding for immortal goo. Fang Yuan was like Feng Jiuge, he was not on the stage, he was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jiuge gave up Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance was slightly more complete than Fang Yuan's Malicious Thought Inheritance. There was a goo recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 Memory Thought Goo, an immortal goo recipe for Recall Immortal Goo, and several mortal killer moves. This Memory Thought Goo is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine Recall Immortal Goo, that would be even better. Fang Yuan inspected it and stored this Wisdom Path Inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine Immortal Goo for the time being. The cost of refining Immortal Goo was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Fang Yuan already had many Immortal Goo, he did not need to use Recall Immortal Goo. It was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if Eat Strength Immortal Goo could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly, it could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Fang Yuan focused on Vaguely Familiar Face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move, it was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad. Especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Fang Yuan's original plan. He had Transformation Path Attainment Level, Wisdom Goo's help, and the foundation of Vaguely Familiar Face, the complete Unfamiliar Face. Now, with this 50% of Vaguely Familiar Face, his confidence was quite high. 3 Familiar Faces at First Sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human, and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Fang Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baixing had already auctioned the final few immortal goo. The second last immortal goo among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The goo immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baixing, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many goo immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance had huge value, many goo immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal goo they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry, there were many loopholes. It was not as complete as during the Five Regions' chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life. Qin Baixing was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection Gu's recipe. Qin Baixing's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck inspection Gu, as the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible, it could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some Gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal Gu, like move luck Gu, seal luck Gu, transfer luck Gu, break luck Gu, and so on, they had to be used together with luck inspection Gu. Qin Baixing had his reasons for placing this luck inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baixing continued, this set of luck inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal Gu. What, there is no luck inspection immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baixing smiled, there is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, it is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal Gu, everything related to luck inspection Gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baixing's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal Gu? Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baixing snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke, a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal Gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guorong's expression changed, he did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Qin Baixing was a rank 7 expert, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat, he scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baixing. But the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baixing said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baixing immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal Yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list, the quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Feng Yuan threw out. Qin Baixing was not skilled in Gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources, lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Feng Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal Gu. The auction started, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal Gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most Gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another, the momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baixing watched with a smile, since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Feng Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection Gu. Unfortunately, mortal Gu had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal Gu recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baixing said that he had luck inspection immortal Gu. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduced that immortal Gu are unique, I cannot refine luck inspection immortal Gu. Feng Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Jiuge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common, they were all members of the major forces. To them, the Mortal Luck Inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete Rank 7 Gu recipe. With Mortal Path Luck Inspection Gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Gu Master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this Mortal Gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used a Mortal Gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this Gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baixing was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A Luck Path Rank 7 Immortal Gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this Gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baixing said loudly. This Immortal Gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. They were both Luck Path, both Rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many Rank 7 Gu Immortals and even Rank 8 Great Experts bid for it. With this Immortal Gu, there was no need for any Luck Inspection Gu. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a Luck Path True Inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a Metal Path Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the Rank 8 Gu Immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a Rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu and a Rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Gu. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fang Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Gu Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique Immortal Gu. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Gu was especially suitable for Spring-Autumn Cicada. The disadvantage of the Spring and Autumn Cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this Immortal Gu, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Gu's usage was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Fang Yuan and characters like the 5 Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Fang Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Etian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Fang Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Joga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Feng Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 immortal goo. It was called fortune in misfortune. This goo's power was profound, it targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Dao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in goo immortal cultivation. Fortune from disaster immortal goo targeted this. As long as it was used. After a goo immortal passes the tribulation, the Dao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this goo had a flaw, it had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the goo immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Dao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this immortal goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a metal path goo immortal, Qin Baixing naturally used a rank 7 metal path immortal goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this goo. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck immortal goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream goo immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal goo. A rare immortal goo that surpassed luck path and wisdom path, calculation immortal goo, it could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Zhouge. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Feng Yuan, they could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction, it is also the most important item. Qin Baixing introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the goo immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal goo it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin Baixing explained, no need to be surprised, I believe many goo immortals have already guessed it. That's right, these 2 were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun, she had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump, she obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyan, he is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyan. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal goo, it is giant sun immortal's trump card goo. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal goo of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo seems to be an expendable goo, it can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate it? In the hall, a goo immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baixing smiled as he replied, according to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal goo can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal Gu below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven Gu was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Baixing paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu into an immortal Gu worm. Of course, in the process of Gu refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing this, most of the Gu immortals' eyes almost spat out fire, some even gulped down saliva, their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baixing's lips curled up, he showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them, because they are not immortal Gu, there is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals in the hall were excited, one of them shouted. 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Zhouge said coldly, raising the price by 100 times, but this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts, it only excluded most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas Gu immortals, Five Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Baizu made their bids. The representatives of the superforces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket, the momentum was terrifying. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the Gu immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Fang Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path, he planned to focus on time path, he did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Land's case, he had more experience than Ma and Zhao, he knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, were extremely tempting. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu was rank 8, Fang Yuan was a mere rank 6, how could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Zhouge, who bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Shui Hu. This leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The Gu immortals, especially the representatives of the Huangjin bloodline superforces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed, he had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. Many Gu immortals of the Huangjin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Swordmaster Yu Lan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Zhouge in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next, everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Baixing said this as he left the platform. He was tired, he had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the luck path true inheritance essence, it concerned his own benefits, He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gu immortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Baixing could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baixing made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal Gu were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though Gu immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the luck path true inheritance essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baixing, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baixing had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gu immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted, naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the luck path true inheritance, Fang Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao, they were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side, he could not interfere, there was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baixing appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures and use the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores, green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily, it was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Xianxia finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baixing to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling, the transaction failed and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive. Qin Baixing said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading. But selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baixing announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baixing introduced, some of you might know this Gu immortal captive, his nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 Fire Path Gu Immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 Heavenly Tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture. Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu Immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us Fire Path Gu Immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu Immortals were moved. Fire Path Gu Immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 Heavenly Tribulation and many earthly calamities, their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not Fire Path Gu Immortals, most Gu Immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu Immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baixing had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, Wisdom Path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes, the rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for Desolate Beast corpses, Food Path inheritances or clues, Wisdom Path inheritances or clues, Time Path inheritances or clues. He even asked for Battle Bone Will Gu, White Bone Chariot recipes, Lifespan Gu, and so on. Finally, Loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, in every round, the Gu Immortal only had 1 chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Xianxia, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat Desolate Beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shuihu and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The Medicine Sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Xianxia was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number. But the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baixing's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat. This Immortal Gu House is actually being sold? Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Haha, those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices. threatening zombie alliance. Finally, the two sides broke down. The lone cultivator Gu Immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants woodpath resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing, I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 grade experts also joined in. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a woodpath Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Super Force Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a woodpath Immortal Gu, we will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great, he was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, Yin Lu Gong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. Yin Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Humph, I have a wisdom path unravel mystery Immortal Gu, I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoysia spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly, the scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved, his eyes shined with bright light, he did not hear wrongly, it should be Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu? Floating Astronomy. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it, only the rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 8 grade experts of super forces could compete for it. Especially super forces, the allure of an Immortal Gu house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it, they adopted the auction rules. Qin Baixing smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat, your Zombie Alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. Yin Lu Gong sighed, the current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end, the price was still rising. Yin Lu Gong was an understanding person, he knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Fang Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 Immortal Gu captives left. One of them is Wu Hao. Known as Rushing Thunderhand, he is the only rank 7 Gu Immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Huahai Immortals. They belong to Woodpath. Evidently, using these 4 Gu Immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a Space Path Gu Immortal, they were not compatible with each other, the allure of these 4 Gu Immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, Immortal Gu were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good Gu. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Gu that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these Immortal Gu are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity and this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel mystery immortal goo itself was not something Fang Yuan needed. But in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this goo as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary goo. Brewing a Dream Path Killer Move, Dream Path Immortal Killer Move. At this time, the three venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path mortal goo, she did not circulate them, she treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become goo immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Fang Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path mortal goo recipes. But mortal goo were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Goo. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now or the Dream Path Immortal Goo that appeared later in Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 venerables, 2 male and 1 female immortal venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female immortal venerable. In the short term, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer Move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of goo depended on the user. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master. Genius goo masters were often able to combine different goo worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Goo, he only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo of Soul Path as the core, along with other mortal goo, to form the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer Move was the same, the core Immortal Goo was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used, it was a Dream Path Killer Move. If I can obtain this goo, I can gather Dream Path Goo materials and refine Mortal Goo one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life, I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms, I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer Move, it was not inferior to Wisdom Goo. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and to Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All Out Effort Goo. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it allowed Fang Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Who Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a Goo Immortal when he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Goo Immortals. After becoming an Immortal Zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of Immortal Zombies. Precisely because of this place, Fang Yuan had ample capital. Goo Immortal Cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Goo was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Fang Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now, it was only third. As for the fourth, it was All Out Effort Goo. Even though this goo was only a rank 4 mortal goo, the timing was extremely good. It was Fang Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without all-out effort goo, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Goo at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring-Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Who Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Feng Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, Who Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Goo, All-Out Effort Goo, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioge and Old Ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao, they had suffered a huge loss, they had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Goo earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources, all sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier, he had bought many Immortal Goo of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 super forces, Yuan Tribe, Morong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Goo house. Thus, only Morong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Morong Jin Xiao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Goo house to defend my sect, this is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Morong Jin Xiao shook his head, bowing as he smiled, Lord, our Morong Tribe's Immortal Goo house lacks a core Immortal Goo, this is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe, please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it, regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed, he did not try to persuade anymore, he raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 Immortal Goo, it far surpassed the value of the 4 Gu Immortal captives. But Feng Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core Immortal Goo. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 Immortal Goo, they are hard to use. 2 Immortal Goo is already the limit, the 3 parties are already hesitating, the price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete Immortal Goo recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a Woodpath Goo cultivator, they are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal Goo, only one is Woodpath, it comes from Morong Tribe, it is an investigative Immortal Goo. Hee, wonderful. Forget about the Gu Immortal captive I have, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, the 3 Huahai Immortals are Woodpath Gu Immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Feng Yuan acted quickly, he immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baixing. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock, I do not have a Woodpath Immortal Goo, Morong Tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock? Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved, he took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, then put up the 3 Huahai Immortals. The seller's eyes shined, after hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra Immortal Goo, one of them even had a Woodpath Immortal Goo. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a Movement Immortal Goo and 3 Woodpath Immortal Apertures, they were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level, by selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Huahai immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything, he still had to pay 2 immortal goo. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. To be continued, after an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident, it was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing quickly transmitted, not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event, it seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back? Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing came to Qin Baixing's blessed land, they had relied on the whole earth goo that Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear, it was unwise to rashly use whole earth goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Baiyunxing nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Goo immortals. They had the same awareness as Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Thus, when everyone left the blessed land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our Zombie Alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged, the crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lugong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled, Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign. He had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family, perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan, with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Goo immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world, Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the Golden Bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. Yao Huang's expression did not change, his smile became even brighter, since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together, there is no time like the present, why don't we have a good chat today, how about it? Haha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the immortal Gu House medicine hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including Five Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited old ancestor Shui Hu, he rejected. In this auction, old ancestor Shui Hu made a huge investment, buying Ma Hong Yun and the precious contents of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the main material to recreate fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and use it on himself. As the representative of the prince's impatience's will, Feng Zhouge, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu immortals. Feng Zhouge smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Zhouge has great methods and guts, I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun, we can soul search her and find many precious clues, we can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal Gu. What should we do now? The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke one after another, they were clearly following Feng Zhouge's lead. Feng Zhouge laughed heartily. Along the way, he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now, he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal Gu for everyone. Using Feng Zhouge's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Zhouge also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart, they were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Zhouge, this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun, to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect, Feng Zhouge said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Zhouge continued, but this person has concealed himself deeply, I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baixing? He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path Gu immortal. I know this person, he is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baixing not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. He Langzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Gu immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. He Langzi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. He Langzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf, a lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? Humph, if you have guts, fight me to your heart's content, let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Gu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked, the other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are Heiqing? Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer, and Fairy Jiangyu, Why is the demonic path Xianxia with you? Chanyu Zhong I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong expression sank, the other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. Heiqing, you are a He tribe Gu immortal, you have the Huangjin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake, it is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade Heiqing. Xianxia laughed heartily, if your big brother Chanyu Shangyu was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xia, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed, you will definitely lose today. Chanyu Zhong's expression turned even uglier, his gaze was like lightning as he stared at Heiqing, shouting, Heiqing, you are a righteous path Gu immortal, do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone, you will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. Heiqing's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiangyu's words, he became firm. He did not speak, instead he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chanyu Zhong. He was using the most practical action to show his determination, snowy mountain blessed land. Third branch peak. Green light flickered as Tai Baiyunqing appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal, he had few Dao marks on him, thus the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting Gu immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Baiyunqing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are not responding, due to the alliance agreement, we have to react to this situation. Search, the most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, they seem to be sleeping? Tai Baiyunqing had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him, it's dangerous, don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, they are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Author's note, I have been in a lot of trouble recently, the main reason is the outside world, but also my own mental state. I have to thank many people, I have to apologize to many people. Today is the day. Dream realm? Tai Baiyunqing heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore starry sky-blessed land, they met with danger in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Baiyunqing of this matter. Thus, when Tai Baiyunqing heard the word dream realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly, no wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction, they were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded, old bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Baiyunqing asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed, there was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, during the middle and late stages of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Baiyunxing was helpless, he could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses, it was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough, I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it. Tai Baiyunxing has a kind nature, if I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first three were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu, as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction, the profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement. Not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths, it was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive immortal Gu, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu immortal move. But no matter which Gu immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Gu. But Gu immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu immortal's life. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Snowy Mountain blessed land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven, he does not usually stay here, why is he here? Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Shui Hu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me, I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestor's command. The demonic path Gu immortals replied in unison. Gu immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Baiyunxing turned pale with fright, oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied, old ancestor Shui Hu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan, she did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the True Yang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom, an intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language, Chanyu Zhong Er, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chanyu Zhong Er, he escaped while shouting with a fearful expression, He Lang Zi, Hei Ching, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky, it was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move, it had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong Er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jianyu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport Xianxia away. Damn it. Chanyu Zhong gritted his teeth, his heart sank to rock bottom, his furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong was shocked, he quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chanyu Zhong. This distance is enough, now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chanyu Zhong's movements froze, his body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chanyu Zhong was shocked, ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. Quickly help me. The black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, Heiqing and Xianxia flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortal souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this, it was like a tug of war, disregarding everything else, it was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, Heiqing, and Xianxia worked together. Against Chanyu Zhong, they had a huge advantage. I am unresigned. I hate this so much, Let me go. Chanyu Zhong could not resist it, his soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Xianyu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly, as expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong's blessed land. So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do? Chanyu Zhong's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands, he shouted angrily. No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake. Fairy Xianyu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chanyu Zhong, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood, his face was shrouded in darkness, his voice was hoarse, Qin Baixing was plotted against, humph. So this Swordmaster Yulan is a central continent Gu immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Baixing, we need to save him. Fairy Jianyu's tone was anxious, she did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal and Xianxia followed closely behind. Only Heiqing and Xianxia were left behind. Lord Heiqing, should we follow? Xianxia was hesitant. Heiqing looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, he had many methods and great strength, his relationship with Fairy Jianyu was clearly not ordinary, Xianxia was hesitant, but so was he, Heiqing. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. Xianxia might be the same as me, we might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. Heiqing's gaze flickered, he flew up and chased after Fairy Jianyu and the rest. Xianxia snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff huff huff. Qin Baixing breathed roughly, he had dozens of injuries on his body, some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baixing, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baixing, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Matter, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baixing frowned, he spat out a mouthful of blood, Humph. A foreign person sneaking into my northern plains. Intruder. Let me tell you, I am a man of northern plains, I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jiuge sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baixing stared at Feng Jiuge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jiuge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier, he had his pride. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jiuge slowly flew towards Qin Baixing, his expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Dreams were not easy to realize. Especially when they were in conflict with reality and the material environment. First, I have to apologize to everyone for the lack of updates. Next, I have to make an explanation. Most of the reasons came from the outside world, the conflicts in the surrounding people, and the lack of funds for living. All kinds of troubles came one after another, and the bitterness was indescribable. Of course, part of the reason came from myself. The writing habit that I had cultivated in the past, writing and stopping, was really not easy to change. To be honest, it was not easy to endure the 2 months of updates. Finally, I thoroughly felt the bitterness and hardships of my profession. It was really not easy to write every line, but I am glad that everyone is here. The remuneration for writing this book is low, and everyone has been supporting me. In this winter, it is a warm comfort. I will complete it, because Venomous Goo Master will not monitor it, because Venomous Goo Master has never monitored it before. Finally, I have to thank some of my brothers and sisters. Even when I stopped updating, they were still giving gifts, voting, and reading the original version. The next list is of great significance. It is the list of gifts given during the days when I stopped updating. As for the list of votes, it is not that I do not want to count them, but it is difficult to do so. Here, I apologize. Thank you to the following readers for your gifts of Qidian coins: Old Man 1, Glass Old Zhua, Book Friend 130202085334726, Xaisp, Book Friend 150112231304605, Book Friend 140717140641842, Lost Little Idiot, Book Friend 150108214226411, Fifth Update Broken Dream, Book Friend 150108214226411, Fifth Update Broken Dream, Book Friend 15010622162266411, Fifth Update Broken Dream, Book Friend 150105074803543, Xiao. Dream, Pure Moon Flowing Clouds, Book Friend 150108000555194, Dayon 009, Good, Very Like, Please Familiarize Me, Dark Star Underworld Sea, Misty Rain Willow, Jean Shi, Book Friend 141226175840384, Sistasa Pants, Number 1 Expert of Warcraft, Gu, Yen Xiao Zizai, This Can Type a Few Words, Tai Day L, Night Moon, Singing Tune Wild Dance, Book Friend 150109022234661, Eating Friend 141231190456385, Looking for Faraway Wind Chimes, Book Friend 150108094229052, Book Friend 150108080739806, Neza, Book Friend 150107231516511, Herdsman, This Can Type a Few Words, Ear and Ear, 516165105, It Will End, Book Friend 130121111804737, Book Friend 150105221554262, Greenvine Peach Flower, Shanda, Night Test, Book Friend 150106221647948, Lingering Memory, Called 360, Sun in the Blue Sky, by An Mujian, Mao Yongqing, Book Friend 150105074803543, Flying Fish 37. Thank you to the following readers for their gifts of thousands of Qidian coins: Morning News, Evening Change 54, Fragrant Grass, Why the Sword Hesitates, Savage Mountain Village, Sadquxt, passerby in the wind, bathing of an old friend, blood angel's lair, light of wisdom, a little light that lasts 10,000 years, book friend 1501072344000136. Xianxia. Thank you to the following readers for their gifts of tens of thousands of Qidian coins. Yen, 10200, Yi Yushan, 20,000, Good Public. Servant of the People, 10,000, Brother Xiang, 21432. Thank you to Hihi117 for your gifts every day as usual. Thank you to Purple Tomato for your 100,000 gifts. Congratulations on becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you everyone. This data is only for the period from 6 to 12 days. If there are any errors, please forgive us. Venomous Insect Master is still here. Even if it's hard to survive, facing countless criticism, and slander, but, still here. I-1153 28,722 plus TSWA plus 244236771 move? Hearing Feng Zhouge's words, Qin Baixing laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yu Xiong, and Nu Erdu, killing by Qinzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rang Zun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire northern plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me. But it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baixing laughed loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Zhouge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding central continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Zhouge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated, I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baixing's laughter stopped, he looked at Feng Zhouge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Zhouge, Qin Baixing felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it, and bowed to Feng Zhouge solemnly, I have not asked for your name. Feng Zhouge returned the greeting, I am Feng Zhouge. Qin Baixing's expression changed, so you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha ha ha, then come, let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baixing had heard of Feng Zhouge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Zhouge's identity, Qin Baixing's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals, why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight, Feng Zhouge breathed in deeply, saying slowly, this song is called Green Jade Song, please enjoy it. The other Central Continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. Come. Qin Baixing shouted, his gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged, he had a heroic aura. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. 3rd Peak. This time it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui Hu, even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy, thanked Fan Yuan and Fairy, Tai Baixing, and Immortal. Gu immortal was Gu immortal, she, Gu, and Bai, immortals of the Emu of course, she of them, of course was, Gu, was, she, Bai, once his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by the Gu immortal world. Tai Baiyunqing sighed deeply. Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing would be implicated. These 3 were tied to the same rope. Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed, I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you 2 have a way to wake little Lan up? Tai Baiyunqing shook his head, looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said solemnly, difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, you were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm, even if we kill her, she will not wake up. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope, if it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Feng Yuan, it seems that you have a way. Feng Yuan chuckled, He Lulan is quite lucky, I obtained a Gu at the auction, it can be used to create a dream path killer move. It can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal goo is not enough, we need the help of many immortal goo. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this. Fang Yuan, what materials do you need to refine goo? You can tell me, I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Fang Yuan shook his head, these dream path mortal goo require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream goo is different from other paths, the entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked, this was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path goo worms were very different from goo worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world, they were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's, it could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path goo worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result, it was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Fang Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Gutsgu transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched air sac goo and could actually transfer guts goo. Now, he also has such research on dream path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create, I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again, Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person, I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned, she was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature, she was not surprised, she smiled, the debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal yuan stone, immortal goo recipes, or immortal materials do you want, just name it. Her tone was very polite, after all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled, I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength goo and strength chi goo in He Lolan's hands. 2 lives, 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace, these 2 immortal goo are Xiaolan's core goo worms. A gentleman does not take what others like, Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 goo worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head, even if we are discovered, Xiaolan's life will be in danger, I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Xiaolan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill, helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement, Fairy's words are very reasonable, I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition, I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them, they had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time, thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache, she quickly stood up and advised, wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk. Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears. Fang Yuan lowered his attitude, he was very humble and polite. Sigh, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal goo are not mine, I cannot promise you anything now. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression, that's right, I also feel that this condition is too much, just pretend I did not say anything. Fairy, you are right, self-strength and strength chi goo are He Lolan's immortal goo, how can you make the decision? Forget it, we are allies after all, I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path goo worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time, we need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Baiyunxing and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Baiyunxing was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Baiyunxing had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, 2 immortal gu. But you can only choose between strength chi and strength chi. I can make the decision for Little Lan. The remaining immortal gu will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore. Tai Baiyunxing could not help but be moved. He sighed, He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Baiyunxing was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength Chi and Self Chi were good, but Fang Yuan had obtained several new Strength Path Immortal Gu. He did not need them as urgently as before. What, you want Mountain Pledge Gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Gu was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several immortal gu here, you can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when Little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Fang Yuan was still thinking about that slavery immortal gu in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal gu, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This immortal gu is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an immortal gu and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this immortal gu not long ago. It was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This gu was called Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal gu. It expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him, Fang Yuan, if you really choose this gu, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this time luck immortal gu from Qin Baixing as a reward. If ordinary gu immortals use this gu, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead, I am afraid you cannot use this gu. You might as well choose other immortal gu. Oh? So it is like that. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Gu path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A gu master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan gu could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, Gu immortals valued their lives even more than Gu masters, they valued their lifespan even more. Qin Baixing's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Even so, not a single lifespan Gu was auctioned. Instead, in mortal Gu masters' transactions, lifespan Gu would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After Gu masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a Gu immortal, they would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status and life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, Gu immortals had limited lifespans, living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal Gu masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan, they would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the Gu master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives, they would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Gu Yue, or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for Gu immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more, they would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a Gu immortal. Time Luck immortal Gu expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person, he immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze, she knew she could not hide it from him, she said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you, I have a method that uses Time Luck immortal Gu as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path, he immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it, he was not disappointed, instead he laughed, "In that case, I need this immortal Gu even more." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold, "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn, his tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal Gu. The reason is simple, it is because I obtained a modified mortal Gu recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck immortal Gu needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it, it will not affect my lifespan." "So it's like that." Fairy Li Shan was stunned, she did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan, "When we bought this Gu recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck immortal Gu. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Gu immortal, Time Luck immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms, since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. "Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck immortal Gu and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck immortal Gu to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck, wouldn't that be more convenient?" Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, "Precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move, even if we cannot create a way to use Time Luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend Time Luck immortal Gu to you. At that time, you can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck, it will be the same." Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, "Immortal Gu are unique, Time Luck immortal Gu is in your hands, you naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit, whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would Time Luck immortal Gu be lent to me?" Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With time luck immortal goo in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Fang Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out time luck immortal goo. Her plan was to use time luck immortal goo and this immortal killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other goo immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help. But she did not want the two-strength path immortal goo to end up in Fang Yuan's hands, thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed, she could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus, she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness, if not for time luck immortal goo, he might not even want the other goo worms. If he really wants the two-strength path immortal goo, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use immortal goo when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster, because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable, wrapping around little Lan tightly, she could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed, it could be said that Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person, she schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie, she only concealed it. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not wake up He Lulan, because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Fang Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Fang Yuan take away time luck immortal goo. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Fang Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 immortal goo. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement, he had profited greatly. But he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Fang Yuan wanted the two-strength path immortal goo, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb, Fang Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 immortal goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than immortal goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing immediately set off, returning to Hu immortal blessed land and quickly refining many dream path mortal goo to form an immortal killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui who had already gathered most of the demonic path goo immortals and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. When Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu immortal blessed land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 goo immortals surrounded the 2 people in the center. Qin Baixing landed on the ground, his back was bent, he supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated, almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Baixing raised his head and looked at Feng Jiuge, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade, it was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baixing's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly, the jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baixing. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move, they blocked green jade song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baixing's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baixing. His tone was full of praise. That's right, this is the green jade song I created, it can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. Alright, you are a true man, it is too much of a pity for you to die like this, searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge. Qin Baixing is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the green jade song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baixing. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baixing's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baixing's wealth. Qin Baixing was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baixing, they might be even worse off. Feng Jioge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baixing lost his battle intent, the Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves, no wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves, Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying, even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young wisdom path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers, a colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced, he sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baixing not to play any tricks. Qin Baixing's expression was extremely ugly, he naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you, I lost the bet, you can ask me anything. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baixing said. You. The Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy, they frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled, no matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baixing spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Qin Baixing was stunned, Feng Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes, he felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baixing immediately said, this seller is called Sha Huang, he is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Jiuge muttered, continue. Qin Baixing continued, I have not known this person for long. The reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and found that this person's luck was not ordinary, thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious, he seems to have a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 goo immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 goo immortal, rushing thunderhand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baixing's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baixing growled in pain, he quickly focused his mind and activated healing immortal goo. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable, his body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash, his life was in danger. Feng Jiuge looked at Qin Baixing, before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baixing's words were all true. Thus, Feng Jiuge asked, second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baixing heard this and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent immortals looked at Qin Baixing, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky. A figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jiuge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal goo. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jiuge shook his head, it is not that I am unwilling to make a move. But I found out that this person has a soul explosion method, just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this? The Goo immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jiuge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo, you will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic, it is all thanks to Lord Feng Jiuge, now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jiuge nodded, next, we will split into 2 groups, one group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Goo immortals listened to him, they split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, He Langzi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move, wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baixing was ambushed, they have already fought. He Qing was experienced, seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jiangyu quickly took out an investigative goo worm, after inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baixing was not captured, he escaped and went that way. Fairy Jiangyu's investigative method made He Qing, Xianxia, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Goo immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiangyu's manipulation, more than 10 Goo immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jiuge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Goo immortals attacked, Qin Baixing actually escaped? Xianxia was surprised, there are only 5 of us, how can we trap Qin Baixing? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Goo immortal spoke, his voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiangyu stored the goo worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression, go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg, gasp, so many of them. Fang Yuan, you are crafty and cunning, you really did not disappoint me. Land spirit of Xianxia buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity but also of good quality. The land spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Feng Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by land spirit of Xianxia. But in the end, Feng Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Feng Yuan said. Land spirit of Xianxia stared with wide eyes. He was not happy, instead he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Feng Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men, they are raised well, almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement, my batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine, help me refine. Gu and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid, this is a fair transaction. Feng Yuan said warmly. Hu immortal blessed land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Hu immortal blessed land, it was recorded in Danghun Mountain. Right now, Feng Yuan was floating above Danghun Mountain. In his original form, he was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. He had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Danghun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly, he stared at Danghun Mountain, he suddenly shouted, Pulling Mountain. At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Danghun Mountain. Feng Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength, as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble. At first, this sound was only a slight sound. But in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder, the entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Danghun Mountain. Under Feng Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body, this was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Danghun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, Hu immortal land spirit's mouth was slightly agape, she had an expression of shock. Rise again. Feng Yuan wanted to experiment to reach the step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body, they were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter, at the same time, Feng Yuan's speed of raising Danghun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now, it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Feng Yuan activated Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were strength path Dao marks. Strength path Dao marks were scattered all over his body, they were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together, some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the strength path Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The strength path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Gu. The power of the Immortal Gu did not change. But when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Feng Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Danghun Mountain rose to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Danghun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Feng Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore, and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later. In front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Feng Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the strength path Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain, Feng Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a strength path Gu Immortal, my strength path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength, under the resonance of the strength path Dao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo will continuously expend immortal essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. The immortal essence expenditure seems huge, but considering that the target is Danghun Mountain, the expenditure is not much. Danghun Mountain was a mystical land that could produce guts goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Even Snowy Mountain could not compare to such an important and precious land. Based on this, Fang Yuan guessed that if he were to uproot other ordinary mountains, it would be much easier than Danghun Mountain. What a great pulling mountain! After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and praised softly, feeling very satisfied. After all, any mountain could not be easily uprooted or moved. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Casually uprooting them would destroy them if the roots were broken. According to Qi Path's description, the entire world was made up of heaven and earth qi. The 2 qi converged and fluctuated endlessly, forming all sorts of natural sceneries. For example, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formed from abundant heaven qi, mixed with earth qi. As for mountain peaks and hills, they were formed from the accumulation of earth qi, mixed with some heaven qi. It was always easier to destroy than to build. Mountains were easy to destroy, but not easy to move. The mountain roots were connected to the earth, and the earth qi intertwined. Like the foundation of a tall building, if one forcefully uprooted it, the earth qi would be cut and the mountain would be destroyed. But Pulling Mountain had a mystical ability. It could directly cut off the earth qi and not damage the mountain. After falling down, it could connect with the earth qi. This was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Pulling Mountain, pulling water. Next, I will try this strength path immortal goo. Fang Yuan left Danghun Mountain, and with little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the eastern side of the blessed land, floating in front of the lake. On the eastern side of Hu Immortal blessed land, there were lakes of all sizes. In the past, Fang Yuan connected the east and north, using water to extinguish the fire. During this period, countless rockmen were sacrificed. Right now, there were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups living in the lake. Above the lake, there was a continuous stretch of dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass, forming a grassland in the sky. In the grassland, groups of starlight fireflies were flying everywhere. Among the ordinary fireflies, there was a high proportion of starlight firefly goo. Thus, on the eastern side of Hu Immortal blessed land, although the dark clouds were dense, the stars were shining brightly. In the sky, there was a star cloud grassland, while on the ground, there were lakes of all sizes, sparkling and reflecting the light of the stars. Fang Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake, and activated Pulling Water Immortal Goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed, large numbers of water plants were piled up together, there were also rocks, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Fang Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving, but no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun, fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly, as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunxing was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force, and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a goo immortal. Against mortal goo masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two goo, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move Myriad Self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal goo, which can directly fuse with Myriad Self. Because the concept of Myriad Self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunder Path Goo Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Goo recipe. Hei Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of effort, time, and effort. As for how to fuse these two strength path immortal goo into Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom goo. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing goo recipes, immortal goo recipes, mortal killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, and delight in water and mountain, while he obtained iron crown eagle strength goo, pulling mountain, pulling water, eat strength, and unravel mystery. They were all good goo, the key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Baiyunqing flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, that's right, I have the desolate beast bat corpse now, I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat strength immortal goo and iron crown eagle strength goo can be used to increase my strength path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my strength path immortal goo will be. I also need to refine inch of time, memory thought goo, malicious thought goo, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Fang Yuan would definitely be extremely busy, he would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity, Fang Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it. He was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Baiyunqing reminded, don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan, the most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo and combine them into an immortal killer move to save Hei Lulan. I understand this, go to Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyunqing could not help but smile, these last days, Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens, inform me, I will rush back immediately. Fang Yuan frowned, be careful. We exposed many things in the auction, Ma and Zhao are also exposed, this is not good for us. Light rain fell, and Qingmao Mountain looked even more verdant in the rain. Fang Yuan sat quietly in the room, facing his brother Fangjing. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? All these years, uncle and aunt have raised us painstakingly, but you actually reported them to the clan's elder council. This is simply ungrateful. Fangjing stood in front of Fang Yuan with his head held high and chest puffed out, reprimanding him righteously. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was like ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Next, he inspected his body, and saw that in his rank 3 aperture, there were liquor worm, all-out effort goo and so on. Fang Yuan's heart settled, thinking, this cultivation is equivalent to when I was in Three Kings' blessed land. At this time, Fang Jing shouted agitatedly, there is still some time before the Elder Council starts the trial. Brother, you can still withdraw your case now. If you really report it, your reputation will be ruined. The surrounding people will look down on you, and I will not acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Fang Yuan chuckled, standing up and walking towards Fang Jing. Fang Jing took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's confusion barrier. Fang Yuan was aware of this, but he endured the disgust in his heart, walking past Fang Jing and towards the door. Brother! Fang Jing suddenly turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan was unable to move forward. He turned around and looked at his brother, the disgust in his heart becoming even more intense. He had an urge to slap Fang Jing's face, and then walk away. But Fang Yuan became calmer. He lightly grabbed Fang Jing's arm, slowly exerting force, trying to get rid of him. But immediately, Fang Jing grabbed Fang Yuan with his other hand. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked Fang Jing to the ground. Fang Jing was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Only then did Fang Yuan regain his freedom. He turned around and strode away. He walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He arrived at the meeting hall of the Guyue clan. The elders sat on the two sides of the table. The patriarch sat on the high seat in the middle. He looked down at Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. Fang Yuan examined himself and realized that he was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Fang Jing was also kneeling. Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he had just kicked Fang Jing. Emotion surged in his heart. It made the dreamland bewildering barrier even stronger. In the first scene earlier, there was only one small room and two people. Right now, the meeting hall here was even more spacious than the small room. And there were close to 10 people, but their faces were blurry, only Fang Jing's face was clear. Fang Yuan's gaze moved around. He only stared at the patriarch for a bit longer before the patriarch's face started to become clearer. Fang Yuan quickly turned his gaze away. He stopped looking. The more he looked, the more memories he had. The dream realm became even more lifelike. The more worrying thing was that it would affect his emotions. Once he fell in love, he would fall into the dreamland bewildering barrier. Fang Yuan did not have the help of a dream path immortal Gu. Once he fell into the bewildering barrier, it would be hard for him to escape. Where are the Gu refinement materials in this dream? Don't tell me they are not in the second scene, but deeper? Fang Yuan searched with his gaze but couldn't find anything. Just as he was pondering, the patriarch spoke. Next, an elder came out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing uncle and aunt for embezzling his parents' inheritance. As a witness, Fang Jing spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything. He felt more disgust in his heart. There was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another. Their words were biased towards Fang Jing's side. They did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation. There was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it. They sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance. Do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus, he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong. There is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass Gu is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Fang Jing kowtowed repeatedly, thank you, Lord Patriarch, thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Fang Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity, he deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave, the surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Fang Yuan recall by Gu Mountain in southern border. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped by Gu Mountain, escaping from Bai clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the white bone cave that he had experienced before. Fang Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Gu Yue brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless Gu masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Fang Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was the only Guts Gu seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Fang Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Fang Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Fang Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time, the goo refinement time was even shorter. He only completed 30% before being discovered by Fangjing. "He is here!" Fangjing shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, sending Fangjing flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Fang Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Fang Yuan was in danger. He quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into minced meat. "Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death." Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted, his suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless, it could be said to be endless. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle, he had to be fully focused, his emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Feng Yuan came to a halt. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity goo in his memories. Here, Feng Yuan finally refined a dream path goo worm. The pursuers arrived. Feng Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, "Time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the darkness faded, revealing the scene of Dang Hun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his hands were clenched, he was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream, he was holding the newly refined dream path mortal goo. Now that he returned to reality, this dream path mortal goo was nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan was not flustered, he looked into his mind. Only to see that in his mind, a dream path mortal goo was floating, all sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first dream path mortal goo is finally done. Feng Yuan smiled in relief. "Scoundrel, where are you going?" Dragon Commander Yicha led the 3 immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Zhouge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the down-marked door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Goo immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yicha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Zhouge stopped, he turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives." "What?" The immortal zombies were furious. "Scoundrel, you can't escape, you actually dare to play tricks in front of me." A muscular immortal zombie said angrily. "Be careful, it might be a trap." A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper, she cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Goo immortals appeared, together with Feng Zhouge. They formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Zhouge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Goo immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. "Rank 7 Goo immortal." Dragon Commander Yicha's expression was grim, he immediately raised the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4, both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Goo immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak, it is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You outer region Goo immortals are truly daring, you want to target our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Humph. That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance, have you thought of the consequences?" The immortal zombies spoke, their morale was set. Feng Zhouge clapped as he smiled. "By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right?" That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly, even Dragon Commander Yicha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City, thus, the moment the Central Continent Goo immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Goo immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Goo immortal, he would not live long. Feng Zhouge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, "Your alliance's downmark gate is really powerful, I admire it very much." Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the downmark gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The four immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Zhouge sighed, his tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate. If you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely. Humph, shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yicha quickly interrupted Feng Zhouge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yicha had a high status. He had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the three lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yicha charged forward first, followed by the other three immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Zhouge's smile did not diminish, he lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak, he did not need to fight. On the left and right, two Central Continent Gu immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Gu immortals had the upper hand, their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yicha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the two Central Continent Gu immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yicha's expression was ashen. He stopped. The other three immortal zombies also had low morale, they had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yicha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Zhouge's smile deepened, he asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang immortal zombie. Sha Huang? Dragon Commander Yicha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh? Feng Zhouge's eyes flashed with joy, he said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff huff huff, Fairy Jiangyu and the rest were all injured, they breathed roughly, they were in a pathetic state. Humph. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, you can forget about it. Qin Baisheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood, he had a tragic aura. Fairy Jiangyu shook her head, smiling bitterly, Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Humph. Qin Baisheng's expression was cold, he was still vigilant, nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation, since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul, that is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem, it is too perfect, the user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiangyu said as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baisheng looked at this immortal goo, silent. Fairy Jiangyu continued, actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you, feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baixing. He really gave it to me. Xianxia, who was at the side, watched in shock. Heiqing was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baixing was very vigilant, he used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then, he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baixing's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo. Scoundrel. This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This. Xianxia cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal goo, but it was crushed just like that. Heiqing was also slightly shocked, he could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baixing's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baixing was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. Heiqing could not help but ask himself, if it was him, facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy, you. The black-robed goo immortal cried out in shock, he was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up, as expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal goo would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. Humph, what is this place? Qin Baixing shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog, as Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baixing, Heiqing, Xianxia, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley? Qin Baixing took a few glances, his mind shaking. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves again, countless goo worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo as the foundation, forming a super goo formation. The goo formation activated with great power, Xianxia, Heiqing, Xianxia, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baixing screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of goo worms, including many immortal goo, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baixing's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baixing had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baixing looked at his hands, his voice was deep and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed goo immortal knelt on the ground, Heiqing and Xianxia bowed slightly. As for Xianxia, he was still arrogant and unruly, he crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baixing recalled everything, he snorted coldly, Feng Jioga. I will remember this, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jiangyu, did you only find these people? With just these people, we cannot take down Langya Blessed Land. It was my fault. Fairy Jiangyu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Heiqing and Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. Xianxia opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared, Qin Baixing, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me? Boom, amidst the intense explosion, Xianxia was like a pile of meat paste, lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain, he could not move at all. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Baixing's hands were hanging down, he stood at the edge of the pit expressionlessly, looking at the struggling Xianxia. One move, just one move and Xianxia could not retaliate. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. Heiqing squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought rapidly, what a mortal killer move is this? With just one use, Xianxia could not even use a single killer move. Xianxia could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I am not convinced. Xianxia gritted his teeth, he laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Baixing, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baixing snorted in disdain, looking down at Xianxia as his lips curled up. Attacking first is the advantage, as a demonic path Gu immortal, you don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Length. Wind. In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Baixing paused, his tone was cold as ice. Right now, I am the knife, you are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me whether you want to or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. Xianxia did not hesitate, I submit. Qin Baixing laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. Xianxia felt his body relax, he laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly, it dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the Gu immortal's robes to flutter. Loudly. Xianxia transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Xianxia and Qin quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Baixing's position was the closest. Seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Xianxia's attack did not surprise him. Boom, another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. Xianxia was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Baixing and yelled, "This move again. What kind of move is this?" "It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Baixing chuckled. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation, I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path, no matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. Xianxia, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me, or die." Facing such a powerful Qin Baixing, Xianxia fell into silence. Qin and Xianxia looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Sha Huang. Feng Jiuge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Jiuge, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. "No, we have already obtained a lot of information." Feng Jiuge chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Xinyang Tower incident." Lord Jiuge is right. Towards Feng Jiuge's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. "What should we do next?" Feng Jiuge thought about it before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained, it will be easier for him to make deductions." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. "What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet?" Old Ancestor Shui who held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's 4th peak's Li Peng King. Li Peng King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, "Old Ancestor, please don't be angry, I encountered a group of Sky Chief beasts, I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed." Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future, and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me, your performance was the worst in this round, how will the other peak lords look at me? Old Ancestor Shui Hu said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Pingqing out of the hall. Li Pingqing was unlucky this time, he encountered the Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Pingqing left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire snowy mountain-blessed land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui Hu in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui Hu turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter, that is why you feel that I am too harsh on these peak lords. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul, and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Pingqing's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him, the other peak lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is the emperor of luck, we will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shui Hu explained in detail. As the second peak lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned, isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance? Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Shui Hu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hongyun as the main material. To refine fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu. Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded, so in this Gu refinement. Not only do we need to prepare several portions of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hongyun as the main material. Compared to refining fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials, it is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This Gu refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady Wan Shou was frowning with worry. Old Ancestor Shui Hu smiled. He held her waist and consoled, wife, are you worried that the Gu refinement will fail? Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband, even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me? Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine, regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level, I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is my hope, sigh, I hope I can make it in time. Old Ancestor Shui Hu sighed deeply. Fang Yuan, bring down that chest of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. Yes. Fang Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skinned fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. This kid actually has strength path cultivation level, I was wrong about him. Seeing Fang Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. No, I promised second young master, I cannot fail like this. Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. Slap. The clothes on Fang Yuan's back were instantly torn, a deep whip mark was left on Fang Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind, Fang Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated, his memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fang Yuan's heart, but Fang Yuan quickly suppressed it. What are you dilly-dallying for, move faster. The caravan steward scolded Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. this was a trap. In the dream realm, it was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fang Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm, I am finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the goo worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the goo refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack, his efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm, he was still in Dang Hun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation, old ancestor Shui who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, someone was investigating immortal zombie Xia Huang's identity. Originally, when Fang Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed, he would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind, using the Dream Path Mortal Goo in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first Dream Path Mortal Goo, because of the goo worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. But with the increase of Dream Path Mortal Goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared, even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch, they had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine Goo. After half a month in Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded, he refined enough Dream Path Mortal Goo. Using these Dream Path Mortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan did not stop, he immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside, she was gathering goo refinement materials for old ancestor Shui Hu. When she heard of Fang Yuan's news, she was overjoyed, she immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Shui Hu's punishment, returning to the 3rd peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret, she told Fang Yuan about it. Before Xianxia died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Xianxia left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land even though she was immortal. Fang Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal goo as immortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed, her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Fang Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Fang Yuan did not lie, Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short, the number of Dream Path Mortal Goo is limited. 20 to 30%, what happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream, she is fine. And there is another benefit, after Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Fang Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Fang Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now, our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Li Shan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Fang Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the dream path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical goo formation. After activating them, the goo formation activated. At the final step, Fang Yuan used green grape immortal goo to activate Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the dream path goo formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal Killer Move, Unravel Dream. A loud sound resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, he was in a hall. I have entered He Lulan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, he had an understanding in his heart, he turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe, they were treating a young Gu master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly, young master He Qing, please have a toast. He Qing was sitting at the front on the left, he raised the cup with both hands, thank you, Su tribe's leader. Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Qing's generous wine bill. He Qing cupped his fists, his tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Fang Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself, he found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with woodpath mortal goo, there were quite a number of them. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 woodpath healing goo master. Fang Yuan frowned. Woodpath was not his forte, and he was a healing goo master. He sighed internally, consoling himself, this is not my dream realm after all, as an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is? Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing a maid's clothing, her face resembled He Lulan's, she was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura, her aura was very different. It's Su Xianxia. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he immediately recognized this woman. Su tribe leader's wine pot was empty, Su Xianxia carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Su tribe leader pretended to be angry, are you blind, go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest first. Su Xianxia replied softly, she walked over to He Qing's table with light steps. He Qing's gaze was fixed on Su Xianxia's face. Only after the wine was poured did he realize it. Looking at Su Xianxia's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up, I have not asked for young lady's name? Su Xianxia turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice, my name is Su Xianxia. Su Xianxia. Xianxia. He Qing muttered. Only after Su Xianxia entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. Ha ha ha. The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed, Xianxia is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. I brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day, thus, even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter. So that's it. He Qing muttered, he drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Qing was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Su tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Qing in a secret room. Tribe leader. Are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a super force with Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Sioux tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness. So what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest, there will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a super force, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Sioux tribe leader looked around, seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions. He said fiercely, "The matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform He tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Sioux tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily." Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor, finally recognizing this reality. Tribe leader is right. That Heiching lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head. The battle hall elder said. Killing Heiching is not easy. Don't look at how Heiching is alone, there are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. He tribe is a super force, and Heiching has outstanding talent, thus he has 5 guards. Sioux tribe leader said the information he received. Fang Yuan was also among them. He understood the meaning of this. Then please tell us, Lord tribe leader, we will definitely follow your orders. Yes, Lord tribe leader, please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed. He quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time, thus he almost blurted it out. Fang Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing gu master. He had weak offense and defense, thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other gu masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night, the night winds were howling. A He tribe rank 3 gu master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Sioux tribe has such guts, you actually dared to touch my He tribe's young master Heiching. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Sioux tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the He tribe gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found He Lulan, it seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the gu master in front of me to enter the third scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his woodpath gu worms to heal the gu masters on his side. At first, He tribe's gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, He tribe's gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine hall elder, dodge. The dream realm was dangerous. In this dream, every injury was a heavy blow to the soul. If one's soul was severely injured, they would become even more muddle-headed. Their hearts would gradually grow restless, and it would be easier for their emotions to be stirred up. From there, they would sink into their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing He tribe's gu masters charging over, Sioux tribe's 2 gu masters' hearts sank to rock bottom. He tribe's gu masters had strong battle strength. Even if the 2 of them worked together, it would be difficult to fight them. As an elder of the medicine hall, Fang Yuan's strength was not strong. Right now, the 2 Sioux clan gu masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could persevere for a period of time, giving them enough time to save him. But since He tribe's gu masters had planned this for a long time, risking their injuries to kill the healing gu master, they definitely had a powerful killing method. Run. Hold on for a few breaths of time, we'll be there soon. He tribe's gu master quickly closed the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, causing the 2 Sioux tribe gu masters behind him to feel anxious. Fang Yuan didn't panic at all and even sneered. It was all because he had not entered He Lulan's dream rashly. He had made preparations and a trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Undo. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming his palm at the He tribe gu master. At the same time, a greenish-purple light flashed in his eyes. Intense despair surged in the He tribe Gu master's heart, his body became fainter and fainter as his speed became slower and slower. Finally, when he was a few steps away from Feng Yuan, he vanished without a trace. What move is this? The two Su clan Gu masters who rushed over were dumbstruck. A killer move that I came up with. It's not worth mentioning. Feng Yuan lowered his right hand and said perfunctorily. This is not worth mentioning. One of the Gu masters stared with his bull eyes. He looked at Feng Yuan as if he was looking at a wild beast. We killed him in one move. If we had known this, why would we have risked our lives? Another Gu master sighed, his tone was complex, there was joy and some resentment. Alright, let's hurry up and go support the other groups. The most urgent matter. Kill He Qing. Feng Yuan reminded. Su tribe's two Gu masters nodded. This was not the time to think about Feng Yuan's killer move. The three of them immediately set off and rushed to the depths of the grassland. Feng Yuan followed the two Su tribe Gu masters. After running a few steps, the scenery changed again. The night was dark and the sky was moonless. There was only sparse starlight. Feng Yuan, the Su clan's patriarch, and the other two. He chased in the direction where He Qing escaped. I see him, we will be able to catch up to He Qing after. Going over that hill. While moving rapidly, an elder activated his investigative Gu and said. I already said, he is hit by my tracking Gu, no matter how many directions he changes, he will not be able to escape. There's no way we can run. The Battle Hall elder said proudly. The Academy elder died in battle, we have to avenge her. Since it's a battle, there will be winning and losing, life and death. The Academy elder had sacrificed his life for the clan, so he would definitely be commemorated. On the other hand, Su Xianxia dared to betray our clan and help that He Qing escape, she is truly unforgivable. Saying so, Su tribe leader's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although Su Xianxia is my adopted daughter, I am selfless in the name of righteousness. After we capture her, we will deal with her according to the clan rules. Hearing him say so, the other elders let out a sigh of relief, saying together, clan leader is wise. Wise. He. A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself, with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what Gu worm or killer move he used? To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Qing. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move, he still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. Two more mysterious Gu masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's Gu masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Su tribe Gu master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured Gu master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Su tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped, he had a bad feeling. The three Gu masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here, there was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Qing. Hey Lulan! As a healing Gu master, Feng Yuan had been standing behind Su tribe leader. Seeing the Gu master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, she was fighting with the lightly injured Gu master from Su tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Feng Yuan. In this dream realm, Feng Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream, thus when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. He Lulan, it is me, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about his thoughts. With a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an impostor. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Su tribe Gu master who had gone through the second scene with Fang Yuan shouted and exposed Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan? He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression, before her eyes shone with a fierce light. Get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, shouting, Unravel dream. Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the two Gu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Gu masters present. They stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. He Lulan! Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill He Qing. Su tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go. They had no choice but to follow. He Qing seemed to be injured. He was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xianxia was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Fang Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Qing and Su Xianxia. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xianxia did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation. How can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. He Lulan looked at Su Xianxia with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior, leave quickly. Fang Yuan got closer as Su Xianxia shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck He Qing's head. With a loud sound, He Qing's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by the scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, He Qing, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Su tribe leader and He Qing were chatting and drinking. The atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly, Young Master He Qing, please have a toast. He Qing was sitting at the front on the left. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation. The three scenes are repeating continuously. Fang Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now, he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Fang Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. He Lulan is already in the dream. She did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain blessed land. He Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-arm immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood, so it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in He Lulan's dream realm, using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Fang Yuan was one step ahead and killed He Qing, causing He Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change did Fang Yuan awaken He Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After He Lulan realized this, Fang Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward? He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Fang Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Western desert. GUH. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless, I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting cross-legged on the bed as he said with a heavy tone, to think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 Love Gu from Xiao tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm. Sigh, dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lanke sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Gu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fangming, took on this mission, but not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister, Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Gu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although Immortal Gu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone. Sigh, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Gu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal Gu. And they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with Dream Path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of Dream Path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where Dream Path Gu worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of Dream Path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the 3 venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Feng Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture, they could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results, more than 10 Dream Path Mortal Goo. But among these results, there were very few Dream Path Mortal Goo that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products, they were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every Goo Immortal could do it, they needed talent and ability. In this aspect, Goo Immortals who followed the rules were mediocre, they did not have the spirit to innovate, they could not even compare to Mortal Goo Masters. Tang family had many Goo Immortals, but only Tang Fongming was suitable for this. These 10 or so Dream Path Mortal Goo were mostly created by him. One could say, he was the main force of Tang family's Dream Realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fongming was currently stuck in the Dream Realm. As a result, Tang Fongming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fongming's injuries were protected by the clan's Goo Immortals. But his soul was in the Dream Realm, it had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the Dream Realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's Goo Immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other, one of them said with difficulty, we can vouch for him, but there are almost no Guts Goo left in the market. We can no longer buy them. Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, what is going on? The Goo Immortal who spoke earlier answered, you know, there is only one seller of Guts Goo, it is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock, for some reason. Even though Guts Goo are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need. Guts Goo was the #1 method to strengthen the soul, it did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul strengthening method in the world, he was right. To Tang Fongming, Guts Goo was a life-saving method. If there are no Guts Goo, then brother. Tang Miao was extremely anxious, her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held on to a sliver of hope as she asked, why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market? This time, it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke, we have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit. But the other party did not reply. Recently, Fongming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining Guts Goo in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the Guts Goo are decreasing in quantity. Now, there are almost none left. Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom and her breathing became chaotic. Tang Clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before Guts Goo appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fongming alive. But now, Tang Fongming was too deep in the Dream Realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless, his recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts Goo, Tang Fongming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the Goo Immortals in front of her, I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now that brother is in such a situation, you are just watching on the sidelines? You can't say that. What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years, our Tang clan has been keeping Fongming alive. We have put in so much effort, we have paid a huge price, you are one of the people involved, you have seen it all. Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples, he was not making empty promises, his words were true and logical. I don't care. Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fongming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship, these Tang clan Goo Immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang clan's higher-up seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fangming became a Gu immortal, while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang clan. Tang clan's Gu immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fangming. Eventually, Tang clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fangming's return. Compared to a Gu immortal, so what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fangming judged the situation and joined Tang clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother. She was still biased against Tang clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, "I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to deal with Fangming." "Which 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. "The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. Implant its soul into Fangming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fangming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal Gu that our clan has, to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fangming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator Xianxia." First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. "I need to consider this, elders, please leave." The Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse, he will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete. Brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That Xianxia might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing, even brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the Xianxia sect. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. "Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you." Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating astronomy. Central continent, Hu immortal blessed land, Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise, "I have already used it so many times. This Guts Gu is truly a top-quality Gu for strengthening the soul. In Halolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time." He breathed in deeply, he felt refreshed, the dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. "Land Spirit, where is it?" Fang Yuan called. Master, are your injuries completely healed?" At the next moment, the lively little Hu immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a swoosh. Her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. The green-faced feigned Fang Yuan slowly nodded. "Tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation." Little Hu immortal shook her head. "Many things happened, but they are not big matters." A moment later, little Hu immortal finished her report, but Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while He Fengyang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying Crane Little 9. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections, they kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now, he had already fought over 20 Gu immortals, with only 1 draw and 1 loss. His battle achievements were outstanding, his reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him to immortal monkey King Shirley. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find vicious lightning fiend and fight with him. However, Shirley had not responded. Central Continent's Gu immortals were puzzled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even Combat Immortal sect seemed to have become much more low-profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Feng Yuan already knew that Shirley had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably at this moment, he was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Feng Yuan's heart moved. Initially, he had no methods, he could only escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now, he had Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were natural dream path Immortal Gu. And these dream path Immortal Gu could be counted on one hand. But I have a dream path Immortal Killer move. Even without a dream path Immortal Gu, I am far ahead of these forces. Feng Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Feng Yuan greatly. For example, this time, after Feng Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Tao, the foundation of one's strength path realm. It had become much more substantial. Especially He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. He was born with a strength path immortal seed. His talent in strength path was something that Feng Yuan could not compare to. After Feng Yuan digested her understanding of the strength Tao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Feng Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced strength path Gu immortal. Feng Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from Combat Immortal sect is too dangerous, it is almost impossible. Feng Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to Star Constellation's dream realm. That way, he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level, he was not Shirley's match. Compared to the entire Combat Immortal sect, Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and the rest beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's Immortal Killer move, Steal Dream. I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching, it was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the Great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent's situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Feng Yuan coveted star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and Combat Immortal sect was too huge, he could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if Combat Immortal sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, this was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in Combat Immortal sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously, they could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Feng Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime, he was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Fang Yuan's identity as Sha Huang. They were not simple, they gave Fang Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from little Hu Immortals report, Northern Plains' situation was calmer than Central Continent. The Gu Immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the number 1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain blessed land strength to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. This was already known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. As the number 1 righteous path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang. He deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Baixing had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Fang Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Fang Yuan's worries, instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, they would get rid of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance, even if Fang Yuan could escape. He would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then. It was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Fang Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains' situation. Taking the initiative and information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself. Even if I obtained news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? That's not right. Fang Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom Gu spread, even if he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 Gu Immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength. Only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Fang Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Fang Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision turned blurry. Intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle's strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Fang Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant, he flew 3 li. Fang Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core Gu, all-out effort Gu all the way to Immortal Gu, and raise it to Immortal Gu, then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle strength at will. Fang Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort Gu was still limited to rank 4. Fang Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding Gu recipe. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask about Land Spirit of Xianxia, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Xianxia Blessed Land indeed had the Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. From rank 1 to rank 5, it was comprehensive. But when it came to Gu recipes, Land Spirit of Xianxia would not sell them. Even if Fang Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Fang Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe to exchange for it. But Land Spirit of Xianxia was smarter this time. he did not want to exchange for any goo recipe. He gave Feng Yuan a mission. This mission was for Feng Yuan to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. Feng Yuan was extremely busy, he had no time to leave, and now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive, pursued by everyone. Feng Yuan did not dare to relax, he tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers, not to mention that immemorial purple heaven was already destroyed? Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous, desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Feng Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. This matter gave Feng Yuan a reminder. Even land spirits could not be underestimated, they would grow with time and gain wisdom or experience. Ever since land spirit of Xianxia met Feng Yuan had taken advantage of him many times. Especially in this auction, the 60-40 split of profits made land spirit of Xianxia suffer a huge loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was reflected in land spirit of Xianxia. He had become smarter. Land spirit of Xianxia pondered over this painful experience and reflected on his relationship with Feng Yuan. He finally recognized their strengths and weaknesses, thus he used the goo recipe to gain the upper hand in the cooperation with Feng Yuan. After all, it was the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor. Feng Yuan was really choked by land spirit of Xianxia this time, he felt terrible. And Feng Yuan could not do anything to Xianxia blessed land. It was not so easy to take advantage of others. Feng Yuan had obtained so many benefits from selling goo immortal slaves in the auction. Now that the repercussions had erupted, his mouth was filled with bitterness. Slowly descending to the peak of Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan retracted the 3 pairs of bat wings on his back. He stood on the spot and looked far away, deep in thought. All-out effort goo is only a small setback. It is not an immortal goo recipe after all. Even if I cannot obtain it, with my strength path attainment level and wisdom goo's help, I can deduce the mortal goo recipe. But it will waste a lot of time and energy. At this time, there are many undercurrents. Deduce the goo recipe alone will not raise my battle strength. This is not appropriate. Actually, even if Feng Yuan had a complete all-out effort goo immortal goo recipe, Feng Yuan would not have time to refine it. The true trouble was with He Lulan. Feng Yuan's reward for saving her was self-strength immortal goo. He Lulan learned of this from Fairy Li Shan. She jumped up from her bed in anger. Self-strength immortal goo was her vital immortal goo, and also the core of her killer move self-strength phantom. Feng Yuan asking for this goo was simply digging her foundation. Without self-strength immortal goo, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only that, it involved self-strength goo. It was a memento that her mother, Su Xian'er, had left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was something that she could never give up emotionally. However, Feng Yuan, her, and Fairy Li Shan had a Snow Mountain oath of allegiance. Before saving He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan had represented He Lulan to sign an agreement with Feng Yuan that could not be violated. Unless He Lulan hardened her heart and disregarded Fairy Li Shan's life. He held on to self-strength immortal goo tightly. Under such circumstances, Feng Yuan couldn't do anything to her. After all, it wasn't He Lulan who had signed the contract. But how could He Lulan bear to see anything happen to Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and her mother, Su Xian'er, were blood-related sisters. When He Lulan was still immortal, she had been taken care of by Fairy Li Shan. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan disregarded the cost and nurtured He Lulan, treating her like her own daughter. While He Lulan was determined to take revenge, she was filled with gratitude and respect towards her kin, Fairy Li Shan. Feng Yuan had made use of this point to reach an agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not worried that He Lulan would go back on her words. However, this matter concerned her vital immortal goo. He Lulan was not willing to accept her fate so easily. Ever since she learned of the situation, she had negotiated with Feng Yuan more than 10 times. She had threatened him, begged him with soft words, talked about the pros and cons, and even threatened him with the big picture. She had used all sorts of methods to get back self-strength immortal goo. But how could Feng Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal goo was the core of He Lulan's life. It was the same for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal goo was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Lulan relied on her immortal ascension to refine self-strength immortal goo. When Feng Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal goo were unique. He Lulan had this goo, and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Feng Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle, heaven took pity on her. He Lulan was focused on revenge. She raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness, she fell into the dream realm, giving Feng Yuan a good opportunity. Feng Yuan was black-bellied and sinister, like a shark that smelled blood. He immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on, only oneself was the most reliable. Feng Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan tried many times, but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength immortal goo from Feng Yuan, and did not appear to help Feng Yuan use strength chi immortal goo to refine air sac goo. He Lulan's gaze was vicious. This gave Feng Yuan a lot of pressure. He Lulan did not want to use strength chi immortal goo, and Feng Yuan did not have air sac goo. Without air sac goo, he could not sell guts goo. In order to heal his injuries, Feng Yuan had stopped selling guts goo. It was only for himself. Without this benefit, and the two stone nests constantly refining goo, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal Yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Feng Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce another air sac goo recipe. In this regard, there was quite a bit of trouble. Feng Yuan had already sold delight in water and mountain immortal goo at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought goo to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought goo day and night, under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Feng Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a third or even a fourth stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man slaves who were skilled in goo refinement, had higher prices. Feng Yuan did not have enough funds. He could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again, as if it was tied into a dead knot. Feng Yuan went to look for land spirit of Xianxia, using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Xianxia blessed land to refine malicious thought goo. But land spirit of Xianxia rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Xianxia. Thus, Feng Yuan's path was blocked. With air sac goo refinement obstructed, there was no guts goo trade. The guts goo trade was Feng Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought goo, and Feng Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Feng Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Feng Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal goo and choose strength chi immortal goo. He Lulan. I want to see who can last longer. Feng Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Danghun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Feng Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many dream path mortal goo. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more dream path mortal goo in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of northern plains, Wisdom Path goo immortal old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated this situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow, I have disappointed you." "How can this be?" We still can't deduce it. The culprit is not simple, he has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information. The immortals were elites of their sex. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Jioge spoke. We do not have a clear target now, we might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sex. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information. Feng Jioge had the highest prestige, no one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now, they had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sex missions. Old Oracle and Feng Jioge were the last to speak. Lord Jioge. Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Jioge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Jioge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. The collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth. Old Oracle lowered his head and said, but the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. If there is really a traitor among the 10 sects and they committed such a huge crime, no matter how we clean it up, there will definitely be traces left behind. Feng Jioge seemed to be consoling but also warning him. Old Oracle raised his head, his gaze was clear and bright as he stared at Feng Jioge. Lord Jioge is hiding this from the other Gu immortals, are you not suspicious of my sect? Feng Jioge laughed heartily, saying frankly with an extraordinary demeanor, to speak the truth, I have my suspicions long ago. I believe that the Ancient Soul sect also has a secret mission for you. Feng Jioge's words were filled with confidence of controlling the situation. Old Oracle's heart shook, he nodded, indeed, I will go now. Saying so, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Only Feng Jioge was left standing on the spot, his gaze was eerie and his expression was calm, it was unknown what he was thinking. To be continued. 10 days later, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Time Luck Immortal Gu floated above Feng Yuan's head, moving around continuously. Time Luck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede, it was light green in color. Right now, it was floating in a small space above Feng Yuan's head, it was moving slowly while emitting a water-like luster. Feng Yuan injected green grape immortal essence into it while inspecting the Gu worm inch of time in his immortal aperture. Previously, he had made an agreement with Xianxia Blessed Land, he asked Xianxia Blessed Land's hairy men to make large amounts of inch of time. Xianxia Blessed Land's time flow was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the quality of the hairy men inside was the best in the world. Thus, after Feng Yuan paid the immortal materials, a large number of inch of time Gu worms piled up in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture like a small mountain of gold. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Inch of time Gu was immortal Gu, its shape was like a gold bar. The higher the time revolution, the thicker and bigger the gold bar. However, at this moment, as Feng Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, inch of time Gu was expended greatly. In just a few breaths' time, the golden mountain had completely vanished into thin air. Without inch of time support, Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped. Feng Yuan sighed with regret, it seems that using inch of time to replace lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu is too much of a stretch. I have only activated it for such a short period of time, and the benefits in terms of luck path are close to zero. Like what Fairy Li Shan had said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence and the Gu Immortal's lifespan in exchange for a boost in luck path. However, Feng Yuan did not have much lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final stages of the battle at Imperial Court Blessed Land, when he was forced to turn into an immortal zombie, he was already old and feeble. He himself had not used lifespan Gu, that is to say, out of an average lifespan of 100 years, he only had 10 years or less left. If one day, he successfully got rid of his immortal zombie body and became a healthy human, his remaining lifespan would not change. In other words, when I recover one day, my body will become old and full of vicissitudes. This is a problem. Unless I can find lifespan Gu before that and use it on myself. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but frown. Lifespan goo were hard to find and extremely rare. Normally, goo immortals would not trade them after obtaining them. Even in the recently concluded Northern Plains auction, not a single lifespan goo was sold. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but its production conditions were not fixed. Goo immortals searching for lifespan goo were almost completely based on luck. Thus, in many situations, lifespan goo were obtained by mortal goo masters and goo immortals could not control them. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was able to find lifespan goo and increase his lifespan by hundreds of years. It was also a similar situation. Currently, the best way to search for lifespan goo is 88-point Xianxia Tower. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan goo from this immortal goo house. I gave it to Tai Baiyunsheng. It's basically impossible to recreate the 88-point Xianxia Tower. Fang Yuan willed as time luck immortal goo turned into a ray of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land and would break apart every once in a while, it was still very spacious for goo worms. Time luck immortal goo floated to the side of another golden mountain. These two golden mountains were naturally piled up by inch of time goo worms. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of inch of time goo worms from land spirit of Xianxia. They were piled up into two small mountains. One of them had already been used up. There was only one left, it was this one. Even though the results of the experiment were not ideal, it gave Fang Yuan a lot of precious inspiration. Earlier, I'd only used inch of time and time luck immortal goo together. If I add in other goo worms, or even form an immortal killer move, I might be able to greatly reduce the expenditure of inch of time. The effect would be ideal. Unfortunately, even though I can use the light of wisdom and have unlimited inspiration. But these deductions involve time path attainment level, they are my weakness. Facing this setback, Fang Yuan could only put his thoughts aside for now. Dream path mortal goo were still lacking, but Fang Yuan did not have any intention of slacking off. After taking a few breaths, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and entering the dream realm. After 3 dream realms, he refined 2 dream path mortal goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was already a stark contrast from the beginning. It was a huge improvement. But during the 3rd goo refinement, Fang Yuan failed, his soul was slightly injured. Dream realms had their own risks, not to mention refining goo in a dream. I was not careful and fell into the dream trap. Thankfully, I have guts goo to strengthen my soul. Fang Yuan rejoiced internally. He opened his eyes and left Danghun Palace. On Danghun Mountain, guts goo were everywhere. Fang Yuan used a few and healed the damage to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining dream path mortal goo, his expression changed. A letter was sent into his immortal aperture through moving perspective cup goo. After reading it, Fang Yuan's face flashed with joy. He immediately gave up on the goo refinement plan. He chose a beautiful place on Danghun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant leg and using fire goo to barbecue it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal with black hair and black eyes. She was beautiful and had a domineering aura. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the air, landing beside Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She glanced at the elephant leg in Fang Yuan's hands, recognizing it as the desolate beast drought elephant's flesh and bones. She mocked, "So you have so many immortal materials that you can waste them like this?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at He Lulan before looking at the elephant leg. In this short while, because of the fire, the elephant leg was already half-cooked, giving off a thick fragrance. "Fairy Lulan, I trust you have been well since we last met, please sit." Fang Yuan said politely. He Lulan snorted coldly. She was still standing there indifferently, hiding her anger. Fang Yuan found it funny, even though the other party was an overlord, she was still a woman. But thinking about it, if someone asked for his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it to them? Wouldn't he have already fallen out with them and fought them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan understood, but at the same time, he warned himself. He Lulan's mistake was right in front of him, he could not ignore it. He Lulan wanted to take revenge. She took the risk of undergoing tribulation to raise her cultivation level, but she was careless and almost died. Now that she could not endure it, she sent her vital immortal goo self-strength over. At this stage, she could not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. How could a goo immortal's calamities and tribulations be so easy to pass? No matter how talented or arrogant one was, they had to recognize reality. Hei Lulan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. She kept advancing bravely. After suffering this time, she should be more restrained in the future. But it is all thanks to her, otherwise, how could I have obtained self-strength immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed inwardly. He brought the elephant leg to his mouth and took a big bite, eating it with relish. Hei Lulan saw this and sneered, "You have already become a zombie, you have lost your sense of taste. Now that you have no hope of regaining your human body, you can only reminisce about the past?" Fang Yuan said slowly and leisurely, "Fairy Lulan, you did not come here just to watch me eat meat, right?" Hei Lulan's expression was grim, her tone contained anger and hatred as she said, "You are so gluttonous, aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Don't worry, I have a good appetite. Bursting to death is better than starving to death." Humph. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth in anger, trying to suppress the anger in her heart as she said in a relaxed tone, "Actually, why can't I change the taste? That way, everyone will have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable, who hasn't fallen before?" Fang Yuan knew what she meant. Hei Lulan wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal Goo to replace self-strength and give it to Fang Yuan as a reward. But Fang Yuan would never agree to it. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, sighing, "Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I have to become stronger by all means, to deal with my future downfall. Hei Lulan, you understand me, I have already made up my mind, I will not change it." Hei Lulan squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person, she was also such a person. She was about to speak when her pupils shrunk. She saw that on Fang Yuan's body, a ray of light slowly appeared. This ray of light was on his chest. It was only a phantom image at first, but it became brighter and brighter, condensing into a solid form, deeply imprinting itself on Fang Yuan's body. Strength Path Dao Mark? Hei Lulan's expression changed. Just earlier, she had personally seen Fang Yuan gain a Strength Path Dao Mark. She quickly calmed down and thought of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said in a hoarse voice, "So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in the Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How did all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat Strength Immortal Goo had little value to other Goo Immortals, they did not dare to use it often. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was a true treasure. Especially for Hei Lulan, her cultivation was at a bottleneck, she could not undergo tribulations to increase her strength. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo, which had no risk in using it, became even more important. Fang Yuan did not reply, he bit down on the bone in his hand. He had already finished eating the flesh on the elephant leg, but the bone still contained natural Strength Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's teeth were sharp, even though the elephant leg bone was hard, it was crushed into pieces by his sharp teeth, he swallowed it. A moment later, another Strength Path Dao mark appeared on Fang Yuan's body. He was not afraid of Hei Lulan going back on her words. Because when they signed the agreement, there was already a time limit. Hei Lulan came at the last moment, she wanted to try her best. But from the start, Fang Yuan was in an undefeatable position. Once the agreement was broken, Fairy Li Shan would die from the oath. How could Hei Lulan watch this happen? "Come, sit, I will treat you to some meat." Fang Yuan took out a Strength Path Desolate Beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After roasting it, he handed the bone to Hei Lulan. At the same time, he willed, Eat Strength Immortal Goo flew into Hei Lulan's hands. Hei Lulan took it without hesitation, she swallowed the meat and bone, before activating Eat Strength Immortal Goo for digestion. A moment later, another Strength Path Dao mark appeared on her body. Even though it was not even 1,000th of the gains from the tribulation. But this method had no risk, it could continue to accumulate. Halfway through the meal, Hei Lulan sighed deeply, handing Self-Strength Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Self-Strength Immortal Goo had a new owner. R1152 Fang Yuan kept Self-Strength Immortal Goo, his expression did not change, he only said to Hei Lulan, "From now on, if Fairy Lulan wants to borrow Eat Strength Immortal Goo to cultivate, you will need to give me a Strength Path Immortal material as compensation." Hei Lulan nodded. This was the right thing to do. Hei Lulan was a formidable person, seeing that Fang Yuan was purposely displaying Eat Strength Immortal Goo, she knew Fang Yuan's intention. She did not want to break up and deepen the cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully took Self-Strength Immortal Goo, It was like cutting a deep wound on their alliance. Blood flowed out, the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, compared to the only precious self-strength immortal Gu, Fang Yuan lending eat strength immortal Gu was more like giving He Lulan a way out. He Lulan ate the leg bone in her hand and let out a breath of turbid air. When she looked at Fang Yuan again, there was no trace of anger on her face. Let's go to the stone nest. He Lulan stood up and offered to help Fang Yuan refine Ersak Gu. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed that He Lulan's situation was not good. She had almost died in this tribulation and was saved by Fang Yuan. She must have suffered huge losses in the Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had been supporting He Lulan's cultivation without caring about the cost. But now, she was in trouble. Because old ancestor Shui, who was refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu urgently, the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain were ordered around everywhere to refine Gu immortal materials. The task of gathering immortal materials was very heavy. Fairy Li Shan could only do her best. Fang Yuan needed the Guts Gu business to continue. How could He Lulan not have the same thoughts? Earlier, Fang Yuan had given He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan some profits. It was a wise decision. At this point, he finally saw results. Benefits could also form a chain. No matter how angry He Lulan was, due to the big picture and her own situation, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On the same day, He Lulan exerted a large amount of strength, restarting the refinement of the Ersak Gu. Before she left, she mentioned her intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to expand production, but He Lulan was willing to help Fang Yuan invest in building the third stone nest to replenish the hairy men. However, Fang Yuan had to give her more benefits. Fang Yuan immediately agreed. The Guts Gu trade resumed. It was like a torrent pouring into a river that was about to dry up. The operations of the Blessed Land, which had been at a standstill, finally began to move like a horse carriage. The huge wheel slowly moved forward, rolling forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was successfully built in Fang Yuan's immortal Blessed Land. It was now in Fang Yuan's hands. There were several Gu worms that needed to be refined in large quantities: Ersak Gu, Malicious Thought Gu, Memory Thought Gu, and Inch of Time. 3 stone nests. It was far from being able to meet the demand. This involved the problem of choice, how to make the most efficient use of the limited resources. Eventually, Fang Yuan ordered the first and third stone nests to refine Ersak Gu. He ordered the second stone nest to refine Malicious Thought Gu. He had a large number of deductions on hand, thus he needed to refine either Malicious Thought Gu or Memory Thought Gu. Malicious Thought was good at scheming against others, while Memory Thought was good at digging out information from memories. But if it was used to deduce, there was no clear difference between the two. As for using Ersak Gu as the main refinement ingredient, that was because Fang Yuan found out Guts Gu could be sold in much higher quantities. Times were different now. The market for Guts Gu was slowly growing. Especially when Fang Yuan stopped the Guts Gu trade not long ago, he used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing Guts Gu to be scarce in the market. The price of Guts Gu became very high. This phenomenon made Fang Yuan understand that the Guts Gu market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the Guts Gu trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 immortal yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had 92 immortal yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Fang Yuan's situation had improved greatly. He sighed, but also became vigilant. Because the profits of Guts Gu were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter. Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Fang Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces. They could not spare much effort to deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the profits of the Guts Gu trade were increasing, one day, Crane Gate would be more determined. They would spare more effort to reclaim immortal Blessed Land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path's behavior was better. And the cultivation of Gu masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Fang Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackals of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength, to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Fang Yuan successfully fused Self-Strength Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self a few days later. Although Self-Strength Immortal Gu was extremely compatible with Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary Mortal Gu. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack Cleansed Soul, but with Self-Strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self-Return had the power of an Immortal Killer Move, True Solid Bat Wings and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. It was comparable to a Movement Immortal Killer Move. And deducing vaguely familiar face and so on required a vast number of malicious thought Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was only one stone nest that was being refined at full force. It would take some time to accumulate enough. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai Bai Yunxing had some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and would take too long. As for Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because of Feng Jioga's forceful interrogation, Sha Huang's identity could no longer be used, thus the plan was obstructed. Speaking of which, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for some time. If I can obtain Luopa Valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will increase rapidly. It will be a good way to increase my battle strength. In the future, I can even do business in Luopa Wind and Fog to increase my profits. At the same time, in Luopa Valley, the negotiation was at its most crucial moment. Qin Baixing smiled lightly as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought for a while before laughing loudly. Qin Baixing, I treated you as my best friend, but you lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot break into Langya Blessed Land. Do you want to use me as cannon fodder? Qin Baixing's gaze flickered. He said lightly, with your wind escape, you can advance and retreat at will. You are famous in Northern Plains. How can you be cannon fodder? Even if my wind escape is an immortal killer move, the #1 movement technique in Northern Plains, it cannot penetrate Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens. Qin Baixing, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi shook his head and refused. He was a rank 7 Wind Path Gu Immortal. He was a famous person. Even though he had an ultimate technique, he was still very vigilant. Maybe because of this, he was able to live to this day and have such accomplishments. Qin Baixing nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not out of his expectations. In that case, I can only forcefully make a move to keep you here. You want to make a move? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed, his eyes shined with a sharp light. Alright, let us have a good fight, it will dispel your unrealistic thoughts. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be controlled by anyone. The moment he said that, he took the initiative to attack. Boom, Hui Fengzi opened his mouth and flicked his tongue. A huge wind blade flew towards Qin Baixing. Immortal Killer Move, Death Wind Flying Blade. Good. Qin Baixing did not move, he only smiled. The wind blade landed on Qin Baixing, who did not dodge. Golden light shined brightly. The golden light faded. Qin Baixing was safe and sound. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in shock, my Death Wind Flying Blade could not even cut a hair on you. Qin Baixing smiled without speaking. How can I fight? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. He wanted to retreat. Immortal Killer Move, Wind Escape. He used his signature move that was famous in Northern Plains. In an instant, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind, flying towards the sky of Luopa Valley. This was a movement killer move. It had allowed Hui Fengzi to escape from danger countless times, causing his enemies to sigh helplessly. The most famous time was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. But Qin Baixing watched as Hui Fengzi escaped. He stood on the spot without a change in expression. Rumble. In the sky of Luopa Valley, thunder rumbled, dark clouds rumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a strong wind blew, and countless evil spirits and monsters showed their vague figures. A terrifying number of millions of them flew under the dark clouds. Hui Fengzi coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was like he had crashed into an iron wall. He was knocked out of his original position. What goo formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain. The unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Baixing smiled. He did not answer Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, "Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Langya Blessed Land?" This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time. He landed, "Qin Baixing, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time." Qin Baixing chuckled. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baixing's conditions were not harsh. Even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating astronomy. Zhongzhou State, heaven in heaven, celestial court, the silver-white sky was bright and clean. The palace was built with countless pieces of white jade. It was exquisite, beautiful, and quiet. Amidst the group of palaces, there was an old, pure white tower that was covered in scars, and it stood towering like a crane amongst chickens, causing it to be extremely conspicuous. The pagoda's name was Heaven Supervisor. It was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Its meaning was to stand in this pagoda and observe the world. However, the world was unpredictable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had unparalleled talent and wisdom, she could not escape the fate of dying after her lifespan ran out. After that, after the attacks of 3 demon venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal took over, and when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, he also wanted to take over the celestial court, but for some reason, he gave up on the idea. Over 3 million years, countless traces of history were deeply imprinted on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Sometimes it was glorious, sometimes it was dark and gloomy. All kinds of vicissitudes had already merged with Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning into a steady and dignified presence, like an ancient tree that had grown from the ancient times until now, old and new. He was also like a bronze cauldron that witnessed the changes of the world, standing tall and firm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord used his walking stick as he walked up the stairs step by step. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his surging aura of an expert contained an intense aura of old age. His hair was white and his body was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. His eyes were dim and muddy. Slowly, he lifted his foot, or rather, moved it, which was more appropriate. He was like an old worm, staggering on the long flight of stairs, struggling to move forward. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the white jade staircase beneath his feet. They would flash with a faint light and emit a clear, beautiful, and melodious sound that was like a chime. The wall beside the old man changed as well. Light and shadow constantly changed on the wall. Sometimes it was a blurry fog, sometimes it was a colorful line with unknown meaning. Only a few times did a clear picture appear on the wall. The old man stared at the images on the wall. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, a bead of immortal elemental energy would be consumed. At the same time, the image on the wall would change. The old man stopped in his tracks. There was an image on the wall. Vividly depicted a valley. Luopa Valley. The old man muttered softly. A flash of brilliance flashed across his turbid eyes. The center of the picture. This was a battle between 2 Gu Immortals. A wind path Gu Immortal and a metal path Gu Immortal. At the corner of the image, several Gu Immortals were standing. They were looking at the center, watching the battle of the Gu Immortals. The scene continued to change. The battle between 2 Gu Immortals. The fight was not intense. After exchanging a few blows, they stopped. Finally, the scene stopped at this scene. The wind path Gu Immortal slowly lowered his head towards the metal path Gu Immortal. The old man secretly remembered this scene. Of the 99,000 steps leading to the top of the pagoda, only a dozen of them could display such a clear image. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to walk up the stairs. He saw a group of Gu Immortals in the deep sea. Most of them were immortal zombies. They were currently attacking a blessed land. A female immortal. He was kneeling on the sand, begging an elderly Gu Immortal. A young goo master was unconscious on the bed. A spirit incubating flea was crawling on his forehead, trembling slightly. He saw a goo immortal with white clothes and blue eyes. He was walking quietly in a forest in southern border. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous blood path goo immortal cultivating inside. A huge blood path goo immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became, the more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal goo appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal goo, Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this goo for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house, but its first core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate Immortal Goo was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, Immortal Goo Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate Immortal Goo's injury was not only on the goo worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of fate. Thus, there were two ways to restore Fate Immortal Goo. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the goo worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped fate and clear the obstacles for Fate Immortal Goo. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the Celestial Court to get rid of these existences. Even if the Celestial Court was the #1 goo immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate Immortal Goo was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping fate. This situation had once caused the whole of the Celestial Court to be furious and fearful. By now, humanity was prospering, and even Central Continent had an immortal zombie branch. Survival was a human's instinct. Even the Celestial Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate Immortal Goo seemed to be getting further and further away. There was little hope. But the Celestial Court had never given up. Because every generation of the Celestial Court goo immortals remembered the majesty of the Celestial Court in the Olden Antiquity era, and the glory of the Olden Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone of this glory was Fate Immortal Goo. Before star constellation Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements she made were mainly based on it. Thus, it could resist 3 demon venerables and protect the Celestial Court. Completely restoring Fate Immortal Goo was equivalent to controlling the lives of all living beings in the world. This also meant that the Celestial Court would regain its lofty status. It would become a supreme immortal among immortals, a king of kings. All of his efforts would bear fruit. Fate Immortal Goo had been restored by generations of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. They had paid an unknown price, and after a long period of time, it had slowly recovered and accumulated to its current state. Although it was on the verge of death, it could be barely used. Precisely so, all sorts of images appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower. The escapees and Fate Immortal Goo were irreconcilable enemies. But there were simply too many existences that could escape the punishment of fate. The ones that appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest existences. They were not in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They were not concealed by wisdom path methods. They were the easiest existences to deduce. Soon. Using this refinement path convention to repair the damage of Fate Immortal Goo, there will be a qualitative change. All the investments I made in the past will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be worth it. I will be able to get what I wanted. After the refinement path convention, Fate Immortal Goo will be able to display 50% of its power. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord touched Fate Immortal Goo as he muttered. His expression gradually turned gentle, the anger in his heart also calmed down temporarily. However, before that, I need to get rid of these sinners that escaped fate. All lives, from the moment they are born, their trajectories and endings are already decided. This is the expectation of heaven and earth, nature's plan. How can you be allowed to escape? This is a life that does not belong to you. Thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear scene when he climbed the stairs earlier. Before fate recovers, let me enforce justice in place of heaven, and get rid of these weeds that have climbed the highest central continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fang Yuan was here, his eyes were tightly shut. Behind him was the largest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest. It had already grown into a plump little tree, its leaves were like a canopy. 7-colored light shone on Fang Yuan's face. His breathing was calm and steady, malicious. Thoughts were surging in his mind like waves, colliding with each other. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The malicious thought goo that I had accumulated for so long was used up just like that. He frowned slightly, he was not satisfied with this result. He first deduced how to add Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the killer move Myriad Self. In the end, he used up half of the malicious thought goo's stock, but there was less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fang Yuan switched to deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup goo had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the goo. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words in the letter: the time has come. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Fang Yuan had planned to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Fang Yuan give up on Luopa Valley's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal goo master. To prevent other goo immortals with ulterior motives from taking this wisdom path inheritance, Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Li Shan had many friends, she was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. Floating astronomy. Northern Plains, Taichou. An intense battle had reached its most crucial moment. On one side were 3 goo masters, on the other side was a myriad beast sheep group. The 2 goo masters were at the front, but they were forced to retreat in front of the aggressive sheep group. The person at the back was wearing a white robe that was stained with blood, his face was like jade, but his expression was fatigued, he was breathing roughly and his eyelids were drooping. Suddenly, there was a roar. A myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led the elite sheep group and charged towards the 3 goo masters. The charging speed was getting faster, the sheep groups on both sides were like waves in a torrential tide, scattering and opening up a path. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was already in front of them. Young master, let's retreat. The situation is urgent, we will hold up the rear, young master, there is still a long way to go. The 2 goo masters at the front saw this, their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted. But the person behind them seemed to be in a bad state, as if he did not hear them. One of the goo masters had a resolute expression, he made a decision and said, Dong Pakong, you are a flying master, quickly retreat with young master. I will hold up here. Goo master Dong Pakong's body shook, he looked at his comrade with hesitation. Tan Wu Feng, the goo master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wu Feng. He was a demonic path goo master in his early years, together with water demon Hao Ji Lu, they were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were famous in northern plains. Hao Jilu joined He Lulan, but Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and he died. In contrast, Wind Demon Tan Wufeng joined Dongfang Yuliang. He lost in the Imperial Court contest, but managed to preserve his life, turning from demonic to righteous. He had always been a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous tribe leader, Dongfang Yuliang. But now, Tan Wufeng was holding up the rear, fighting against the myriad beast sheep group alone. He was using his own life to fight for precious time for his comrades. To let them retreat, there was no hope of survival, it was a death sentence. Dong Pekong was shocked and moved. Although Tan Wufeng was strong, as a righteous path cultivator, he had the motivation to join Tan Wufeng. Loyalty, he was filled with doubts. Other than doubts, there was also slight disdain and disdain. However, at this moment, the doubt, contempt, and disdain in Dong Pekong's heart vanished completely, and it transformed into a feeling of guilt and sorrow. In a moment of sincerity, he blurted out, "Good brother. I'll bring young master there." Tan Wufeng's eyes widened. Looking at the flock of sheep that was almost within reach, he was extremely anxious and cursed, "What are you waiting for?" Dong Pekong turned around and left while 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that he had to race against time. If he wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice alone was far from enough. On the way to escape, he still needed his flying master's full strength. Even so, the chances of success were less than 30%. However, at this moment, the blood-stained Gu master suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "7-star lamp." As he shouted, his whole body shot up, 7 lumps of lights of different colors circled around the white-clothed Gu master's body. Whoosh, a large amount of star thoughts, with the support of the killer move 7-star lantern, burst out. In an instant, this expanse of heaven and earth was dyed in a sparkling and translucent azure color. The starlight was resplendent and dazzling, and it illuminated the faces of the flock of sheep that were caught off guard. The coiling mountain sheep's myriad beast king screamed in fear, but the inertia was too great, the sheep group fell into the countless star thoughts. "Young master! Lord Yu Liang!" Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong saw this, they were shocked and joyful. A vast number of star thoughts formed into a huge nebula that rumbled intensely. After a while, the star thoughts were mostly destroyed, the myriad beast sheep king and dozens of elite sheep could be seen. The sheep group lost their sheep king and started to fall apart. Under the splitting of several thousand beast sheep kings, the huge sheep group split into many groups and retreated in all directions. The blood-stained white-clothed Gu master slowly landed on the ground, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and managed to turn the situation around, he was already at the end of his rope. "Young master!" Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong quickly went up and supported this Gu master's arms. This Gu master was Dongfang Yuliang. After the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal of northern plains, Dongfang Naganori, died, he was the inheritor of his legacy. His face was frighteningly pale, he resisted the dizziness and forced a smile. "All right, we finally forced back this myriad beast sheep group, we can take a breather now." "Young master." Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong looked at each other, they were moved and in admiration. Dong Pekong supported Dongfang Yuliang as he sat down slowly, he could not help but urge, "Young master, Taichou is one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, we have been here for 3 days and have already met more than 10 beast groups. The group of more than 10 people has only the 3 of us left. It is not important that I die here. But young master is precious, if this continues and something happens to you, what should we do? In this situation, why don't we retreat and try again next time?" Dongfang Yuliang sat on the ground, he smiled bitterly as he shook his head, "You don't understand the situation, this is my last and only chance. I have already staked it all on this, I am like an arrow that has been shot, there is no turning back and I cannot turn back. We need to make use of this time to rest and recover our battle strength." With that, he closed his eyes, held 2 primary stones in his hand, and entered into a state of rest. Dong Pekong and Tan Wufeng looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they nodded and sat down beside Dongfang Yuliang, taking out yuan stones and starting to meditate. Outside Taichou, Gu immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised, to think that a mere mortal like Dongfang Yuliang could enter so deep into Taichou. This time, he pretended to be weak and lured them in. The coiling mountain myriad beast Goat King sent itself to him for a decapitation tactic. He actually passed this obstacle. Gu immortal Han Dong, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly, "This Taichou is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts here. Even us Gu immortals do not dare to enter. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance land here to guard against us." Gu immortal Su Guang added, "That's right. Dongfang Yuliang and the rest are mortal Gu masters. They have weak auras, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts do not care about them." With Dongfang Chongfan's map, they only met ordinary beast groups along the way. They entered deep into Taichou. If we go and a trace of our Gu immortal aura leaks out, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would be alerted and resist us. Gu immortals are here. The other 2 Gu immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast. Over there, 3 Gu immortals had just arrived. They were dressed in black robes and wore masks, only their eyes were exposed. Another person who wants a share of the loot. Han Dong's eyes shined with a dark light, he said in a cold tone. The 3 black-robed Gu immortals stopped. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu immortal in Northern Plains. She had made an agreement with Dongfang Naganori to not take his inheritance. She could not show herself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were involved in the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower. They had to hide their faces. The 3 stopped and floated in the air. They were at the periphery of Taichou. They did not go in. They first looked at Dongfang Yuliang and the other 2, then looked around. He Lulan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. There are so many Gu immortals at the periphery of Taichou. I have already found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued, I have found 26, most are demonic path Gu immortals, but there are also Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and found only 19 Gu immortals. Even though his battle strength had risen, his investigative methods could not compare to the veteran Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lulan, she was actually superior to him in terms of scouting. This made him secretly vigilant. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is in a hurry to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, if they obtain this inheritance, they have a chance of becoming the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. Even their own Gu immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Naganori make a mistake? He made an agreement with the Righteous Path super forces to not attack each other, but he left out his own Gu immortals. He Lulan said as she frowned. She felt that Dongfang Naganori would not be so careless. Dongfang Naganori is the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clue in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. This wisdom path method cannot be easily broken. Right now, the Gu immortals are coveting it, but they are not making a move. It seems they are waiting for Dongfang Naganori to activate the inheritance before snatching it. Fang Yuan said. He wanted to obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance. A wisdom path inheritance, the more complete it was, the more valuable it would be. But now, it seemed that his wish was going to fail. There were so many Gu immortals after the inheritance. When they fight for it, it was very likely that they would split it up. But thankfully, my battle strength has risen a lot this time. I can put up a fight. When we fight for it later, I cannot stand out and cause everyone to gang up on me. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan decided on his strategy. Even though he had strong battle strength, there were many Gu immortals now. He could not fight them all alone. Of course, he was not stupid enough to fight them all alone. However, right at this time, a change occurred. A dazzling light flashed and faded. Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wu Feng, and Dong Pekong were nowhere to be seen. This is a teleportation Gu formation? It was hidden underground. We actually did not discover it. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were not so simple after all. This Taichou is not the true inheritance location, but it is the obstacle that obstructs us. Quick, while the traces of the Gu formation are still around, we need to go and find the clues. The Gu immortals realized at once. They appeared and charged towards the depths of Taichou. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing these desolate beasts appearing in their vision, there were even several ancient desolate beasts among them. The goo immortals flying in the air had to slow down as their expressions turned grim. As expected of Dongfang Naganori's plan, it was meticulously planned. He had already calculated today's situation. Even if they died, they would create a problem for these goo immortals. In the eyes of these alerted desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the goo immortals were invaders. Originally, they lived in Taichou, they had their own territories and lived in harmony. When Dongfang Yuliang and the rest barged in, they were like butterflies or birds that flew into their garden, they could not be disturbed. But the goo immortals were like bandits, they had to be alerted and fight back with all their strength, they even had to work together to defend Taichou. To humans, Taichou was one of the 10 great fierce lands of northern plains. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce lands were the only blessed lands, they were rare habitats that humans could not invade. At once, seeing so many desolate beasts, the goo immortals were hesitant. Even though they had the numbers, they were not united, because of the wisdom path inheritances, they were wary of each other, they could not cooperate. And they could not fight the desolate beasts to their heart's content. Once they fought, the aftershocks would spread to Taichou and destroy the traces of the teleportation goo formation, it would be hard for the goo immortals to track them. Those who could become goo immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plan was so obvious, in an instant, they all understood it. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not important. We cannot get entangled with these beasts, we might lose our clues. Break through them and find the traces. Then we can follow them. The goo immortals were still flying towards the location of the teleportation goo formation, but they had to slow down. The desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding goo immortals were an even bigger threat. If it was convenient, these demonic path goo immortals would not mind. They could get rid of the competitors around them. Roar. A fast desolate beast got into contact with a female goo immortal. This rank 6 female goo immortal was called Hirua, she was known as Peacock Flying Immortal, she cultivated transformation path. She cursed, feeling aggrieved. But he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for being unlucky and choosing a bad position. Seeing the dire beast charging towards her, she did not engage in battle. Instead, she suddenly transformed into a blurry greenish-gray bird. He flapped his wings and flew away from the dire beast, flying towards the crucial location. The desolate beast could not catch up, so it turned its gaze to the nearest unlucky person. The green-gray bird quickly surpassed the other goo immortals, becoming the goo immortal closest to the crucial location. Naturally, some goo immortals would not ignore this. A mere mortal killer move dares to show off? Waves surged as a rank 7 goo immortal stepped on a huge wave. Stop the greenish-gray bird. This goo immortal had a majestic aura, but he was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck close to his bones. His veins were densely packed and visible. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding goo immortals showed wariness in their eyes. This was the rank 7 goo immortal Pai Shuihan. People of the demonic Dao cultivated both the ice and water Daos. He had been famous for a long time. Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua saw that Pai Shuihan was blocking her path. But she did not dodge, instead, with a soft cry, the aura of an immortal goo gushed out. Hirua activated the immortal goo, the greenish-gray bird immediately turned from blurry to clear. In the blink of an eye, the green bird's body expanded by 30%, 3 golden orchid finch tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply, she passed the waves and continued to fly towards the goo formation. Pai Shuihan miscalculated, he laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, after participating in the Northern Plains auction, you think you have the capital, hee." As he spoke, he raised both of his arms high up. With 2 loud sounds, waves rose to the sky, forming into 2 tall walls that blocked the green bird's path. Meanwhile, Pai Shuihan's speed did not decrease, he stepped on the waves and chased after Hirua. Hirua did not dare to fight Pai Shuihan, she raised her head and flapped her wings, flying into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves in front of her also rose. Pai Shuihan snickered as he got closer. But Hirua did not want to fight, she wanted to escape. Pai Shuihan could not do anything to her in the short term. Just as the two were clashing, a figure suddenly leaped out from the other side like thunder and lightning. This person was tall and muscular, his skin was bronze in color, lightning coiled around his body, his speed was even faster than Hirua. Feng Yuan felt that this person was familiar, he willed and recognized him as Divine Lord Tiandu, this immortal cultivated lightning path. Back then, he and Shirho had forced Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie Gu Yi to use an immortal Yuan stone to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Divine Lord Tiandu saw that Pai Shuihan and Hirua were chasing and escaping, he used a movement killer move and shot out. Soon, he surpassed everyone and became the person closest to the teleportation Gu formation. Ha ha ha. Divine Lord Tiandu saw that the Gu formation was getting closer, he was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Take care, Divine Lord. A white-robed scholar abruptly appeared in front of the divine realm of heaven capital, accompanied by a slow and unhurried voice. Ah, free scholar. Divine Lord Tiandu's expression changed when he saw this person, his speed plummeted. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Gu immortal free scholar's match, he quickly shouted, Shirho, quickly lend me a hand. Shirho's eyes twitched, he had no choice but to show himself beside Divine Lord Tiandu. He was a burly man with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. Divine Lord Tiandu shouted as he pushed with his palms, sending out a lightning dragon. At the same time, Shirho also used a mortal killer move towards Free Scholar. These two were not weak among rank 6 Gu immortals, otherwise, they would not have dared to extort Zombie Alliance members. Right now, the two of them worked together and attacked fiercely, attracting many gazes. Come. Free Scholar smiled lightly, he flicked his palm as two immortal Gu flew out. Boom, amidst the intense explosion, Shirho and Divine Lord Tiandu spat out blood as they retreated. Free Scholar stood on the spot calmly. He fought 2 against 1, forcing back Shirho and Divine Lord Tiandu. The immortal Gu he used had extraordinary power, but he had already kept them in his immortal aperture, nobody could see them clearly. Let's go. At this time, in another direction, Gu immortal Lu Qingming shouted, Gu immortal Su Guang and Han Dong followed behind him. They advanced rashly. Exclamations of shock were heard. It's the earth-traveling 3 elites. Stop them. Be careful, when they work together, their battle strength can fight rank 7. The 3 elites let out a dazzling light, the light connected and formed the shape of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be used by 3 Gu immortals working together, the killer move had incredible power. The 3 elites charged around unstoppably, they got close to the Gu formation. There were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. There were not many rank 7 Gu immortals either. For example, Qin Baixing, Fairy Li Shan, and others. They were all famous for a long time. In the Gu immortal world, most Gu immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites worked together, they had rank 7 battle strength, they were feared by others. Moreover, they had chosen their direction carefully, there were no rank 7 enemies. Because of this, the 3 of them got close to the teleportation Gu formation first. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and others could not stop them in time. He could not stop them in time, and could only watch as the 3 heroes landed on the Gu formation. However, at this time a change occurred. The 3 elites' figures flickered and vanished. A huge desolate beast batfish flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bats are space path desolate beasts, this one actually has concealment Gu, the 3 elites were devoured by it. Ha ha ha, their lives are not in danger. But they lost the most precious opportunity. Some of the Gu immortals were shocked, some were gloating. The ruin bat was not an exception. At this time, Tai Cho's desolate beasts had already surrounded the Gu immortals. They were engaged in a full-scale battle. The cute and petite peach wolf, the phantom light flying horse that was as fast as light, the white-hooved ink dragon that was steady like a mountain, and the blood-tongue tree that had branches that looked like long blood tongues. There was also the Chi Path rank 7 desolate beast origin returning peacock that could absorb the surrounding primeval energy, as well as the 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and the lawless antelope that could give rank 7 Gu immortals headaches. At once, the scene became chaotic. The desolate beasts and Gu immortals fought intensely, while the Gu immortals fought against each other. But no matter how chaotic the battle was, the Gu Immortals were protecting the crucial locations, trying to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lulan moved through the chaotic battle, moving around agilely, unknowingly getting closer to the Gu formation. Mu, a bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan's path. You dare to snatch it from me? Gu Immortal Zhuozhan held a huge hammer and wore red copper armor. He was riding a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan's group from behind. At the same time, Divine Lord Tiandu, who was far away, sneered. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into a lightning shuttle that shot towards them. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped them. Don't move, let me use my method. As he spoke, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture. Rank 4 All-Out Effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, Lightning Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Lurking Soul Code Gu, Breath Concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal Gu was at the center. It was the Strength Path Immortal Gu, Self-Strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal Gu weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal Gu Self-Strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fang Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this Strength Path Phantom army in advance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand. Fang Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group Strength Gu. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fang Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom, a Strength Path Giant Hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed, lightning shuttle Immortal Gu was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards Gu Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. To be continued. Fang Yuan's giant hand had a shocking effect. It immediately attracted many Gu Immortals' shocked gazes. In fact, this kind of killer move design idea of accumulating numbers and erupting again was very common. It was like using the most ordinary fire pellet Gu to shoot out a fireball. How could it be more powerful? Most ordinary people would think like this: accumulate fireballs one by one and shoot them out at the same time in battle. That way, with more fireballs, the power of the move would increase. This was the most common and simple way of thinking. But everything was always easy to think of, but it was not easy to actually do it. How could one store the fireballs that were shot out in advance? Even if one accumulated a lot of fireballs, how could they be shot out all at once? Even if they were shot out, how could they aim the fireballs and not shoot randomly? Only after solving these problems would the Gu Master have a killer move in the truest sense of the word. Thus, nurturing, using, and refining Gu worms, every aspect was profound and profound. Especially in the aspect of using Gu, innovation was needed. Even if a killer move was created, because of the differences between individuals, every killer move had its own advantages and disadvantages. Fang Yuan's idea of the immortal killer move Myriad Self could be said to have broken through the barriers. It allowed enslavement and strength path to fuse. It was a grand achievement. He had the foundation of strength path. He had also inquired heaven and earth during his second aperture's immortal ascension, thus he had deep accumulations. Afterwards, he made a huge sacrifice and risked his life by relying on rank 9 wisdom Gu. With endless inspiration in his mind, he was able to create the immortal killer move Myriad Self. In the whole process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But the surrounding environment, Wisdom Gu, Immortal Ascension, and Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, they all had unique effects. The immortal killer move Myriad Self, which was the fusion of enslavement and strength path, surpassed most immortal killer moves in the world from its design concept alone. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan developed it in the future and perfected it, he could even create a brand new path. Thus, Even though Myriad itself was only in its initial stage, its potential was absolutely shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition tactics. Leading an army, using cannon fodder tactics, using absolute numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Strength path, acting as a hero. Using all sorts of strength to strengthen one's body. He would kill any god that stood in his way. If an ordinary man was enraged, blood would splash 5 feet into the air. Within this area, a single person could rival a country, the two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move Myriad Self. Feng Yuan could use the power of a single person to summon tens of millions of strength path phantoms. He commanded as he wished. When fighting against He Qing, the strength path phantom army forced He Qing and Xue Songzi to retreat. There was nothing he could do. This was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path in Myriad Self. But now, the giant handprint was the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of the enslavement path transforming into the strength path. And the key to this effect was group strength goo. It was these ancient goo worms that entered the light lump of the killer move and mobilized the strength path phantom's power, adding it to Feng Yuan's body. There was another crucial point: self-strength immortal goo. If it was the previous cleansed soul immortal goo, it would not be able to activate giant hand. The so-called giant handprint was just a hand of the strength path giant. He Lulan had once grasped self-strength immortal goo. The strongest transformation of her killer move was a strength path giant phantom. Feng Yuan used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to save He Lulan and obtained her strength path true meaning. These true meanings were the final catalyst for giant hand. Because of all these factors, the current giant hand was formed. Self-strength immortal goo was indeed the most suitable core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With its participation, Myriad Self's development would take a step further. It would truly be able to transform enslavement and strength path into each other. Feng Yuan used this move instead of letting out the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He naturally had his considerations. These strength path phantoms all resembled his appearance. Right now, he had committed a huge crime but needed to conceal his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity had been further exposed. And the killer move look-alike had yet to be deciphered using wisdom goo. Giant hand was suitable for the current Feng Yuan. It had great power but would not expose his identity. The giant fist continued to smash towards Shuozhan. Shuozhan broke out in cold sweat. He retreated quickly, getting further away from the giant hand. With a swoosh, the immortal goo lightning shuttle, which had just been imprisoned, broke out of the giant hand and flew towards its owner. Divine Lord Tiandu. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The design of giant hand was indeed influenced by formless hands in the dark. But there was a huge difference between the two. Giant hand was a strength path killer move, while formless hands was the pinnacle of theft path. Formless hands could capture immortal goo, while giant hand could only imprison them temporarily. It was already a good result. Feng Yuan slowly retracted his move. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand gradually disappeared in the air. During the entire process, his right arm was creaking. Even his strength path immortal zombie body was showing signs of being unable to hold on. Now that he retracted his move, his firm and powerful arm actually turned limp. The tendons under his skin were almost all broken. His arm bones were full of cracks, his blood vessels ruptured, and his muscles were in a mess. Giant hand absorbed strength from the countless strength path phantoms and condensed it on Feng Yuan. The condensed strength was too great. Feng Yuan was like a cornerstone. The giant hand I used this time only gathered the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the power of giant hand can only reach this level for now. Giant hand can be strengthened, but my body has already reached its limit. Feng Yuan thought regretfully in his heart. His arm slowly hung down, covered by a wide black sleeve. In a short period of time, relying on the strong recovery ability of his immortal zombie body, his arm had already recovered. Even so, the power of giant hand was shocking enough. Shuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated several li. His gaze towards Feng Yuan was filled with shock and fear. The surrounding goo immortals subconsciously pulled away from Feng Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces, which were covered by their black robes, also showed a strange and complex expression. The power of giant hand. They were both inwardly alarmed and wary. But right now, Fang Yuan was on their side as an ally. The two of them could not help but rejoice. These two feelings were mixed together. Naturally, the feeling was indescribable and complex. Especially He Lulan, she sensed that giant hand had the aura of her own killer move. She felt a slight sense of defeat. Far away, Free Scholar Yin forced Divine Lord Tiandu to retreat, grabbing Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Divine Lord Tiandu was anxious. He quickly used his method. Only then did he manage to take back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Free Scholar did not achieve his goal, but he was not discouraged. He smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, such a powerful immortal killer move. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashed across. This is true rank 7 battle strength. Lu Qingming and the rest had just returned to the periphery of Taichou after killing the ruined bat. Seeing this, their expressions were filled with wariness. Who is this? Pai Shuihan guessed. Giant Hand had just appeared. It was not a familiar immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is it domination immortal Chudu? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. There was only one strength path Gu immortal with such battle strength in Northern Plains. But right after that, everyone shook their heads and their hearts. With Chudu's style, he would not conceal his tracks like this. Tiandu Divine Lord took back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. He quickly looked around. Towards Free Scholar. He did not want to fight anymore. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan was a tough opponent. He was also an iron plate. The 3 elites of Traveling Earth had also rushed back. He knew that he could not take advantage of this with his strength. His expression turned ugly. Although this was a long story, it happened in a short time. Fang Yuan released Giant Hand before stopping. His arm drooped down. Under countless gazes, he returned to Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He purposely lowered his head, not making a sound, as if what he had done earlier was insignificant. Fairy Li Shan walked in front. He walked behind her, walking side by side with He Lulan. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel bewildered. Fang Yuan and the other two were wearing black robes. Their clothing was the same. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Seeing that Fang Yuan was willing to stay at the back, the Gu immortals could not help but guess that He Lulan, who was beside Fang Yuan, had battle strength similar to Fang Yuan. And at the front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might even have higher battle strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. This simple action was even more shocking than the giant hand earlier in the eyes of many Gu immortals, even though the immortals knew that Fang Yuan was trying to deceive them. When Fang Yuan and the other two landed on the ground and touched the teleportation Gu formation to capture traces of Dongfang Yuliang and the rest, nobody stopped them. The immortals silently acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan and the rest. Of course, the main reason was that the wisdom path inheritance had not been found yet. The Gu immortals were astute. There was no need to fight now. In the earlier fight, they were mainly probing and obstructing. They did not reveal their trump cards or attack with full strength. Fang Yuan and the other two searched for clues together. After a few breaths of time, they gasped in surprise. What a good teleportation Gu formation! Fairy Li Shan purposely said in a hoarse voice. As expected of Dongfang Naganori, he purposely left behind a Gu formation to mislead us. He Lulan continued. The clues here definitely have the correct answer, but to find Dongfang Yuliang, we will need luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu immortal did not understand. He asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the other two did not answer. They suddenly flew into the sky. They left Taichou and split into 3 directions, vanishing from everyone's sight. Next, Free Scholar also landed on the ground. He investigated and found that Fang Yuan and the rest were not lying. It turned out that Dongfang Naganori had tampered with the teleportation Gu formation. He did not intentionally destroy the Gu formation, because this Gu formation could only teleport mortal Gu masters. It could not teleport immortals. After destroying the Gu formation, capable Gu immortals would be able to find even the slightest clue and find Dongfang Yuliang. After all, Dongfang Naganori was good at scheming. He was not good at setting up a teleportation Gu formation. But purposely leaving behind clues and hiding the correct clues, it was hard to distinguish them from the real ones. This way, the Gu immortals would split up. Even if someone found Dongfang Yuliang, it would greatly reduce the latter's pressure. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the other two chose the three most likely directions. Free Scholar thought about it, he chose the fourth direction and left Taiqiu. After him, the Gu immortals arrived one by one, they obtained the clues and left in all directions. Finally, only Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were left. These Gu immortals are really crafty, none of them destroyed the teleportation Gu formation. Even if they destroyed the Gu formation, there would be clues left behind. These demonic path Gu immortals could reach this point, they would not do something so unrewarding. That's right, they are still hoping that even if they fail, someone will find the correct clue. By then, they will cause a commotion and go fight for it. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Dongfang Wanqiu said as he deactivated his concealment method, arriving at the place where Dongfang Yuliang vanished. First Supreme Elder, didn't Lord Dongfang Naganori specially take care of him before his death? The clan Gu immortals beside him were very puzzled. That's right, First Elder specially summoned us here. Right now, the entire tribe has no Gu immortal battle strength left to defend it. I thought that the Great Elder already had some clues in his hands. The Gu immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanqiu heaved a long sigh, saying in a melancholic tone, "Don't call me First Elder, in my heart, only Lord Dongfang Naganori is our tribe's first Supreme Elder. We all know that Lord Wanqiu was personally guided by Lord Changfan. But now, Lord Changfan has already passed away, who can avoid death? In my opinion, we need to focus on the present. Right. Right now, this matter concerns Lord Changfan's wisdom path inheritance, it attracted so many demonic path Gu immortals. Although our tribe is one of the super forces, if we are not careful, we might face the danger of being overturned. We need to be prudent in our actions. If not for Lord Wanqiu speaking frankly that this was Lord Changfan's arrangement before his death, we would have to leave behind at least one Gu immortal battle strength to guard against the unexpected and preserve our tribe's seed. Now that we are all gathered here, it is very dangerous. The Gu immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanqiu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanqiu waved his hand, "Everyone, don't be anxious, although I do not have the correct clues, I have a way to obtain the correct clues." Saying so, he closed his eyes. He calmly inspected the aura clues left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The aura of the Gu formation was ever-changing, every time Dongfang Wanqiu inspected it, it would be different. Dongfang Wanqiu followed the instructions given to him by Dongfang Naganori before his death. He memorized these aura clues and continued to investigate them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew into the air, saying to the others, "Follow me." "Where is this place?" Dongfang Yuliang gradually woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes, and his vision gradually turned from blurry to clear. He had a splitting headache. In fact, it wasn't just his head. His entire body was covered in wounds. His internal organs were bleeding, and there were fractures in many places. I followed the map left behind by Lord Changfan and have only walked halfway. How did I end up here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled. He pondered. At the same time, he immediately began to heal his injuries. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, his injuries were quickly healed. I remember the three of us were meditating and absorbing the primeval energy in the Yuan stone when the teleportation Gu formation activated and teleported us here. Could it be that the map that Master Dongfang Naganori left me is also fake? Or rather, the latter part was fake. The real destination is halfway there. Dongfang Yuliang felt that this guess was more reliable. Based on his understanding of Dongfang Naganori's temperament was really capable of doing such a thing. This arrangement. It was also to prevent a wisdom path Gu immortal from making a move. The Gu immortals of other paths were afraid of breaking the clue of Dongfang Yuliang, and were wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Wisdom path Gu immortals had the ability to search the mind and extract the clues from the map, they could definitely find the correct clues. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong were teleported together with me, but they are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it was nearby, but who knew? I should find them first before exploring this palace. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang healed his injuries and started to search around. Looking around, he found that this place seemed to be a group of palaces. And he himself was inside one of the palaces. The palace was luxurious and dilapidated, it was a huge ruin. Dongfang Yuliang was vigilant, but there was nothing in the palace, no enemies had appeared. Tan Wufeng. Young master. After walking for a while, Dongfang Yuliang met Tan Wufeng, the latter was also looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Pekong at the exit of the palace. Dong Pekong was still unconscious, lying on the ground. Dongfang Yuliang and Tan Wufeng worked together to save him, the three reunited and were overjoyed. Naturally, Dongfang Yuliang was the leader. After thinking about it, he decided, if I am not wrong, this should be Lord Changfan's inheritance ground. The first palace has already been searched, there are no clues, let's go to the second palace to take a look. As he expected, the three went to the second palace and faced a test at the center of the palace. This was a difficult case. Clues and evidence were given, some were real and some were fake. Time was given, Dongfang Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to think within a limited time, not only to find the fake evidence, but also to deduce the truth of this case. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being Dongfang Naganori's successor, he passed the test in less than a third of the time and obtained a set of rank 5 wisdom path goo worms as a generous reward. Dongfang Yuliang's strength increased greatly, he entered the third palace. This test was an incomplete goo recipe, it tested Dongfang Yuliang and required him to deduce it within 30 minutes. Boom, a strength path giant hand slammed down like a small mountain. Bah, the giant horned sheep let out a mournful cry, it was heavily injured and was completely pressed to the ground by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled fiercely, but the giant hand pressed down on its body, eventually, it used up all its strength and gave up resisting, no longer moving. Fan Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, joy flashing in his eyes. He followed the clues and searched for the past, but they were all fake. When he reached the fifth clue in his memory, he encountered this desolate beast giant horned sheep. Fan Yuan was excited, he started an intense battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected his luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li, and the rest, Fan Yuan's luck path was no longer a flaw. He encountered no troublesome goo worms on this giant horned sheep. Giant hand was very useful. It was used repeatedly and countered the giant horned sheep, quickly suppressing it. The entire battle. There were no setbacks. Fan Yuan continued to accumulate his advantage, eventually turning it into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. The giant horned sheep is a pure strength path desolate beast, I raised it in my blessed land. Every once in a while, I can harvest its meat and use eat strength immortal goo to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. I did not expect to see it here. Capturing a giant horned sheep alive is a pleasant surprise. Fan Yuan breathed slowly, his immortal zombie injuries had already healed. He willed. The giant hand slowly grabbed the giant horned sheep and sent it into his immortal aperture. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he often bought strength path ingredients from Jewel Yellow Skies, spending a lot. It was fine if it happened once or twice. But in the long run, this huge expenditure made Fan Yuan's heart ache. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as a long-term investment. But it was rare to buy desolate beasts in Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention that Fan Yuan was only buying pure strength path desolate beasts. Extorting self-strength immortal goo was the right decision. My battle strength has returned to rank 7, and even giant hand can compare to the strength path phantom army. I need to be more practical. Ordinary desolate beasts like the giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even if I face the swamp crab that destroyed Danghun Mountain, I can also defeat it head-on. Even if it has Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, it can protect Danghun Mountain. Fan Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the feeling of controlling the situation. He was calm and unhurried, he was not anxious. He understood the situation, there were too many wolves, but there was only one prey. With his strength alone, the possibility of him annexing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very low. If there are no accidents, even if I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, it will be incomplete. Sigh, I wonder when I can obtain a truly complete wisdom path inheritance? Feng Yuan was thinking when Fairy Li Shan's information was transmitted from his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information gathering ability was something Feng Yuan could not compare to. It turned out that someone had already discovered the true location of Dongfeng Naganori's inheritance, and had already started fighting over there. Precisely because of this, the commotion was huge, attracting more and more Gu immortals. Feng Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan successfully met up, and when they arrived, there were already more than 10 Gu immortals pacing around the periphery. Ah, it's them. Be careful, these three are very mysterious, they are somewhat unfathomable. I just returned from the southeast direction, I saw that person use giant hand to capture a giant horned sheep desolate beast. Demonic path Gu immortals valued strength the most. The battle strength that Feng Yuan displayed made them wary. Thus, when they flew over, the Gu immortals in the air subconsciously made way for them. This is the inheritance location? Dongfeng Naganori really racked his brains. Feng Yuan looked down and said with deep emotions. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple, it was an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it could battle rank 8 Gu immortals. It was a space path desolate beast, its corpse had countless space path Dao marks. These Dao marks affected this space, creating a group of illusory palaces. As long as one stepped into its range, they would be pulled into the palace. Unless one was a rank 8 Gu immortal, only they could resist this enormous force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Taichou. There were no desolate beasts in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. This was a forbidden area among forbidden areas, a dangerous place among dangerous areas. Dongfeng Naganori was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he could actually set up a wisdom path inheritance here. This showed that he was indeed the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He was truly extraordinary. Just as the immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfeng Yuliang had already entered the 8th palace. You are finally here, the successor that I have my eyes on. A nebula formed into Dongfeng Naganori's appearance, appearing in front of Dongfeng Yuliang's group. Teacher. Dongfeng Yuliang kowtowed with tears in his eyes. Nebula nodded, looking down at Dongfeng Yuliang. To be able to enter, you have great talent. This is not the final palace, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you perfect this Gu formation and activate it, you will completely inherit this wisdom path inheritance and obtain my wisdom path immortal Gu. Teacher, I will do my best. Dongfeng Yuliang's eyes shone with intense fighting spirit. End of chapter 791. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.